appreciate you taking time out of your busy schedule to attend our regular meeting of the City Council of Fort Walton Beach, Florida. If you please will turn your electronic devices to silent, mute, or turn them off, or perhaps throw them outside or give them the chief page for confiscation. If you're able to, please stand with us and join us for the invocation from Dr. Justin Thomas from the Greater Peace Missionary Baptist Church, and then please stay standing for the Pledge of Allegiance.
I invite you to join me in prayer. Gracious and ever-present God, we thank you for this gathering and for those who have answered the call to serve this community. We are mindful of the trust placed in their hands, and we ask that you surround them with insight, patience, and peace. As decisions are made that affect the lives of neighbors, families, and future generations, we ask for a spirit of wisdom to rest upon each one here. May that wisdom be steady, humble, and rooted in justice. We ask that you lead this committee to decisions that honor fairness, uplift dignity, and pursue a common good. Grant each heart present tonight a listening ear, a clear mind, and a courageous spirit, so that even in disagreement, respect remains, and even in complexity, clarity emerges. Remind us that leadership is not simply about reaching conclusions, but about lifting communities as we are called to love all, to include the least, the last, and the left out. Let justice roll down like water and righteousness like a flowing stream. In every vote, every voice, and every vision cast tonight, we ask your blessing on this gathering, for thine is the kingdom, the power, and the glory, forever and ever. Amen.
Amen. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Dr. Thomas, thank you for that. All right, that moves us to approval of the agenda, which we do have a couple of changes to make. We're going to move item 11.1, the consideration of a development agreement for Bayside Breeze Apartments on action direction discussion. We're going to move that from 11.1 to between 5 and 6.
Mr. Mayor, is that your only revision?
I believe so, unless anyone else has any revisions to
I
add.
make a motion to approve the agenda, moving item 11.1 to 5.6. And also, I would like to add an item to the agenda, a motion to consider the rescission of the council's previous vote to set implementation of Charter Amendment 1 using the 2024 fiscal year, which passed on December 17th, 2024.
Second.
All right, we have a motion by Councilman Jeter, seconded by, was that you? All right. Councilman Browning, to approve the agenda with those changes. Any further discussion?
Mr. Brown, I didn't understand, so we're adding something to the agenda. What was being added to the agenda?
The implementation of Charter Amendment 1,
Which is
the 3% budget. We were supposed to have the special meeting on earlier that was canceled.
Gotcha.
A Charter Amendment, yes. We had a special meeting earlier that was canceled, so I'd like to.
Bring it up tonight in
Correct.
tonight's meeting. Great, thank you.
And for clarification, will that be under Councilmember Jeter's discussion points, or will that be?
I would like to move that to where 11.1 was on the agenda. Any further discussion?
Yes, sir.
Council, please vote. All right, and the agenda is approved unanimously. That brings us to proclamations, and we just have one tonight. It's for Arbor Day, and I am happy to read this to everyone. The word arbor, or arbor, I don't know if I'm Frenching that up correctly, is that right? Okay. Is Latin for tree. So the term Arbor Day actually means tree day. Arbor Day is a holiday popularly observed in the USA and Canada. It's a special day to set aside and to celebrate the beauty and the value of trees in our environment. National Arbor Day is officially celebrated the last Friday of the month of April. However, Arbor Day can be proclaimed and celebrated any time of year. Arbor Day celebrations can be simple, brief tree planting events, or all day, all week, or an all-month observation. Arbor Day is a golden opportunity to bring greater visibility to tree programs and proper tree care. The Tree Planters Holiday is an opportunity to embrace creativity while promoting programs and the benefits of trees in our community. During Arbor Day, people are asked to plant trees as well as to care for them. So plant a tree and celebrate Arbor Day, Friday, April 25th. All right, thank you for that. That moves us to item 6, the consent agenda.
Move to approve the consent agenda.
Aren't we supposed to go to, you said between 5 and 6 on 11.1?
Oh, I'm sorry. You are correct, Mr. Walker. Thank you for that. I was just ready to roll.
I was ready to vote in
Man, I'm
favor.
ready to get on. Yeah, I'm sorry about that. Well, so now we'll move to 11.1, the consideration of a development agreement for Bayside Breeze Apartments, which is quasi-judicial. Mr. Burns.
Yes. Are there going to be any witnesses, Chris? Is the developer here?
We have 2 on Zoom, our teams.
Okay, well, Chris, and everyone on the team's call, you can raise your right hand. Everyone swear to tell the truth, whole truth, nothing but truth, so help you God?
Yes.
I do.
And it includes, is that Gail Sansberry? Did she say I do?
She did.
Okay. Okay, again, yeah, as you noted, Mayor, this is a consideration of the development agreement for Bayside Breeze. I think Mr. Prezzetti is prepared to present on behalf of staff, and then once they're done, you can ask some questions, and then the applicant will get a chance if they want to question Mr. Prezzetti, and then they'll have a chance to present their presentation and also get questioned by the council, and if y'all see the desire to do so, and then public comment will be made before you, after you make a motion, but before you actually vote on the motion.
Sure.
So.
Thank you, sir. Mr. Prezzetti, please proceed.
Thank you, Chris Rossetti, Growth Management Director. So this is the consideration of the development agreement for Bayside Breeze. This is a project at Fort Walton Beach Housing Authority. This is the second reading of this item, as you may recall. It was on the last council agenda as well for a first hearing. And so this is a request in accordance with their workforce housing funding request. And so going back to last year, they did receive a tentative approval from the City Council at that time for a proposed grant from the Workforce Housing Fund of $626,291. Since that time, they've moved through a development order process that received approval, and they've also have received approved building permits for this project. This is their senior living facility, which is 100 one-bedroom apartments proposed. And so we've worked with the city attorney and their attorneys to prepare this development agreement. And so we've worked through the process and come to an agreement here that we feel meets all of the requirements of the code for development agreement for this workforce housing funding. It has the conditions in there for the minimum 30% of the units will be defined as workforce housing. The development agreement, as I mentioned, was already approved, which is one of the terms in there. It'll also run for a 15-year period as required by our code. And then lastly, there's some restricted covenants attached that really bind us all together. So with that, we've not made any changes since the first reading of this, since the first hearing. And staff does respectfully recommend City Council's authorization to execute the development agreement between the Fort Walton Beach Housing Authority and the City of Fort Walton Beach. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Prezzetti. If I could just ask a quick question, Mr. Burns and Mr. Prezzetti, is there, why is this requiring a second reading? Is that just?
Per the city code, the process that y'all put in place however many years ago when y'all created this surplus property section required 2 readings?
It's, yes, and Florida statute for development agreements, for this specific part of it too, is statute. There's 2 hearings for these.
And as you said, nothing's changed between the first reading, which was at our last meeting?
Correct.
Is that correct?
Yes.
Okay, thank you. Council questions now for Mr. Prezzetti?
These,
Go ahead, Mr. Walker.
these are just, seeing 100 units, there's proposed a total of 300 and something, correct?
They have a multi-phase project, future phases of this, I'm sure they can speak more to, but this request and this funding would go specifically towards phase 1 that they're trying to get all the financing lined up and packaged together now.
The 100 units is
Yes.
what council divvied up that fund between the 3 applicants, them being one using the 100 door for the calculation that came up with this 600 and some odd.
Yes.
Okay, thank you.
Any additional questions from council? Seeing none, do we have any action on this item from the council?
I make a motion.
Actually, the applicant, if they want to present
Oh, I'm sorry.
anything, has a chance.
Okay,
first.
yeah, absolutely, go right ahead.
Does the applicant have anything to add?
Anything you wish to add, Ms. Stansberry?
Can they hear us?
I do apologize for not being there, but at this time, I don't have anything else to add. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Stansberry. You're the clearest and easiest to understand of anyone in this room. Any action on the item from the council?
Second. Or going back to motion?
No, I don't think.
I'd make the motion again.
She didn't.
Remake the motion again since it was.
I'm sorry, Mr. Berry, could you make the motion again?
Yes, I recommend that the city council authorize to execute a development agreement with the Fort Walton Beach Housing Authority for the Bayside Breeze Apartments Workforce Housing Development at 27 Robinwood Drive, Southwest.
Second.
An excellent motion made by Mr. Berry, seconded by Councilman Jeter. Any additional comments, Mr. Berry?
Thank you for all the work that you've done on this, and I look forward to this part and those to come. Thank you.
Thank you. Anyone wish to speak against the motion? Anyone else wish to make a comment? Seeing none, please. Oh, I'm sorry, Ms. Riley.
I just want to make a very quick comment for Ms. Stansberry. Thank you so much for your efforts in providing housing for our local city. We really do appreciate that, and we are experiencing a time now nationwide where housing is a major issue. So thank you so much for your willingness and ability to be able to provide housing for the city of Fort Walton Beach.
Thank you, Ms. Riley. Anyone else wish to make a comment?
And Mayor, just before y'all do vote, even though it's not part of the evidentiary portion of the hearing, public comment.
Oh yeah, I'm sorry, sir. Anyone from the public wish to speak on this item? Seeing none, council, please vote. And that motion does pass 7-0. That moves us back to item 6, the consent agenda.
Motion to approve the consent agenda.
Second.
I have a motion made by Councilman Jeter, seconded by Councilwoman DeBerry to approve the consent agenda. Any additional comment, Mr. Jeter?
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Dennis, for the long, hard negotiation. Thank you for the extension of the contract. Look forward to the new fitness equipment, and look forward to keeping weeds out of the meeting.
Anyone wish to speak against the motion? Anyone else would like to make a comment about the motion? Seeing none, please vote. The consent agenda does pass 7-0. That moves us on to item number 7, which is mayor and council comments. And tonight, we start with you, Mr. Berry.
Yes, thank you very much for coming tonight. And the past week, we've interviewed potential city manager. I'd like your prayers that we choose the correct one. And also, I want to let you know that this is Vietnam Veterans Month, and we're having a Heroes Welcome Home, and it's sponsored by the Chamber of Fort Walton Beach. And Rocky Blyer, who is a Vietnam veteran, will be speaking along with Ed Hubbard. So if you'd like to attend, please call the Chamber of Commerce.
Very good, Mr. Berry. Mr. Jeter.
Yes, sir. I would actually like to think of all the wonderful places that you could spend your birthday on. And what better place than the City of Fort Walton Beach Council meeting? So I'd like to give our Chief of Police, Robert Beige, a happy birthday.
Happy birthday to you.
We've all seen some emails on some other properties being cleaned up. I'd also like to say a special thanks to Mr. Troy, who is doing a lot of great things behind the scenes, and look forward to seeing more of that. So thank you, and thank you for being here tonight. And then last, I don't want to get into a big one, but not specifically with you, just Miss Tiffany, but if we could just keep our eye on the ball of that FWB 365. It's a really cool logo. It's a really cool, motto, and I think all of us City of Fort Walton Beach residents really do buy into it. And I'll just tie in the Parks and Recs because I know no one wants to hear the word pickleball courts, but let's just say pickleball courts, and Councilman Walker's brought up at a lot of meetings. Some people pay county taxes and they're able to use county parks. Other people pay city taxes on top of county taxes, and we welcome everybody to come use our facilities. I love how the golf course has a city resident discount so that the city taxpayers get a discount on that. I love how when you sign up at Parks and Rec, you get a city resident discount because our pay those taxes. I know we can't have officers on the pickleball courts 24/7, but it would just be cool if we could, over the next year, be brainstorming before it gets out of control, how we could just keep that brand special of people that say, hey, I have access to facilities because I really truly am a city resident. So I won't go into my thoughts on how we can do that. Let's just be mindful of that.
Absolutely, thank you. Mr. Merrill?
I'm happy to say mine today.
All right. Ms. Riley?
Well, I'm happy to say mine right now.
Mr. Schmidt?
Yeah, just want to let the board know, the community know, participated with Chief Page as well as Councilman Jeter on the board's transportation planning organization. A lot going on with transportation management between Okaloosa and Walton County. More specifically, we will continue to advocate for the Around the Mound. It is currently on the number 4 in the priority list, but continuing to advocate. There's those projects that are going north and southbound as well that are also working hard for the DOT's attention. But it was really good feedback. Some folks in the community were not only in line with different stakeholder groups, all in line with advocating for the Around the Mound, but there was actually some comments made on the record for trying to see how close we could get Around the Mound to the bridge project. So just want to continue to advocate with that for the community, that growing pains in all areas of our lives are challenging. Transportation management is a huge growing pain, which is a great problem to have because there's a whole bunch of military and people that want to live, work, and play here. But I'll continue the board and the community updated on the business of the Transportation Planning Organization as well. And that's all I have for now, Mr. Mayor. Thank you.
Mr. Schmidt, if I could ask
Please.
just a quick follow-up question as well on that same subject. I did hear that we were dealt a bit of a setback, is that correct, on the release of that information?
I'm not sure about the setback. I'll look into that, though.
Okay. I just had heard that we were originally supposed to get that result of the PD&E study, I believe August, the initial, and then the final in
Correct.
November.
The PD&E will be done and ready for presenting towards the end of the year, first of next year.
Okay.
Then we go into the design phase.
I thought we had initially heard late summer, and then now we're getting kicked back to February. Is that right?
And Mr. Payne could add something to that if he's got anything to add, but I want to say it's close to early next year that the PD&E will be done and ready to present, is what information I'm gathering. But before next meeting or at next meeting, I'll bring the board some information.
I just didn't know if that was just rumor or speculation.
Yeah,
Ms.
PD&E
Riley, I'm
is.
sorry, I didn't skip over you.
Oh, it's okay, it's fine, it's fine, and I was saying I would be happy to say mine right now. I just wanted to thank any of the volunteers, any volunteer that's, in the chamber, and just volunteers not only in our local city, but across the nation. The spirit of volunteerism is happening as I speak. We have Community Day coming up on Thursday, so some of the local nonprofits will have volunteers coming in to help out with their agency and whatever needs that they need to have met. They will be available. Had a wonderful volunteer breakfast this morning at the community center in Niceville. So I just want to thank any and everybody that volunteer, because it takes a lot of your time to be able to, to volunteer in a non-monetary position. So I'm grateful for volunteers. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Riley. Mr. Walker.
I'll save mine to the end. Thank you.
All right, thank you, sir. Mr. Brown.
Save mine for the end.
All right. I have some comments for the end of the meeting as well, but I would just like to add to Councilman Jeter's point earlier. As you guys, especially the new council members, as we enter this summer, this is the time when staff is really going to start putting together that budget. And that's the opportunity for you to work with staff and to give your feedback on priorities that you've heard from people that you talk to in the community, from residents that reach out to you, et cetera. And one of the things that we've been dealing with over the past few years has been the need for and the want from the community for additional code enforcement. And it's something that we've talked about over and over again. The only way to solve it is to add more bodies to that code enforcement department. So that should be something that you guys are looking at as the budget process starts up, at least in my opinion, from hearing feedback from the community and in these meetings, that that's something that's wanting, and that's something that only you guys can do during that budget process. So that's my 2 cents to add. Moves us on to item number 8, public comments. If there's anyone here tonight that wishes to make some comments about anything that's not on the agenda this evening? Anyone from the public wish to speak on public comments? Seeing none, we will move on to item 9.2, ordinance 2178. Mr. Burns.
Ordinance 2178, an ordinance of the City Council of the City of Fort Walton Beach, Florida, amending the city's comprehensive plan to amend the future land use map for property described as 203rd Avenue Southwest, more particularly described in the body of the ordinance from low-density residential to mixed use, provide for authority, provide for findings of fact, provide for consistency, provide for severability, and provide for an effective date. This is second reading, is a quasi-judicial hearing. Mr. Pizzetti has already been sworn in. Is the applicant present as well? Mr. Steiner, do you intend on testifying at all? Okay. All right.
Mr. Pizzetti, please proceed.
Thank you. So this is the second reading for the future land use map amendment for 203rd Avenue Southwest. As I discussed on the first reading at the last meeting, we did receive this request recently through our department. The owners have indicated that they would like to develop townhomes on this property, and so they submitted for the future land use map amendment as well as the next item, which is a rezoning request. So staff did complete our review of this item, this request for consistency with the comprehensive plan and the process as a small-scale map amendment through statute. Further, we took this to the local planning agency, the LPA, for their last hearing, and they did recommend approval of this request. So staff does find that this does meet all of the criteria for compatibility and requirements for a future land use map amendment. And we've not made any changes since first reading. We've not received any public comment on this either. So with that, staff does respectfully recommend the City Council's adoption of ordinance number 2178 to amend the city's future land use map for 203rd Avenue Southwest from LDR, low density residential, to MU. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Questions from the council for Mr. Frasetti? Seeing none, does anyone from the public wish to speak on this item? Anyone on council wish to take action on this item?
Mr. Mayor, I move to approve ordinance number 2178 to amend the city's future land use map for the designation of 203rd Avenue Southwest from LDR to MU mixed use.
Second.
I have a motion from Councilman Jeter, seconded by Councilman Schmidt, to approve ordinance 2178 to amend the future land use map. Any additional comments, Mr. Jeter?
No, sir.
Anyone wish to speak against the motion? Anyone wish to make any comments? Seeing none, please vote. The motion does carry 7-0, which moves us to item, sorry, I lost my place. I think 9.3, is that right? Okay. 9.3, ordinance 2179, Mr. Burns.
Ordinance 2179, an ordinance of the City Council of the City of Fort Walton Beach, Florida, provide for authority, provide for findings of fact, provide for property described as 203rd Avenue Southwest, more particularly described in the body of the ordinance to be rezoned mixed-use medium zoning district, providing for the amendment of the effective portion of the official zoning map, providing for severability, and provide for an effective date. This is second reading. It's a quasi-judicial hearing. Mr. Frasetti has already been sworn in, and the applicant, Mr. Steiner, I'm assuming does not want to be sworn in, correct?
Mr. Frasetti.
Thank you. So this is the next step in this process for the property at 203rd Avenue Southwest. This is the rezoning request that we received from the applicant, from the owners, regarding their desire to develop this property, as I previously said. So staff did complete our review of this, and we do find that it is compatible with the proposed or now future land use designation of mixed use. This is a rezoning request to make it go from an R1 single family lot to MX1 mixed use medium. So we completed our review of it. This property is surrounded by various zoning designations around it, including single family, commercial, as well as the mixed use medium MX1. So with that, we did also take this to the LPA at their last hearing, and they did recommend approval of this request. And we've not made any changes nor received any other public comment on this item. And with that, staff does respectfully recommend the City Council's adoption of ordinance number 2179 to rezone 203rd Avenue Southwest from R1 to MX1 zoning district. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Questions for Mr. Frasetti from the council on this ordinance? Would anyone from the public wish to speak on ordinance 2179? Seeing none, do we have any action from the council?
Mr. Mayor, so moved to adopt ordinance 2179 to rezone the property located at 200 3rd Avenue Southwest from R1 Single Family Residential to MX1 Mixed Use Medium.
Second.
A motion made by Councilman Jeter, seconded by Councilman Schmidt to approve ordinance 2179 to rezone 200 3rd Street Southwest from R1 to MX1. Any additional comments, Mr. Jeter?
No, sir.
Anyone wish to speak against the motion? Anyone else wish to speak on this item? Seeing none, council, please vote. The second reading of ordinance 2179 does pass unanimously, which moves us to item on your agenda 9.4, ordinance 2180, conveyance of surplus property at 35 Memorial Parkway Southwest. Mr. Burns.
Ordinance number 2180, an ordinance of the City Council of the City of Fort Walton Beach, Florida, authorizing the disposition of real property located at 35 Memorial Parkway Southwest, Fort Walton Beach, Florida, described herein to Montessori Learning Center of Fort Walton Beach, Inc., and authorizing and directing closure by the mayor, city manager, city attorney, and city clerk, and providing for an effective date. This is second reading, and before y'all move to any motion on this, there have been some developments since the first reading. Nothing that should impact your vote actually tonight on the first part of what we're actually asking you to move on, but the second motion that we're actually asking in the recommendation is to authorize the mayor to execute any necessary documents required to close on the sale, because the mayor is required to sign any documents conveying property. The closing will probably not happen this week because, as typical with any closing, there's been some exceptions on the title report, and they're having to clean up a couple title issues on the property actually itself. Nothing that really affects the city from a monetary standpoint, more issues that the buyers raise that the title agent. But there probably are items that the mayor will have to sign over the course of the next couple of weeks. Otherwise, if we didn't have this authorization in there, we'd have to come back on May 20th, and that would be far beyond the closing date at that point, the initial closing date contemplated. So with all that being said, nothing else has changed since y'all voted and approved of this on the first reading at the last hearing. And so if you have any questions, I can try to answer them. Mr. Reeves might be able to answer them as well.
Thank you, Mr. Burns. Questions for Mr. Burns or Mr. Reeves on ordinance 2180? Mr. Jeter.
So you want two motions, one to approve, one an additional motion for the mayor?
Correct. You're correct.
Okay.
One to approve of the ordinance, and then the second one to authorize the mayor to execute any necessary document to effectuate the closing.
Got it.
Any additional questions on this item? Would anyone from the public wish to speak on item 2180, ordinance 2180? Seeing none, do we have any action from the council?
Mr. Mayor, I move to adopt ordinance number 2180 to convey surplus city property at 35 Memorial Parkway Southwest to Montessori Learning Center of Fort Walton Beach, Inc. in the amount of $520,000.
Second.
I have a motion made by Councilman Jeter, seconded by Councilwoman DeBerry to approve ordinance 2180. Additional comments, Mr. Jeter?
Yes, sir.
Anyone wish to speak against it? Anyone else wish to speak? Mr. Schmidt.
Thank you. Yeah, I just want to commend staff as well as this board and the school as well. It's been a long process, but a good process to get to this point. And Mayor, hopefully the next motion will pass as well to get you some authorization to get the ink done. But I just want to thank y'all for the work that got to this point. And I think it's going to be a great relationship between the Science Center and the Montessori School that's going to impact not only that neighborhood and that community, but our city with more higher education. So thank you.
I agree strongly, and I would just like to add as well that this process has been long, and there's been a lot of people working on this for quite some time to raise those funds and get this done. It's one of the properties that we as council members, or I was previously a council member, hear about from the public so often because that property has gone through different iterations over the years. It was a park, then there was a community garden there, and then it kind of fell into disrepair a little bit. So just to have that school right there located right next to the Science Center in the heart of one of our best neighborhoods in the city is going to be a really fantastic thing. And I would encourage everyone to vote for this motion. Council, please vote. That motion does pass unanimously. I believe we need a second motion to
Mr. Mayor, I'd like to make a second motion to authorize the mayor to execute any closing documents pertaining to this specific closing on ordinance number 2180 at 35 Memorial Parkway in the amount of $520,000.
An expertly crafted motion by Councilman Jeter, seconded by Councilman Merrill to approve the mayor's signature on any closing documents related to this sale. Any further comments?
Just wanted to make sure that amount didn't change, that's why I said that, and that's perfect. But at the same time, to piggyback off what Councilman Schmidt said, I think I said it last meeting at first reading, there was a lot of these in a row. And man, just grateful and blessed and excited to live in a community where we're approving awesome structures being built. So we live in a great place.
Agreed. Anyone wish to speak against the motion? Anyone else wish to speak? Anyone from the public wish to speak? I don't know if I asked that. I think I did. Please vote. And that motion does pass unanimously. It moves us to item 9.5. An ordinance 2181, creating a COO section 8.13, short-term vacation rental requirements. Mr. Burns, I'm sure there's no one here interested in this item.
Probably not. Ordinance number 2181, an ordinance of the City Council of the City of Fort Walton Beach, Florida, provide for authority, creating section 8.13 of the Code of Ordinances entitled Short-Term Vacation Rental Requirements, provide for severability and provide for an effective date. This is second reading. It's a quasi-legislative hearing, so there's no sworn testimony. And we've made the changes that the council voted on at the last meeting. The council voted to remove one of the three criteria for the maximum occupancy. The 150 of one resident or tenant for 150 feet was one of them. We removed that. And the other major item was to remove the sign requirement. Removing the sign requirement kind of trickled down effect in that there were some other requirements in there, like requiring homeowners associations to allow the signs. So that led to like that section being removed, because by removing the sign requirement, that other section became unnecessary at that point. So those are the only, when I say changes, two major changes that we made. Obviously, we lined everything up with the changes that you made at the last reading. I do know that Councilmember Jeter and Ms. Comp had met with ECAR, and they never got their comments, at least to Ms. Comp or myself, as of this morning. And I understand maybe they've contacted some of the council members, so y'all will actually have better knowledge on what maybe their position is. But other than that, we're here to answer any questions, and obviously there's a lot of people here to comment on it tonight.
Thank you, sir. Questions we'll start with from council to, I would say, either Mr. Burns, Mr. Reeves, Mr. Forsetti, or Chief Beige. Mr. Jeter.
Yes, Mr. Burns, I did receive an email from ECAR, and we briefly touched on them earlier. One of them was about the occupancy that we've gone over, the sign, the HOA, and also just to clarify, the commercial events. This is only pertaining to residential, so we have a lot of other facilities that specialize in hosting weddings, but they're in a specific zoning that already allows that. This is not affecting any of them. This is only in residential areas.
Correct. It actually expressly in the ordinance only applies to, it's R1, is it R1E and R2? Those are all residential districts.
So I go back to that, Chief Page. We need to leave that in there from an advertising standpoint and from a residential standpoint so that you can enforce what we're trying to eliminate. Yes. You would need that in there. Got it.
Anyone else with questions? Councilman Schmidt?
Yeah, with the objective, I know I'm only one of seven, but with the objective of trying to protect and preserve and plan for an environment where we don't want overrun density and high occupancy in residential neighborhoods, 30,000 altitude, and trying to put some things in place to protect and preserve the R1s in the residential neighborhoods. With your experience in other municipalities, how do you feel like this, where we have it at now, really puts us strong and fortifies and tries to protect, from an occupancy standpoint, the R1s in the residential neighborhood as legally as we possibly can do, just from an occupancy standpoint?
It does, because occupancy trickles into the parking, which is tied, the parking is tied into the occupancy in this ordinance. And so I think a lot of people also are affected by the spillover on the parking, in addition to noise and other items. But I do believe Ms. Comp had spoke to y'all at the last meeting about possibly updating the city's noise ordinance. That's not subject to this ordinance here tonight, but that would probably be a strong suggestion to follow up at a later date if y'all so desire on that.
Councilman, you good?
Yes, sir. Thank you.
Anyone else with questions? Mr. Walker.
Thank you. Yeah, so I spent quite a bit of time just contemplating all that's involved in this. We received as a group emails from community with concerns that they had, and whether the Burt Harris claims, which deals with the occupancy, and now with us removing the one person per 150 square feet. What is the occupancy, how is the occupancy limited by this ordinance at this time with removing of that? What are the limiting factors?
So there's two categories. There's a maximum occupancy. So when someone comes and applies for short-term rental now, instead of it being three choices, and when I say choices, it's not choices. It was three choices that the city staff would make when analyzing the application. The ceiling, the most amount of people someone will be able to have is 24 on a property. That's the ceiling. The other category, just so I'm being accurate, and it's tied into the number of bedrooms, but it is...
I think it was 2 per bedroom, 4 per common area?
Yeah, 2 persons for each bedroom plus 4 additional persons, and you base that on the ticket or the information on file with the property appraiser's residential profile of the property. So that's a good objective way for staff to quickly analyze the application. They would pull up on the property what the property appraiser's website says and do the math of the 2 persons for each bedroom plus 4 additional persons, come up with that number. If it exceeds 24, then they would say, oh, you can only have 24 people.
And to be fair to the public who's here concerned about it, looking at one, I think it states clearly that this does not limit short-term rentals. There's one here, there's one there. There can actually be an entire community, waterfront community or off waterfront. We can have hundreds, if not thousands, of short-term Airbnbs, correct? This does not stop that.
Correct.
And as far as the limitation goes on occupancy, it's really about advertising, correct? I mean, that's how that occupancy will be determined. If the owner of that property is violating it, will be by advertising, not by popping in the middle of the night at 2 o'clock in the morning to see how many heads are asleep in there, right?
Actually, there's a second way that might not be utilized initially because I can't force city necessarily to use resources, but once they have the system up and running, they'll be able to actually calculate the number of vehicles that can be present at the short-term rental, and that's based upon math later on in the ordinance based off your maximum occupancy number. So if you had 24, there's a way to figure out the number of parking spots from 24 that you actually have to have on your property. And so sometimes some properties will have 15 or 20 cars at it, and if they're only approved up for 12 or 14 individuals, that will be too many vehicles per the city's ordinance, and that would be some easy math for either code enforcement, or if it's Mr. Troy doing a hybrid style police visit plus code enforcement. They can quickly and easily, in their system, they're going to have access to all the short-term rental registrations if they need to go that far. Typically, in my experience, reading all the reports over the last 4 years, they're pretty level-headed and usually get the people to comply, turn the volume down, things like that.
Sure. So when there are no cars in the driveway, but it appears there's 50 people in there, how is that going to be monitored, enforced, or even cited for? There, Uber today, large Uber XL, and we've talked about the charter buses, so they drop them off from the airport. There's 18 in a van. There's no cars in the vehicle. What is the enforcement method or citation method that we envision being deployed on these people that may have more people in there than authorized?
Well, maybe if it's a sound issue, 50 people is a lot of people that could probably generate a lot of noise, but if they're being quiet, the 50 people, then probably there's not much the police officers can do or the code staff can do. That one lucky property would fly under the radar.
Mm-hmm. And so that's what I'm thinking of. I'm assuming some are here in favor and some may be opposed to what's here. The emails that we received, that I received and reviewed, there were concerns, and then I think I have it right here. Email, let's see if that's it. One resident wrote in that if the problem with short-term rentals is the noise and traffic, then address the parking and readjust the noise ordinance. Chief Beige, if I could ask you a question or two?
Of course.
Thank you. Last time we spoke, correct me if I'm wrong, your explanation as to why, I mean, the gentleman that had been the subject of many people appearing here and complaining about various different things, he showed up here, and to my surprise, he said that of 31 visits to his house by your department, he had received no citations. And then you and I spoke about it, and you had mentioned that the sound ordinance was overly complex, was the reason no citations had been written. Is that accurate from your recollection?
Yes, it is.
So with this gentleman, a resident in the community, asking about could we address these issues with an updated noise ordinance and traffic, which seems to be the basis of most complaints, how do you feel about that?
I mean, I think it solves some of the problems, but I think the ordinance solves it holistically and puts us in a much better spot than picking one or two issues and then having to come back and pick another one or two issues.
Thank you. And it kind of comes to Mr. Mayor's comments that, you know, because I'm envisioning the issues that are addressed in here, from the minute details of when the trash must be placed out no earlier than 7 p.m. the night before pickup and must be removed from street side by, I think it's an hour after pickup, I believe is what it is. So I'm just envisioning code enforcement, which you said we're short of already, and now we know we've got the library ordinance they're in charge of and all the other things that they're currently in charge of. Adding 20 pages, 16 to 20 pages of additional ordinances of checking smoke detectors. I have great reservations about this being the solution to what is apparently, and from what I've heard of those speaking up here, a noise and parking issue. And lastly, maybe Mr. Fazzetti, there you are. So one of the things that I read in here was interesting, other than those smallest details, not knowing how code enforcement's gonna, you know, I can't imagine code enforcement getting a call that from a neighbor that says they put their trash can out at 6, not 7. And, you know, so I have to question, is that a valid thing to be in there? But that's not really, that's, I know that's going to be a problem.
I can actually answer that. That actually comes from the waste division for the city. That's actually the law or the rule for every resident in the entire city.
I saw that as well. My question was, and I Googled it, I looked for, I couldn't find, it requires, and tell me when what triggers it, but a concierge trash service. Is there such a service in the community?
Great question. Actually, I had that question, that conversation with Mr. Burns, because it was something I wasn't familiar with offhand, so he did explain his experience with in other jurisdictions, how that is.
They exist. They're rampant out in Destin and Walton County, South Walton to be specific. So there's a market for it. So.
Is there a Fort Walton Beach owned operating one in the community, or one's going to have to be formed, created?
I'm sure one will be formed. I'm sure an entrepreneur will step forward.
Mm-hmm. Mr. Mayor?
Yes, sir. Before you ask the second one, anyone else wish to have a first question on this? Mr. Merrill, and then Mr. Berry, and then anyone else.
We were emailed by a Airbnb rep for the state. Did anybody on staff see that email? Did anybody see anything about? Did anybody see the email about the ordinance they've written for other counties?
We don't get emails that go to city council. I think they're concerned about, us interfering with that. So those really just go to you. So we would have to get it. Do you see it?
I've seen it.
I'm sorry. Yeah, we don't see it.
We actually dealt extensively with that individual over the last month and a half. He initially approved of the ordinance that we had presented, then he started having some reservations. But in the end, any of the stuff he had any legal concerns about, we ended up getting removed when y'all removed the sign requirement. Okay. He had some other little words like, why do y'all have that dock provision on the docks? You can't short-term rental a dock. Well, y'all are a waterfront community, and most communities in the state are actually not waterfront. I mean, there are a lot of waterfront communities, but so y'all little things like that. And he's going to try to keep the ordinance as close to other municipalities as possible. And so when there's a unique situation like y'all have docks and our waterfront, I think that made him step out of his comfort zone because he was not an attorney. He's a lobbyist. And so in the end, the changes y'all made at the last meeting pretty much got rid of the biggest concerns that he had.
Okay. Mr. Berry?
Yes, question for Chief Pace, please. Has the noise ordinance changed from 10 at night to 7 in the morning?
No, not in recent times.
So there shouldn't even be a question if their noise is above how many decibels are we setting?
Did you know the decimal law? Is that 65 or something?
It's about 60 during the day, 50 at night, I believe.
Mm-hmm. So they should be within that, and they can be cited for breaking.
Yes, they could be.
Yeah, and the second question is parking. If they're parking on those narrow streets, is there a time limit that they can park?
So in the short-term rental ordinance, it restricts parking on the public right-of-way. You have to park on improved surfaces within the property. For the general public, you can park on the public right-of-way, but you cannot restrict the convenient and free movement of traffic. So it's a little bit subjective, but if somebody does block the road, they can be cited on a residential roadway or even on a commercial roadway.
Thank you for the clarification.
Thank you, Mr. Berry. Either Mr. Browning or Ms. Riley, any questions?
I have none.
Okay, then we'll go back to Councilman Schmidt first.
Yes, Mr. Walker brought up a question. I just want for clarification. When he asked this ordinance doesn't stop from neighborhoods having, STRs, here's the question. By law, we cannot prevent that, correct?
Correct.
So just for, whether it's up here on the board or community, those that, as much as we sometimes would like to mitigate and prevent that, we by law cannot. So I just want to make sure that was clear. Second, has there been any, last time we had this conversation, there was a gentleman who came by that really struck my mind about vetting and managing sex offenders. Did we have any conversation with staff on that, Mr. Mayor?
Mr. Burns?
Chief Page and I actually looked into that. You do not want to do that through this ordinance. That needs to be addressed through different means.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah.
Chief Page, do you have any comments on that at all?
Nope, I was just going to back up if you needed it.
That's fine. Mr. Jeter?
Yeah. Back to what Councilman Walker was saying about the noise, I mean, I totally agree with you. I feel like we've done that a lot of here 2 years. We've got ordinances in place, let's enforce them. But we've learned along the process that we have a very convoluted noise ordinance that we are running parallel with this to where we can enforce it better. Would that be correct? Yes. So that in turn, let's say this were, if we just had that noise ordinance and we didn't have this in place, we still would run into the problem a few months from now when there's a noise ordinance on a property and your team shows up. Who is the responsible party, correct? So ultimately, yes, we're trying to fix the noise ordinance, but this is also to help us have a database to where we know who to contact for a property. Like Councilman Schmidt said, we're not running people off from short-term rentals, we're just collecting a database so we know who to contact when they are breaking our updated noise ordinance here soon. Would that be accurate?
Yes, R4, just so your statement would be a question.
I appreciate that.
That would be accurate. Would it also be enticing, I got a question for Chris here, because I have received a lot of other contact and we all hear the same thing, and it's just a government grab for money. We're not doing this for profit. I know we discussed last time what the registration fee will be. Do you think it would be beneficial to possibly say registering the first year is free?
Absolutely. I mean, that's certainly council's discretion and absolutely, an option there. The thing that I think we've talked about among staff and Mr. Burns and all is for the tracking mechanism. How do we want to track these? How do we want to, and talk about enforcement, do we want to, actively, try and track these down and do an active enforcement, or do we want to do more passive, that as we get complaints, we reach out to the property owners and we get them registered and kind of, slowly build up that way. If we do the passive way, our existing salt permit we have, we can kind of integrate it and roll it into that. If we want active, there are companies out there that can provide us these databases. They can really help manage the program. If we go that route, there's going to be a cost associated with that we would have to determine, where we're going to pay for it from. We've had a few demos already to date, and we've heard, numbers of $15,000 a year type software on up. So that's where it comes into, council decision, big picture wise, where we want to go. But we've done that before with other things that we start, with none, if we just,
And that's why I bring that up, because we're getting into a thing where people are thinking, this is just a government overreach, y'all just want money. It's not money. We want a database to know who to contact, and we want people, and 90% will fall in line accordingly and raise their hand and voluntarily register for this. The opposite side is, what are we really talking here if we had to break it down? $25, $35? We haven't really gotten to the weeds of that yet, but it's not like we're going to be waiving a lot of fees. If we gave everybody the opportunity, whether it's 90 days, 180 days, if you 90 days, this ordinance passed, but we don't want your money, we just want you to voluntarily register so that we can in turn help each other. I don't want to go in and spend a bunch of money on software if, let's just say, everybody signs up.
Exactly. And I think that's, to have some type of transition time frame, like you said there, is probably the best way to deal with it, because not just for staff, but for the property owners, these businesses as well. It gives a transition period to, as they come together, work out hopefully the bugs as well during that time, and see what the result is.
Got it. Thank you.
Anyone else with questions for Mr. Walker?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. So, envisioning all this playing out, I do, in my other business, I manage property, long-term rentals, not short-term rentals. But I'm assuming many of these complaints, whether it's parking after hours or noise complaints or occupancy, those happen after hours. Your staff, code enforcement, doesn't go out after 5:30, is that correct?
Typically, correct, yes.
So all complaints, allegations of violations can either be made through a portal, which you'll receive the next business day, on Monday maybe, or it comes to the chief. They didn't take their trash out, there's too many people there, they left trash around. It's going to be put over on the police department after hours to come out and deal with the complaints, correct?
Yes. Yeah, and that's where we work with them, with Lieutenant Williams and all there, is that, if we have the evidence, we can initiate, the formal code enforcement process, or we have citations too that the police department can do as well. So it kind of gives us both ways that we can tackle, any of these problems.
Thanks, Chris. Chief, one more couple of questions for you. I meant to email you earlier about this. Would you guess how many noise citations have been issued in the last 3 years?
Probably very low, just because of the complexity of the noise ordinance.
Okay. And if right now I manage long-term, and I know there's a lot of long-term tenants here, you receive a noise complaint or trash complaint even, after hours, they've left trash all out in the yard, or noise complaint probably be more likely your department after hours. You show up out there and you find that it's a tenant, a long-term tenant, they're not the owner of the home and they're violating the noise. Who do you give the ticket to that becomes enforceable by a fine? The landlord or the owner of the property or the tenant? How do you distinguish who gets the ultimate violation after even repeated violations?
So we had an internal discussion about that today among staff, and it may change depending on the passing of the ordinance. Under current procedures, as Chris outlined, we can forward that information to code. If it's something that we chose to take on because it's a repeat violation, it's something that is extremely degrading to the community, we can write a civil citation, and we can write that civil citation either to the person on the property or to the property. A lot of times, and it comes back to what you said in the very beginning, with occupancy, if we go to a noise complaint and nobody opens the door, we cannot force our way in there. We cannot turn off the power to the structure. So sometimes with an incident like that, the best we can do is document it and then let code properly follow up the next day with a notice of violation or a civil citation.
So, but you've not been able to confirm that there was a noise violation, right? You just showed up there, knocked on the door, no one came, or?
If we were able to confirm it, or we would document the noise level in the example of the trash cans being out, we would document that we observe the trash cans out. If there's a parking violation, we would document the parking violation or write a parking ticket. So each situation is unique into itself, and we try to handle it the best we could.
Okay, thank you. And to Councilman Jeter, thank you for your responses there. You mentioned about a money grab. I don't know that it's a money grab via a registration process, but as Mayor Allegretto has mentioned, we're going to need some more, and I'm looking at that need for more staff, which is, we're dealing with Charter Amendment 1, which is dealing with that money. So that's going to create a conflict there. During the daytime hours, we're going to have, 3 code enforcement guys for the people for the entire city, fielding complaints of trash and other things. I don't know that it's so much a money grab as it could be solved simpler. That's why I won't end up supporting this. I believe that a resident who wrote in, I do agree with him. What I would have liked to have seen is now understanding that the noise ordinance, the reason it's not been used is because it's overly complex, that I would have liked to have seen a noise ordinance come to us that we're going to get to see after. Yes, sir?
Question portion. Are you addressing a question to someone?
I'm just speaking.
I understand.
We'll
have a motion made,
sure,
and then you can say whether or not you're going to support that motion.
Sure, I'm trying.
Right now, we don't have a motion.
Sure.
So if you want to ask a question to Mr. Burns or Mr. Reeves,
I probably will.
Sure.
I probably will at some point. Right now, I'm just trying to influence minds and votes.
And in this portion, you do that by asking questions.
And I will definitely ask a question.
I mean,
So I'm good at asking questions.
Before this, right now, I was going to compliment you on your question asking.
Yeah, well, thank
I thought it was great.
Yeah.
But now we're in a monologue, and I'm just trying to speed this along. And
Sure.
We'll give you your time
Well,
after a motion.
and I do have a question, and it'll be to you, Mr. Mayor. I was going to bring it up at the first, but I was going to spare everyone here a little bit of that. But at the first meeting of your mayorship, and as a full mayor, as opposed to your previous position, you ended the last meeting by saying it was your personal goal to get us out of here by 10 o'clock. And while I can appreciate getting out early, I think we're a collegial body up here. And through discussions and comments and questions, we can spark ideas, commentary, and questions from not only fellow council members, I can do it from the members in attendance. So I don't anticipate you cutting me short or Ms. DeBerry not allowing her to ask questions, or anyone else.
All I'm trying to do, Councilman Walker, and this has nothing to do with the motion, is trying to keep us on track. I'll let you talk as long as you want, but there's a time to talk and make statements, and there's a time to ask questions. And if no one enforces that, we're here unnecessarily late. I don't care if we're here till midnight if we're having good discussions and good questions. It's the unnecessary talk that I'm trying to limit. That's all. That's all.
So I was not asking a question soon enough for your preference. I was speaking to.
Well, you're speaking to Councilman Jeter.
You actually told me you weren't going to support it, but there's nothing to support because there's no motion yet. So what do you not support?
Then thank you
I might
for the
motion to
correction.
postpone or table it. You might
Sure.
support that, but you said you don't support it. You don't know what the motion is yet.
What I should have said then is I won't support staff's recommendation of adoption of this. It was not a motion, obviously.
Right.
That's the recommendation.
And if you would have said that in a question of Mr. Reeves or Mr. Gage or Mr. Burns, we have no problem. I'm trying to speed it along and make it fair for everyone. That's all. That's all.
Right. Well, thank you. And so now I've gotten off track. I know it wasn't your intent to put me off track, but I was speaking to, I felt that it was not a grab for money as so much as it was for the burden that it will place on staff by a burdensome 20-page ordinance that I think staff will have a problem enforcing. We can do it through a noise ordinance and parking ordinance. And I'll conclude by not asking a question. Thank you.
Cool. Anyone else with questions at this point? Just a question for you, Mr. Burns, as well from me before we get to the public comments. Councilman Schmidt hit on it a little earlier, but just to reiterate for the public, the state allows people to operate a short-term rental, correct?
Correct.
There's nothing that we as a city can do to supersede that.
Correct.
And that was the implicit reasoning behind what the state legislature did several years ago that allowed this, that we're seeing more Airbnbs and Verbos and short-term rentals pop up all throughout our city and cities across the state.
Correct.
And so this ordinance is basically the best a city can do in trying to regulate short-term rentals.
Correct. It's about the most it can do, really.
Gotcha, thank you. All right, we'll now open it up for public comment. If anyone from the public wishes to comment on ordinance 2180 for short-term rentals, let's please step on up and just state your name and address for the record, please.
Casey Dwyer, 630 Marion F. Good evening, everyone. Good to see you all here. Thank you so much for the continued dialogue. We appreciate that. Thank you for the emphasis on what you can and can't do. I have a real quick question based off of that statement that you had. How is it that Destin is allowed to do this?
They don't enforce it through their short-term rental ordinance.
They enforce it by rezoning, correct?
Were you asking about it exactly?
So Destin has zoning restrictions on short-term rentals, correct?
They were able to do that because they got grandfathered in, because they passed a short-term rental ordinance in the early 2010s that was grandfathered in, that they were able to zone some areas out. Those specific ordinances, which did not exist in the city of Fort Walton Beach.
So it's the same as Oklahoma County being grandfathered in as well?
I have no idea.
So you're saying that they had the grandfathered in clause prior to, so that's why HB 280 and all the things that the state doesn't allow you to do as city council members, or ordinances don't apply to them because they're grandfathered in?
You're speaking in numbers and letters.
So just to clarify, I apologize for that. They were grandfathered in, which allows them to regulate and say which zones are allowed to have short-term rentals.
They had an ordinance in place that was effective about a decade before the legislature came out and preempted all local governments from regulating the business of short-term rentals. And in that statute, they did allow existing ordinances to remain in effect at that point in time. And so there was a cutoff date. So Destin did have some protections already in place. I'm not familiar with Okaloosa County's laws regarding their zoning laws, if they had anything in place or not.
Thank you for the clarification. I appreciate it very much. I was always taught, don't come to the table with a problem unless you have a solution. So based off that is, I sent you all an email, wrote up an amendment to certain things when it came to zoning, and within this ordinance specifically to kind of have some more teeth to it. So the three things I specifically want to issue or talk about are, is the ordinance effective, right? Is it meeting your intent? We've already heard a couple things about, is it money grabs, those types of things, but ultimately, is it meeting the intent, which is there a registry? Yes, there's going to be a registry. Are we going to be aware that where these certain short-term rentals are at? I think so. Is it enforceable? Can you enforce this? Is the language strong enough to enforce? So reference Florida Tax Watch issued a study earlier this year. Total loss of registration fees from unlicensed vacation rentals ranged from 1.8 million to 6.9 million. So although I do appreciate the idea of giving a kind of grace period of, no, we just want you to register, you're missing out on that revenue to be able to enforce it. Because you've already highlighted earlier that you already have a pretty stressed out, not stressed, but small number of people being able to enforce it. And I don't think it's necessarily fair to burden the police force that already does a fantastic job protecting us with this as well. So I think that we want to have some language in there that would say something along the lines of any revenue generated by registration fees needs to go directly into the code enforcement of this specific ordinance. I think it needs to be pigeonholed into that sequence. Is it efficient? You can have an ordinance, we already talked about it, and highlighted it when it came to the noise ordinance, but can it be efficient? Can I, without necessarily relying on the citizens to make those phone calls? So are you going to be able to be efficient with this enforcement? And I think if you add to the enforcement metrics and you add to them and beef them up a little bit, you have an opportunity to be efficient. And I think you have an opportunity there to, there's a balance here. There's a balance where short-term rental owners can make their money and communities are not destroyed, right? Or feel like they're being destroyed. I have like 30 more seconds, if that's right. Okay, all right. I think that for the most part, within societal things, there's this unspoken for us all to be part of a society, we all have these kind of intermingling thing where we all kind of agree with certain things and we work with each other. I think sometimes laws and ordinances are for like the bad actors, right? Because most of us are going to fall in line. So like you highlighted earlier, like I really feel like 80% of the people are going to be like, yeah, I'll do this, it works. And the 20% are the ones that we want to make sure that we get in line. Because I'm pretty sure that those 20% are the reason you're getting 80% of the people in here, right? So neighborhoods have an ebb and flow to them, right? Like somebody moves, a new family moves in, kids are out there like, oh, who's the new neighbors? Like maybe we'll have friends for the summer. Or so maybe somebody dies, a new family comes in and they build their own community there. And then now they're walking their kids to school and do these things. Short-term rentals in zoned neighborhoods, specifically within school zones, destroy that capability, right? So they're taken away from our community that you guys often emphasize, like Fort Walton Beach 2.0, it's great, but you also love the hometown feel of Fort Walton Beach as well. And so if we don't consider having stronger language in this ordinance that has teeth behind it, that has an immediate effect to first violation, we're going to delist you and you're going to be delisted for 30 days, you're going to pay a fine. Like, I'm concerned that it's too vague and it gives too many chances for these bad actors to capitalize on. And in closing, I saw a sticker the other day that said, it was kind of an anti-Airbnb sticker. It said, "This house used to be a home." So the childhood and the neighborhood that you grew up in, please allow my children to do the same. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Dwyer. Anyone else wish to comment? Yes, sir. Just please state your name and address.
Okay. Tyler Herndon, 719 Sailfish. And I was just going to say, I agree with everything he just said and kind of everything you just said. I'm a rare breed because I manage about 80 short-term rentals in the area, and I happen to live in the area as well. And so I've noticed through doing this for the last 5 years, I think the last thing Mr. Burns said was this was like the ultimate thing you could do. And I just want to kind of, maybe it's an educate, but they make noise decibel monitors, and we have them in every one of our units, and that would actually answer the chief's problem because, I mean, I believe it ultimately comes down to the host and responsible hosting, and there is such a thing, and there are bad actors and there are good actors. And you guys just want to be able to hold people accountable. And I've found that since we implemented the decibel monitors, we could, if somebody happened to get loud, we don't want them in there. We could call the chief, he could go over and we could say, look, there's evidence, there's hard proof that they've broken the decibels. You set it at 75, they've been warned, it's all automatic. I could speak on and on about it, but it's something to consider, and maybe you want to have a database, that's a great idea. You could actually register those devices, and they can cost hosts anywhere from $15 a month per unit to $40 a month, and I think it's all flexible, but they could register those units. I could give more detail later to you guys. I don't want to take up your evening. Thank you, everybody, for talking about this subject. It's important.
Thank you, Mr. Herndon. Yeah, go ahead. If you wouldn't mind answering a question.
Yeah,
Mr. Merrill, real quick.
I was curious to hear from Airbnb owners. I'm looking for that because I think we need to pass something. I think something needs to be done. I agree with you. We need to give them ordinances that they can enforce. As an owner yourself, you read through this. Obviously, you're doing a good job with it. Running 80, you said?
That's correct.
You don't have an issue with this ordinance as an Airbnb operator?
I haven't read completely through the ordinance. I'll be completely transparent. My market manager reached out. They said, hey, Fort Walton Beach is talking about this subject. You should go. So I was just doing my due diligence. I felt like as a responsible host for showing up and seeing what the topic was. Through what I've heard, I just wanted to put my input on it and talk about the decibel meters being an option. So
I got you. I just wanted to make sure that there's not things in there that harm the people doing it right while giving the police and code enforcement, but you haven't read it, so I would recommend it since you have a bunch of them.
Yeah.
But,
okay.
Yeah, 'cause I'd like
I will do. Yeah.
I'd like to hear from somebody from that side.
Yeah. Well, I'll read it and I'll email you.
I appreciate it.
Yeah. Absolutely. Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Okay.
Anyone else wish to speak? Yes, ma'am. Please tell us your name and address.
Rafi Alexius, 325 Brook Street. I actually got an email from Airbnb telling me about this meeting tonight, which is really strange. I didn't know about the ordinance. Is there a copy I can take with me, or? Where can I get the draft?
I don't know that we have a printed copy necessarily, but it is attached on the city's website under the meetings
All right.
in the agenda packet. Or we could certainly email that to you if you
That'd be
can
great.
access it.
Okay. All right. Yeah, I want to read it, so I'm hoping maybe you guys don't pass it tonight because I'm looking around and I know a lot of owners and I don't see any of them. And I actually texted one like on my way here and she's like, "Oh my God, I can't make it. Tell me what happens." So yeah, we're interested. We didn't know. So I'm curious what the fees would be. You said that to manage the burden, but this is a chosen burden you're adding. We pay taxes, and I know the argument is that actually the tenants pay taxes, but as taxes and fees get raised, then our rates go down because people have a line of affordability. I have one house. I was actually one of the first people in this town to do it. I lived here part of the time, I rented it out part of the time. COVID actually changed everything in the short-term rental market here. It was just a few, it wasn't overrun. When the banks gave everybody a bunch of free money, all the corporations came in and bought a lot of the houses. That's where the problem started. Because, someone that lived here that also owned one rental, whether you're putting in a long-term or a short-term or a mix, I actually do a mix of that stuff with that same house. It all changed it when the corporations came. And so I hear that it's not legal to regulate it, and I want the town to stay a neighborhood in a town. A lot of money is spent on advertising and tourism and trying to bring people here, and I'm seeing it change really quickly all of a sudden. It does concern me, even as an owner. But yeah, I'd like to know about the fees. I'd rather not pay any more fees or taxes. I'd gladly register myself on your site. I want to know about the ordinances because it sounds to me like the density rules already exist. You're not really, from what I'm hearing, I haven't read it, but it doesn't really add anything. You know what I mean? Like you can count the cars already and you can see the trash cans already and the noise laws already exist. So I don't know what this adds. So yeah, I'd just love to read it. And hopefully you guys can wait and I'll, bring my friends next time.
Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you.
Anyone else wish to speak on this? Yes, ma'am. And then you next, ma'am.
Melissa Garza, I'm the Government Affairs Director for the Emerald Coast Association of Realtors, and that address is 10 Hollywood Boulevard Southeast. So first and foremost, I would like to express my thanks to Councilman Jeter and to Kim Kopp for coming to speak to our Public Policy Committee on April the 8th, and just discuss a little bit about the ordinance with our committee, get our feedback from that. In regards to Mr. Burns stating that he didn't receive an email, actually, Kim Kopp had me send the email to City Council at fortwaltonbeach.org. Our board of directors did not meet until last Thursday after the agenda packet was done, so that was per instructions where I sent the email. So I'm hopeful that council members were able to view that email as well. What we would like to say as the Emerald Coast Association of Realtors is first and foremost, private property rights is one of our main concerns. And so therefore, being able to be invited to have a seat at the table to discuss what the city is looking at in regards to short-term rentals, we greatly appreciate that opportunity. We understand the intent and the importance of this ordinance. As Mr. Burns has pointed out, it is governed by state statute for short-term rentals to not be disallowed in any municipality. And so we understand that the city has a duty to its citizens and communities to do its best in regards to structuring things in such a way so that we have good communities and people that follow the law and we have understanding of what those parameters are. We would just like the council to consider maybe holding off on voting affirmatively for this ordinance tonight. It does seem as if there are a lot of questions about how it's going to be enforced and the effects of that. Regards to the docks and also the commercial properties, I understand that every community is its own entity. And so you do have to look at what affects these particular areas, but the dock aspect and the commercial aspect is something that has not been seen in other short-term rental ordinances throughout the state. And
Well,
so,
to clarify, this only applies to residential zoning.
correct. But the aspect of completely stating that you cannot be, I know that when Councilman Jeter and Kim Kopp came to speak to our committee, the issue was more on the advertising of a short-term rental as a particular venue, but not necessarily the issue of actually, say, having a small family that comes to a short-term rental to say, oh, this is a beautiful place and we want to renew our vows, or we want to have a family reunion here. And so the way that the ordinance is written, it does seem to state that that is not going to be allowed for somebody that, you know, has their property listed as a short-term rental. The advertising aspect of it, of course, is something that I think, you know, is something that is to be considered. I know that there has been a lot of discussion with people coming from out of state and trying to use some of these properties as these big party houses and flooding the zones and things that we've seen in Panama City. So I understand where the concern is in regards to that. However, we would just like to say that we would like the council to consider the least prohibitive way to ensure equitable private property rights for all Fort Walton Beach residents and property owners. So again, thank you so much for the time. Thank you for coming to our committee. And again, we're just stating that this is almost 20 pages of an ordinance.
It's 13.
Okay. Well, very good. I believe the first time
Yeah.
it was close to 20 pages when we reviewed it.
All
so.
the rest of it's not part of the ordinance.
Okay, so semantics, but thank you very much. But again, it is quite an extensive ordinance, and what we are doing is just asking to consider where we can most effectively work towards and also balance the private property rights of your community members who have their property and pay taxes as well. So thank you very much.
Thank you, Ms. Gardner. Yes, ma'am.
Lisa Courtney, 221 Beachview Drive. Couple of things since we've been discussing. I was on the code enforcement board for a number of years, quite a few years, and I just want you to know that long before this ordinance was ever dreamed of, we were short. When I started on the board, there were only 2 officers on the board. It was ridiculous. And then we finally got the 3rd, which is helpful, but certainly I hope that that can be considered, that we bump that number up a lot to help these guys out. So it's not just this ordinance that's causing a problem there. And I can't remember your name, from ECAR, mentioned personal, excuse me, personal property rights. Those of us who live around the problem houses also have personal property rights. We have a right to enjoy our property without the disturbance of party houses, we'll call them. So we too have personal property rights. What I really wanted to say, first of all, is to thank Mr. Jeter and Mr. Smith for acknowledging my email. It's good to know that they're being read, so I appreciate it. And again, I say it every time I'm up here, but I appreciate all the work that's been done on this. I mean, this has been a massive project, from legal to council to staff to the public. So thank you for that. And it's a shame that one bad apple sometimes spoils the whole bunch, because as we've said in here before, the vast majority of short-term rentals are not a problem. The ones that are huge problems. So again, I appreciate being able to talk about it. As I read through this final, or the second reading, what struck me again, I mean, there are a couple of things, but the biggie is the 8.13.17 grandfathering. 5 years sounds so excessive to me to give the people, the owners, 5 years to comply with this ordinance because they're already running one. And again, if it was just the compliant, good neighbor owners, that would be one thing, but 5 years is like an eternity when you're near one of these houses. So that was my big issue that I wanted to talk to you about tonight. I also have, not just me, have some questions that are probably considered more like housekeeping questions. So for expediency's sake, who do I talk to about the fine points of this? Who is is it you, Mr. Frissetti?
Ma'am, if you, as far as the fine points of this ordinance and you wanting to reach out in the future about it, I would say Mr. Burns would probably be the best point of contact for that.
That's perfect.
Yep. And we would certainly be able to.
Well, once it passes, I think from an administrative standpoint, I would suggest contacting code enforcement.
Okay. So yeah, it would be Mr. Frissetti. And his email is available through the city's website.
Yes, I've talked to him before.
Perfect.
Okay, so I think that's it for tonight. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Courtney. Anyone else wish to speak on this? Ms. Pounders? You're recognizable now.
Misty Pounders, 21 Comet Street. I'm going to speak on, we had a property next to us that was an Airbnb, and it was one that was a bad actor owner who had an RV on its own power, and also the house being rented separately. We reported it numerous times for parties, whatnot, to Airbnb. They were keeping our school-age children up at night. So we became agents of chaos when we realized that this sound ordinance has no teeth. So we had a skate ramp, and Chris, we don't have it anymore, so don't come looking for us. We had a skate ramp in our backyard, so we had people coming and skating late until enough reviews on that Airbnb shut it down for being next to the skate park. So I think when the state decided to do this, that they didn't necessarily have the best interests of every citizen, and I know we want to keep saying, well, the law that the state did, we don't want to do anything about it, but what about us who had to deal with it and actually become bad actors ourselves to prevent the disruption that we were experiencing in our neighborhood? So I think delaying it any further is probably a bad idea. There's enough people that have experienced it. I did for 4 years, and some of these folks just as long. So thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Pounders. Anyone else wish to speak on this ordinance? Going once? Twice? We will now move on and entertain a motion from the council.
Mr. Mayor, can I ask a question before? Mr. Mayor, okay, yes, sir. I would like to make a motion to adopt ordinance number 2178, creating chapter 8.13, the registration of short-term vacation rentals, with the exception of a 90-day fee waiver to get compliance, with the exception of restricting the 5-year grandfathering to 1 year.
Okay. And on the, I think the fee could be done maybe through resolution or understanding from staff to enact that resolution on the fee itself, but we can make the change from 5 to 1, but we'd have to bring it back for another second reading if we do that. So.
Let me ask you this then. So anything that's grandfathered in, whether it's 1 and 5, has still got to come back to council to be grandfathered in?
Correct. They actually have to.
So it could say 20. If we say no, it's irrelevant.
They have to apply by August 1st of this year to get their grandfathering consideration before the council. Yeah. And the 5 years, just so you know, is based off of what happened over in Panama City with all the scooters many years ago. It's called amortization, even though it has nothing to do with finance. What they do is if you pass some sort of land use change, which this is indirectly a land use change, and someone's invested some resources in their property, they get a certain amount of years to try to recoup that investment over a few years, and 5 years was felt to be long enough in that Panama City case, and so it's kind of why that's the safe number, but you know, if you go a little bit less than that, I can't guarantee you that would maybe open up the city for a Bert Harris claim down the line.
So I got to ask my question.
You got your clarification on your motion.
Mr. Mayor, I'd like to make a motion to adopt ordinance 2178, creating chapter 8.13, registration of short-term vacation rentals.
A motion by Councilman Jeter, and seconded by Councilman Schmidt to approve, I'm confused on, I thought we were on 2181 ordinance, is that correct? Am I saying that number wrong?
There's a typo, the 2178 is a typo in the recommendation.
Okay, so ordinance 2181, creating COO section 8.13, short-term vacation rental requirements, as amended by Councilman Jeter. Further comments? Councilman Jeter, you go first.
I had the old one with the tree on here, but is that where it was adjusted from, maybe, the ordinance number? Either way, we got the correct ordinance number now, right? Yeah.
And he cut the amendments out, correct? You used your
No
second.
amendments, no amendments, yeah.
Okay.
We're gonna do that, we'll do that through the fee process. We can do that separately through a resolution. Yeah, I would just like to say thank you for everybody coming out. We've been to ECAR and Mr. Tyler, I know you run a tight ship and have a lot of these. And I look at this like, when I say the fee schedule, I personally have some myself in our community, just like you do, don't have an issue with them because we're here and we maintain them and we have a higher level of standards. The ones that we're dealing with, like Chief Bay said, could possibly be out-of-towners running our noise ordinance parallel with this. But I go back to a lot of people in the last couple of weeks that I've had conversations with about this, and it's not so much a money grab. We get into this government over-regulation. No one, I don't think, in this room is a fan of government over-regulation. But we've sat up here for years and heard comments on why it's affecting people on this side. But we've also sat up here for years and heard the positives of this side. All we're trying to do is mesh something in the middle here, and this is a living, breathing ordinance that could be adjusted at any time we realize we need to shift, we need to modify. We do that a lot of times up here. But I go back to like being a builder that we have continuing education every year and we have to update things. It's the Iroquois fire of 1903. I tell people all the time, it killed 600 people in Chicago. What came from it is government regulation. They made you have sprinklers. They made you have exit signs. They made you have ingress and egress. So hopefully now we don't have that many more people die in fire. So not that this is to that level, but this is your local government identifying a problem and trying to work to a solution. Is this right? Well, we'll find out. But it's not any of our faults if it's not. We're just trying to get it right. So we welcome input from you guys going forward. This is not prohibiting anybody from operating a short-term rental. This is not stopping anybody who currently is or in the future. This is just trying to provide our staff and our community a tool that we don't already have in place.
Thank you, sir. Anyone wish to speak against Councilman Jeter's motion? Mr. Merrill?
I'm not sure we're coming against from. I think this is the period of comment, right? I don't have to be against necessarily.
I was just asking for one person who's for it and now someone who's against it so we can balance out the
Right. So I'd like to thank Ms. Garza for speaking and making the request that this body listen to the largest real estate group in the county, in the tri-counties, asking us for delay for further time to review, of which, there's a motion to ignore that. And I thank you for your time to come up here and share that with us. Hopefully it won't be for naught. Thank you.
Yes, sir. Anyone else wish to speak? Mr. Merrill?
Yeah, I understand the wanting to pass something. I understand the neighborhoods that have been dealing with that. But I don't think nobody thinks this is short-term rentals against people that don't want them. There's a lot of people operating well. We've heard from a couple of them who just heard about this. I believe that they have a chance to come and say, hey, I don't even think they would be against, nobody's even said they're against an ordinance. They just want some more information, and I just have a hard time. I mean, I talked to that lobbyist for Airbnb, and he said, I've written about, he has a 3 or 4 page ordinance. I talked to Chief Beige over the week, and I just went through, and I think we could give the things that stop the things that are bothering people, that will stop these micro hotels, these big ones, these party houses you guys said, and we could do that without so much extra things, extra legislation that can come in and bite us on the back end. So I just don't think it's there quite yet, and for that reason I won't be supporting it.
Thank you, Councilman Merrill. Anyone else wish to speak? Councilman Schmidt, and then Ms. Riley.
Yeah, I will add to why I am in support of this because, we have heard throughout this last 10 years a lot from residents, a lot from different sides, from different stakeholder groups, but I just lean heavily towards 221 and Ms. Courtney's side of the house where we have a good problem to have. There's a whole bunch of gas stations and people investing into this community that are coming here.
What I'm saying is it's a good problem to have because they're betting on us to have a lot of volume and a lot of people to continue to come over the next 10 to 20 years. The goal of this ordinance is to try to structure and to try to protect some things that Destin was able to do because they had that ordinance that passed before the state said, hey, the state is going to take over control of being able to do this. Is it going to be perfect? No, but I want to shine some light on the importance of us needing to plan, proactively plan, and I respect the urgency of other stakeholder groups that wants us to push it down a little bit more, to listen a little bit more. But again, tonight, or whether it's other nights, some of the concerns we have tonight, for an example, are some folks who got a message from an Airbnb app that they haven't read the ordinance, they just heard it's a meeting tonight and there's some concerns about it. And I respect the fact that they're here. We could put this on the agenda every other month and we would hear for good reasons on why this has too much teeth and won't allow weddings or why this doesn't have enough teeth. We just need to take some action. And I understand the politics of every 2 years a board changes and there's some new board members that haven't had the longevity of listening to these complaints on all sides, but I'll be supporting this motion and I hope we can get a few others to do it too.
Thank you, Councilwoman Riley.
I just would like to say, you're exactly right, Councilman Smith. There are some of us who have not, been here and sat through this, longevity of back and forth on this ordinance. But what I can say is, I really wish that we did have a little bit more time so that we could hear, the voices of those who just, for example, the lady with her hands raised, you just got it through your app or whatever not. I understand that. But I personally would have loved to hear both sides a little bit more. I don't like, and I'm not going to call it a knee-jerk reaction as far as, this ordinance goes. But I just feel like, I like to hear people's voices and how they feel, and I like to hear from both sides, and I know it's been time consuming, but for us that are just coming here, I just wish that we had more of an opportunity to be able to hear both sides. I understand and I respect, equitable property rights. I really do understand and respect that, and I also understand and respect that all of you that are property owners, and obviously, you want your rights to be with, to be held, and you want backing for property rights. And ECAR, I thank you so much for the works that you've done in the community. I just, I'm in between on this. I just wish we had a little bit more time. I can tell you that, maybe for the public to have a little bit more input. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Riley. And Mr. Browning, no. Ms. DeBerry, care to comment?
No, I'm all right.
Okay.
Thank you, President.
Second comment though, Mr. Jeter.
Yeah, I certainly support both your all's comments. Ben, I think it was when you were up here when, we worked on this Liberty Vessel ordinance for years, and, I did support extending it because you were getting ready to be on the dais and you're in that industry. And I would just say what I've learned in my short 2 years of being up here is it goes by really fast. So if it's something you think we should take action on, you have to do it immediately, because we don't have 2 meetings in May. We have 1. We have a new city manager coming in. You don't know what's going to get put on the agenda in June. We don't have meetings in July. And before you know it, a year goes by, and I can almost guarantee you, whatever meeting we kick this can down the road to, like Councilman Schmidt said, there will be somebody who didn't read it and just heard about it. But I can also tell you that you will be hearing public comments from everybody who is affected by it. We have to eventually take some type of action.
May I ask a question from
No,
the
ma'am.
audience?
No, ma'am. I'm sorry. We have Mr. Walker.
I just, speaking to Council Lady Riley, I hear your concerns, Mr. Merrill, I hear yours, and I remember the feeling of being in between, and you do have an opportunity here to vote your conscience and extend it, and I hope that you will. And with that, and Councilman Jeter had mentioned, is it right? I don't know. Let's do it and see. We've got a committee chair lady here from ECAR that's speaking to it, and when I look at the ordinance itself, and one of the claims that it makes, and I don't know how, what data was used to come up with it, but it preserved property values. I can tell you from a personal experience, when a property is rented out, and it's rented out as an investment tool, and its numbers continue to climb and increase, its value climbs. Now, the person living across the street may say it's adversely affecting me. It may be, it may not be. I think the Board of Realtors would be great voices to hear expand on this, and I really liked her comments that we should use the least intrusive, and I feel this is massively intrusive into those endeavors, and really can't be reasonably enforced without, I believe the lady from the code enforcement, you know, she wants to double or triple or greatly increase the number of code enforcement there for this. So yeah, I'd like to see it thinned down. So thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you, Councilman Walker. Anyone else with an additional comment to make on this before we vote? I would just like to add for clarification before the council does vote. In the background, it does state that February 28th, 2025, the city council voted and had a discussion to bring back a short-term rental ordinance. So on that 28th was basically the public's first notice that this was possibly going to happen. The April 8th meeting was moved to adopt the proposed ordinance and make changes to it. And then this meeting here tonight is the third instance of a city council meeting speaking about this specific ordinance. So I totally understand if you didn't hear about it previous to this. I don't hear about everything that goes on in city council's stuff in other cities. I certainly didn't pay as much attention to it before I was a member of this board, so I completely do understand that. I do also want to thank Mr. Dwyer, Mr. Herndon, Ms. Alexis, Ms. Garza, and ECAR, Ms. Courtney, and Ms. Pounders for all coming up and speaking tonight. I know that this council does value your input and your being here. Council, please vote. The motion does pass 5-2. Thanks for the discussion, council. That moves us on to item 10, appointments. Ms. Barnes.
Thank you, Mayor. At the last council meeting, you all appointed an alternate to serve on the Okaloosa County Public Library Cooperative, which was you, Mayor. But we were notified by the board, by the library, that alternate needs to be a voting member of the council because you will be required to vote and make decisions on that board. So we need one of you others to volunteer, if you would, to be the alternate position.
It's basically like a real kick in the pants to me.
I was approached by someone from the library and asked. I told them I would be happy to do it.
We got a guy.
I nominate Ben Mayer.
Second.
Third.
We have a motion, a second and a third. We have a motion by Councilman Jeter, seconded by Councilman Schmidt, and thirded by Councilwoman DeBerry to approve Ben Merrill to be the alternate on the Okaloosa County Public Library Cooperative. Any additional comments?
Thank you, and I know you'll represent us well.
Anyone wish to speak against this nomination? Anyone else wish to speak? Please vote. Thank you, Mr. Merrill. That does pass 7-0. Item 10.2, Ms. Barnes.
Okay, this is the Walton Okaloosa Santa Rosa Regional Utility Authority. At the last meeting, this was brought up, and you asked the question, could council appoint someone that was not on the city council? And we did reach out to the authority. The person nominated to represent the city must be an elected official, and they've also informed us that we need an alternate member appointed as well. This board only meets twice a year, typically. Sometimes they might have a special, but it's only twice a year. It's held typically at the Okaloosa County Admin Building Board Chamber in Shalimar. The times have been on a Monday or Tuesday, 10:30, 11, or 2, so that's kind of varied. And I'll be happy to answer any more questions.
I have a question, Ms. Barnes. Would I be eligible to serve on this board? Since you've taken away all my previous.
I know. This board does get grants similar to the library co-op.
Okay, so
my
no
assumption
again?
without confirming is that it would need to be an elected official as well.
Poor me tonight.
Sorry.
Any volunteers from the council?
I'll volunteer.
All right.
I nominate Payne Walker.
Second.
I have a nomination from Councilman Jeter, seconded by Councilman Merrill, to nominate Mr. Payne Walker to serve on the Walton, Okaloosa, Santa Rosa Regional Utility Authority. Any additional comments?
I really do mean it when I say you will represent us well on that board, because if there's anyone that I really have the utmost respect for looking at every penny and analyzing it, I sincerely mean that. I know that you will represent us well, and you will come back and tell us where every single one of our pennies is going on that utility.
Thank you.
Well, I couldn't agree anymore with that. Anyone else wish to? Mr. Schmidt?
Yeah, I mean, I'd like to echo what he just said. I mean, because that's one agency and organization I don't really know much about. And there's someone that, yeah, we'll dive into. I'm really curious to know more about that because, yeah, it's always just been kind of floating over there. So thank you, Mr. Walker.
He will find out how the clock is made. Anyone else wish to comment? Seeing none, please vote. Councilman Walker is unanimously appointed to that board. We do also need an alternate for that same board. Who else wants to learn about this?
I'll do.
Mr. Berry, anyone wish to make a nomination?
I nominate Councilwoman Gloria DeBerry.
Second.
We have a nomination by Councilman Schmidt, seconded by Councilman Merrill, to nominate Ms. Gloria DeBerry to the Walton, Okaloosa, Santa Rosa Regional Utility Authority. Any additional comments?
I made it, not Schmidt.
Oh, I'm sorry. My
He
bad.
can have credit.
Councilman Jeter, sorry. Any additional comments?
I know she will represent us well as also.
Anyone else?
Go get them.
Council, please vote. And Ms. DeBerry is unanimously appointed. Thank you to the three of you for volunteering your time for those boards. That moves us to item 11.2. Oh, I'm sorry, no, wait.
11.1.
We are now going back to a new 11.1, is that correct?
Yes, sir.
Council,
We got 10.
One more board.
oh, I'm sorry. Okay, let's stay with that.
Okay, so this is the Tri-County Community Partnership Initiative, the TCPI. And some of you have asked what that was. It was created by the Okaloosa EDC, and they function as the Tri-County Community Partnership Facilitator, the EDC, identifying and supporting public-private partnerships capable of sustaining military-based missions. So these meetings are held at the Northwest Florida State College in Niceville, at the Niceville campus. And they have only 2 meetings remaining this year. That will be Tuesday, June the 10th, from 3 to 4:30. That is on a council meeting day, so at this point, we don't have a special meeting or anything scheduled, but I know that's the possibility. And then the second meeting will be September the 16th, also from 3 to 4:30.
Thank you, Ms. Barnes. Does anyone wish to volunteer for the Tri-County Community Partnership Initiative?
I'll volunteer.
Was that Mr. Wolf? We have a nomination?
I nominate Payne Walker to represent us on the Tri-County Community Partnership Initiative, TCPI.
Second.
Motion made by Councilman Jeter, seconded by Councilman Merrill, to nominate Payne Walker for the Tri-County Community Partnership Initiative. Additional comments?
Yes, sir.
Seeing none, please vote. Councilman Walker, you are unanimously appointed. That now moves us to the new item 11.1 on our updated agendas. Mr. Jeter's wish for the addition of a reconcession of the council's previous vote to set implementation of Charter Amendment 1 using the 2024 fiscal year, which passed on December 17th, 2024. Is that what you wish to speak on, sir?
That is, it's actually Charter Amendment 3 and 1 aligning together. 1, we already moved to October 2025 implementation. this would make Charter Amendment 1 and 3 align on the same timeline, which would be October of 2025. With that being said, we were going to have a special meeting on earlier today. For whatever reason, that got canceled. If, Jeff, if I'm correct here, what we need to do to move this forward is have a motion to rescind a previous vote from December.
That's the route you have to take. If you're wanting to change the previously set, I guess, target date using the 2024 year, as you had indicated, you'd have to use the motion to rescind process. You'd have to do the motion that you're attempting tonight, which is a motion to consider rescission. If that passes, then actually at the next regularly scheduled council meeting, there will be an actual vote on the motion to rescind. I believe it's a two-step process to give people more of a time to think about it, but this would be the first, so basically 2 motions to rescind that you have to do tonight, if that is your goal. So.
And this would be required even if someone else were to take this agenda item and make a motion and I were to second it. Because of the previous board and the way the vote went, we would still have to do this.
Correct.
First and second reading.
Correct.
Is that correct?
It's analogous to first and second reading, but yes, you'd have to use this process because this is the motion to rescind in the context of how it was adopted in Resolution 23-22 is not under the auspices of Robert's Rules of Order. It's operating outside of it because it's an additional thing on here, and so it has some substantive, and it's probably set up in this way to prevent, and I'm not saying this to a new council from on day one undoing every single thing a previous council did. It requires, a couple meetings. So you have to do a motion to consider rescission, and then if that passes, a motion to rescind. And so it's a little bit of a cool-off period, I think, just so you can't, make one motion to undo everything the previous council.
So regardless of how anybody previously voted, this would still need to be done?
Correct.
Correct. So this is just the first step in the process, and this would be ultimately the first reading. The second, should this pass, the second reading per se could be at the next scheduled meeting, whether that's next week, following week.
It does say, in your resolution, regularly scheduled, so it does say that. And that's not, if y'all call a special meeting, that's technically not a regularly scheduled meeting.
So it would need to go to the following May 20th.
May 20th, I believe, correct.
Yep.
That's for the second motion, not the motion you're making tonight.
Correct. So Mr. Jeter's made his presentation. Now questions. Ms. DeBerry, we'll start with you.
I have a question. Please excuse my ignorance here. Each appoint one member. Is that a member of the council or is it a member of the residents at large?
You're different item.
I think she's on the charter review.
Okay, so this is actually Mr. Mayor. Maybe Mr. Jeter could explain a little clearer. I think he's talking about the item he added at the start of the meeting, kind of very shotgun, I would say, not shotgun there, but so we're actually talking about a motion to rescind a motion that y'all made back in December of 2024.
It's actually, I even looked at the minutes from that meeting. It was a vote that actually failed 5-2 with me and Nick on one side that you also voted no to. And then it passed again, I think, following 6-1, that I think you also voted no to. So this is specifically about the 3% budget cap. That specific agenda item that you're talking about appointing one person to the charter review committee, which will be coming up. It's totally separate. Correct, Jeff?
Correct. I think it's later on in the agenda. Correct, Ms. Barnes?
Okay, because I missed this.
Yeah.
Gotcha. Anyone else with a question on this? Councilman Walker.
I do. Councilman Jeter, I'm going to need a lot of help here because it was, sprung on us, and I'm trying to figure out what's going. Well, Councilman Jeter's the one that brought it up. I definitely might have questions for you as well. But what is your? So the motion is to rescind implementation of the charter amendment that passed by the voters. You're going to rescind it.
No, I'm not rescinding that amendment.
Okay, that's why I was like, okay, I don't think we can rescind a charter amendment.
The voters have to do that via referendum should that ever happen again,
Sure.
correct?
Yeah.
We're rescinding a specific vote on a specific agenda item that was the implementation of that and when it was.
And so I remember, and that's why I've got questions, because I remember Ms. Cobb was here and there was the compensation and the insurance issue that came up, and I turned to Ms. Cobb and I said, when are these charter amendments effective? And she said immediately, the night they passed. And then through a vote that was made, I believe you made the motion to extend compensation and insurance to the end of the fiscal year into October 1 of 2025.
Correct.
And so now you're wanting to do what?
We're going to align the 3% budget amendment with that same compensation, October of 25.
I see. So don't apply the 3% cap on spending as passed by voters until October 1st of 2025.
Yeah, if I'm correct, Mr. Burns, there was no specific timeline on an implementation date, correct?
Y'all picked fiscal year 2024, and you all do have some leeway on how to implement an amendment.
Correct.
I would suggest just if y'all do end up rescinding this, maybe passing an ordinance that lays out how you will implement it, just at a later point in time.
Okay, at a later point in time, that doesn't need to be involved with this tonight.
Right.
So much along the way when I said, I hope we get this right, I hope we got this right, I hope we got this right, I think there's been some things that we've learned since. I went back and read the budget that I was unable to attend last time, when there was a lot of conversation, and me and Dennis had a lot of conversation about modify, update. I think there needs to be some possible modifications that we don't know what those modifications are yet. We're still learning those, so while we're learning those, we've got reserves from incoming city managers perhaps, we got reserve from new staff members. I think it may need to be something that we need to zoom out on, as Councilman say, look at this from 30,000 feet and see what we need to tweak and get right going forward. We had a budget that was passed, that was approved. Yes, the voters voted a certain way. We are not touching that at all by doing this, correct?
Correct.
We're leaving that alone. The voters spoke. We're honoring that. We are just implementing it in a way to where it's not detrimental to the city immediately. We are still learning, just like we've learned on every other ordinance that we have in here, or anything else that we try to transition. People speak, we learn, we listen. We got to constantly be willing to, it's not a moving target per se, but we have to constantly be willing to get better. And there's some things that in this that we could possibly learn from and get better at. But this is just a step to do it. I would love to have a special meeting like we had that it got canceled for whatever reason. So this is what I'm told is the next step to do it, because a previous board has voted a certain way. So this is just the next step. This isn't approving anything tonight. This isn't changing anything tonight. This is just the first step in the process.
Right, and so when I turned to Ms. Cobb that day and said, when did this become effective? And she said immediately. And then, no personal, but it seems that council took liberty to bump off implementation until October the 1st of 25. I was in opposition to that. I might have been one or two voters against it because, where's it was an arbitrary line. I mean, theoretically along these lines, we could say, yes, the voters passed it and they wanted 3% spending caps. However, we think that 27 would be the appropriate time because there was no implementation date stated in the charter amendment, but other than it's effective immediately. So we're kind of playing, I don't want to say semantics, but we're playing with it because I took it as to say, and as y'all know, I took actions on that matter to stop my own compensation and my own insurance at that time. And so to take it over to October, I mean, can we go to 2026 with it? I don't know.
That's a good question. Can we, Jim?
27?
26.
27?
I think
there's no implementation date on it.
Well, I think that you can go to 25 because the actual amendments themselves passed after the start of the new fiscal year. And so there's an argument to be made that because the new fiscal year had already started, then you need that's an extra headache to implement it fully. You do need some time. And so from a legal standpoint, I think you're fine pushing it to 25, but 26, might as well just I'll get a retainer from y'all for the lawsuit.
I was just going down the hypothetical road. I'm fine with 25.
It's hypothetical.
Councilman Schmidt.
Mr. Mayor, if I might just continue.
We'll give you a whole nother round here, brother.
I was in conversation with Councilman Jeter.
I know, but we're moving on, and you can ask another question here in just a second. We'll give everybody else a chance. Councilman Schmidt.
It's disruptive. When I have a conversation going on with the councilman who's brought it up, I didn't give up my
I didn't
time.
ask you if it was disruptive.
I didn't give up my time. Are you taking my time?
No, I'm cutting you off to let all of the council members have a chance to ask a question, whilst telling you that you'll have another chance to ask questions.
And I appreciate that. I did speak with council before regarding your ability as mayor to, I was reading about a collegial body, which we are. We are co-equals. You have the quorum, and I actually asked for the Florida Attorney General's opinion on not only stopping the public from speaking, which I have to believe would apply to us, and the Attorney General's opinion does declare to the public.
Sir, I'm tasked with running the meeting.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. And I agree. And that's why I'm talking to you about the Attorney General's opinion about your ability to shut off, whether it's the public speaking or me speaking. And it was clear, and it was said that unless I'm being disruptive or repetitive, you're not to cut me off and you're not to cut off a public speaker. So I'd like to continue my conversation with Councilman Jeter.
And we'll let you do it after the other council members have a chance to ask questions.
So procedural, I got a question, Mr. Mayor, and you can push it to whoever you need to, but procedural though, what's going on with Councilmember Jeter's asking is, it'll come back to a future meeting for us to decide whether or not we want to take action. Tonight, what we're voting on is essentially the opportunity to bring it back to a future meeting.
Technically, it's called a motion to consider rescission, and then the next motion at the next meeting will be motion.
So nothing, and I'm clarifying tonight for our board as well as the listeners that no action is being taken that would or would not modify the charter amendment, Mr. Mayor.
Correct.
Correct. That's correct. Nothing actually happens tonight other than setting a date to actually officially consider it.
Awesome. Thank you, sir.
Got it. Anyone else wish to ask a question? Mr. Berry.
My question is that by extending the time to implement what we've already voted on, how is that going to help? Is it the budget, or what is it that we're concerned with?
Sure.
Well, I mean, I'd like to make a comment just to bring some context to this discussion that Mr. Jeter brought up. It has not yet been detrimental to the city, to answer Mr. Jeter's comments. At this point, we are well in the expense limits. We are below what we spent in the actuals of last year. Personnel are 2.21. I was going to brief you on this at my comments because for the reasons that we've kind of kept out of the public, we really weren't ready to bring that forward, is why we canceled the earlier workshop. There's a lot of factors that go into this. I remind you, and I don't want to step on Mr. Burns' toes, there's nothing stronger that all of you elected officials serve under than the directives that the people that elected you to these seats require you. Now, you can tickle around with this amendment all that you guys would like, but the reason that we are not discussing and we did not have the workshop was under the threat of litigation. I mean, that's clearly what it is. And Ms. Kopp was correct, and she's the one that warned myself and your finance director for exactly what you guys are attempting to do, is to open yourselves up to severe litigation and possible judicial review from at the state level to bring auditors and directors basically in here to run your city. One, I don't think your citizenry wants that. I think they want to leave you in control as long as you see fit to do their work correctly. There are a lot of directives behind this referendum. You remember that you passed an ordinance that supports the referendum. There's nothing stronger in your government that says a referendum driven by the people, supported by the elected body with an ordinance. Now to come back, I don't know, 6 months later, 5 months later and say, we want to change our implementation dates. Hey, I'm here to support you, as you know, in any decisions that you make, but I'm also here to be a conscience for you. If we were really having some really detrimental things happen within the city, I could see that that's the case. We are, one of the reasons that you guys have seen the TrackMan, for instance, come out of the budget was we're trying to figure out a way to appease what the voters wanted, but also to give the citizens some things that they would continue to like without upsetting what their intent of this document was. As you move forward, clearly, do whatever you like. You're the body and you have money for litigation. I'm sure Mr. Burns would appreciate anything you'll go in that direction. But I do caution you, even if you decide that you want to get some special counsel advice, not that Mr. Burns doesn't do a great job. Ms. Kopp was very strong in her comments. I think Mrs. Neighbors will be attest to that. But yeah, there was definitely some spirited discussion, and I think really rightfully so. It was very good. Your council, cautioned us against bringing this workshop forward until we were ready with a clear pathway of how, for you guys, so that we had really some plans drawn out. Now, are there some exceptions out there? Absolutely. There's 2 or 3 things that are glaring to me and Ms. Neighbors that we're going to need your help acting on, so that you can continue to move some of the special things forward. I don't know if the time right now is yet that you need to, and again, I'm here to work for you. I'm just trying to be cautious on your behalf. But again, there is Supreme Court case after Supreme Court case that dictates what your people that you represent in this city want you to do. And I would recommend more as we move deeper into this. With just 4 of you, you can referendum anything you like. And I think sending it back to them at the appropriate time to make changes, I think is more and Mr. Burns, I might rely on you for that, but that would be my opinion. Legislating these type of legislative moves from this dais, I think is I don't know if it's reckless, but it definitely has to have some very, very deep thought and deep discussion. That's it I have.
Ms. DeBear, did that answer your question?
Fairly so.
Excellent question, ma'am. Anyone else with a question on this motion? Mr. Walker?
Yeah, so thank you, Dennis. That answered my question I had is, there's not been a problem. Each time I've spoken with you, heard from Ms. Neighbors, whether it's new spending, and they've been doing a great job noting down at the bottom, this does not impact, this does not impact. We know that prior to the election, prior to the charter amendments being voted, there was much discussion about the collapse of the city. It was in dire crisis, and the sky was falling, and so, then it passes. Then I check in with you regularly and ask, what are we having? We're like, we're all in budget, we're all fine. So to Councilman Jeter's motion, I'm not aware of a problem. And as far as a plan goes, I've not been privy to those conversations you're talking about, but I'm probably oversimplifying it, but it's 3% cap on those 3 things there. And you and I, and most people have ran businesses. If it can't come from there, it's got to come from somewhere else.
Right.
And so that's the plan. Operate within the 3% spending cap. I don't need any more details from you guys. I just need you guys to comply with the 3% spending cap in those categories as it's outlined in the charter amendment. If we as a body want to vote on, and I said it about this charter amendment committee coming up, if we're the body, we could, as Mr. Smith came up here and proposed to us, back then, that's when I was learning how the clock was built. We as a body we could do it, I mean, with his help, tomorrow, at the next meeting or the next meeting, we could propose a charter amendment to compensate council members. Insurance, we could do it all, and we could do it by a vote of 4. We don't need the citizens, but like you said, when the citizens overwhelmingly put that 3% cap on us, it's pretty clear. I had a problem with the extension of the time. I thought it was immediate, but here we are. But to take the others out to that point without a clear problem being present, I don't know what the intent is.
Now, do I think that eventually they're going to create some financial issues with the way it's written and the ordinance that this body passed, whether it was a past council or president or whatever? Your finance director and your city manager, which will not be me at the time, are going to need some help from this body to make important decisions that could possibly potentially lead to litigation in some way. Do I think that's out of the question? No. Do I think right now is the time? I think it's awfully soon, and we've had that discussion. Again, we have worked on it. I mean, and it has troubled us on some of the things that, that we do want. Essential services are fine, but in the years to come, your finance people and your city manager are going to struggle.
They're going to be under a 3% cap.
That's right.
And that's what the voters told us they wanted.
That's right.
I'm good with that. Thank you.
And just for clarification, again, this is just a motion to consider rescission. You can't get sued for passing that tonight. But what might be actionable is if you passed it on May 20th, because that'd be the actual rescission. So, and that gives, I guess, some time to maybe mull it out and seek other opinions if you want to use comp. But I would say there's no legal drawback to passing this motion tonight.
Councilman Jeter.
Thank you for clarifying that. That was my question. There's no legal drawback to pass this tonight. I know you want to get out of here at 10 o'clock. I don't blame you for that. I don't know. Yeah, I don't know if this is a great discussion or not.
It is.
I said this earlier. You're only up here for a short amount of time, and I agree with you, Mr. Dennis. In the future, there are things coming, and I agree with you, Councilman Walker. We were put up here to make tough decisions. We could have a vote tonight, 4-3, to put anything on a referendum, but instead, we've chosen the route of Mr. Berry to form a committee of our citizens and help us with that and get our community involved. So I rolled two of y'all's things in together. You're saying in the future, we're gonna have an issue with this. Somebody needs to take some action. We've sat up here for 2 years and said, let's not kick the can down the road. I'm only here for 2 years. I only have 2 years left. There's no meetings in July. Might be out of town for another one. My time is limited. So we can sit up here and say, yeah, it's our job to take action. It's our job to take action. That's all I'm simply doing is getting the ball rolling on this because we've already had one meeting canceled. I don't know if May is going to be canceled or not. I'll be out of town in June. We don't have meetings in July. All I'm doing is simply trying to get to maybe the same place you're trying to get to without waiting a few years. I'm not taking any action tonight. I'm just moving forward.
I'm confused.
Councilman Walker.
So by rescinding, we're subjecting ourselves to legal.
You're not rescinding.
The reason,
No, we're not rescinding tonight. I'm saying, but if I understand that rescinding.
The reason that the special meeting did not take place was, part of that was we wanted to begin to talk about what Mr. Jeter brought up was the modification. I think the quote was modify, modify, modify. Well, if we're going to begin to ask for modifications on what the voter specifically asked for, Mrs. Cobb felt like it was reasonable that we have where we're struggling with some of these specific things. It wasn't as broad as, hey, let's not implement it this year. That was not what we were talking about. But some of the areas of health insurance and some of the 100% expenses that generate 100% of revenue, like the TrackMan thing that we had to pull. We've figured out a way to do it, but we don't want to just figure it out. We want to keep the voters happy. We want to keep citizens happy, what they decided on. We don't want it to look like we're trying to sleight of hand them. So in order to put that out in the clear open, we still need some time to work through those things and kind of develop a plan, finance and the city manager and legal possibly. We don't want to open and subject you guys for our plan not being complete enough that you could open yourself up to some type of litigation. And that's the reason that those items came off. One, that the special meeting was pulled, and because we need a little bit more time to figure out the direction that we're going to go. Because we've already seen that with a 10.6% possible increase in our health insurance, how are we going to get around that? To give you an example, Ms. Kopp was like, hey, you need to go out and begin to start thinking about rebidding that, maybe adding some more tiers of medical insurance. Those are the types of things that will take a little more time to work with HR and get more real information for you. These were specifics, though. We were not looking for something as broad as, hey, let's just wait to implement it. Again, we are totally in compliance. We're not having an issue with anything major, but you guys do your work, and if it's somewhere I'm just cautioning you.
And therein lies my confusion. I understood there was going to be a special meeting, and it was to discuss these things, hear about the problems, see the plan, see the suggestions, us talk about it, and then come back. And so I still understand that coming to be, but then to have a motion made to understanding that rescission can put us in legal jeopardy. Why are we even talking tonight about having a future meeting about rescission? It'll be a legal threat then too, correct?
We've talked, Finance and I have talked, as the directors, we've all talked, that since we are standing up this charter review committee, and Ms. Kopp, I think this was her input as well, was that possibly would be a good area as we begin to analyze some of the things and update some of the things in the charter, some of the charter areas, because in this city, that is the law. It becomes law when it's passed, and I think that was Ms. Kopp's interpretation. I don't want to speak for her, she's not here, Mr. Burns is here, but I think that was where her answer to you came. When we pass something in a charter through referendum backed by an ordinance that you guys do, and I've had a few discussions with her about this as we have on this dais, it's not down the line, it's now. So again, I work for you, and again, I'm just clearing up why we didn't have the special meeting. Two, that there could possibly be some problems down the line, and just to be some help to you and just be a voice there for you.
Thank you.
Thank you. So just to move this along, we've had a lot of questions. Everybody's certainly had their opportunity to ask them. I think some quality discussion as well. Council, are we entertaining a motion on this item?
I make a motion to consider decision of the council's previous vote to set implementation of Charter Amendment 3 using the 2024 fiscal year, which passed on December 17th, 2024.
Second.
I have a motion made by Councilman Jeter, seconded by Councilman Browning to, let me read you right in here. To consider the rescission of council's previous vote to set implementation of Charter Amendment 3 using the 2024 fiscal year, which passed on December 17th, 2024.
Yeah.
Further comments?
And we can get into the weeds tonight and go back. I don't want to go back to budgets, actuals, referendum voting. I get all that. We're not doing anything wrong tonight. We're legally allowed to go forward with this and have future and further discussion on it. And I just want to remind all you guys, what the modify word that we've discussed in this. I don't know if anyone, even you may know, how many times was the original charter amendments modified? Quite a bit, and we don't get into a discussion, but they were all modified quite a bit. They were all modified. At one time, they didn't include TDC or half-cent sales tax. So it's not like this is the law of the land, and we're modifying the 10 Commandments that have never been modified for thousands of years. This has been massaged and modified and changed and tweaked and worked with and this and that. So all of a sudden, you can't just say, well, 6 months ago we said no more modifications. That's the craziest thing I've ever heard.
Are we talking the charter amendment, sir?
No, I'm just talking, that's where we're trying to get to with this. We're not doing anything illegal tonight. We're not trying to reverse anything. Could there possibly maybe be another modification that's needed? We'll find out.
Anyone wish to speak against the motion? Mr. Berry.
Yes, I'm very concerned about not voting to approve this because I'm concerned that it will continue to kick the can, because I see here they're already asking for $61,000 to buy something else. Can we put a limit, and I don't see where it's a needed item, you know, like toilet paper and things like water or whatever like that. Can we put a limit to, while we're kicking this can down the way, can we limit our spending?
Thank you, ma'am. Anyone else? Mr. Walker?
Yes, I'm still confused. I mean, you asked me, and that's a good question, you know, about the modifications. Prior to it being presented to the voters, yes, there were negotiations made on the language to hopefully make it work better. It then went before the voters, and they voted to approve that language only. It's my understanding, and I could be wrong, Mr. Burns, that in order to change the charter amendment, you must change the charter. And so, are we planning on changing the charter? Was that the intent of the committee?
We'll see what the review committee says.
Hang on.
Well, and I brought that up at the last meeting as well, and I know I was not a part of that discussion, but I believe Ms. Pounders brought it up, and we spoke about it a little bit afterwards, and you know, I kind of scratched my head and said, well, why are we asking 7 members of the community to review the charter? Why don't we ask the entire community to review the charter, have a 2-week or 4-week or 6-week period of public review and comment back to us, and then we can look at it. See, I have a fear that the committee is going to be used to implement some or all of our ideas through them, and then we say, oh, it wasn't me that wanted to change the charter that was passed overwhelmingly by the citizens. It was the review committee that suggested to us, and we're just following their request. That's my concern, is what's going to go on with this review committee.
Thank you, sir. Thank you. Anyone else wish to speak on this motion, either for or against, before we give anyone else a second chance? Mr. Schmidt.
Yeah, that was an enlightening conversation. I'm weighing out, you know, different legal from the CEO. We heard some information about the finance director and the city attorney and CEO having a spirited conversation. I also am sensitive to Councilman Jeter when he mentions 2 years is running out. A lot of good information. We heard about, you know, I remember there was a time whenever the original amendments were taking the city's budget back to pre-2017. There were some negotiations, thanks to folks like Danny Payne and others that were able to articulate, communicate some different exceptions. The other side worked it out. What I'm getting to, that was a good conversation. I think the objective of all of us needing to look into different things that could impact us with this new legislation, we're all going to get there. And I think that's what I got out of this conversation. So thank you.
Thank you, sir. Anyone else? Mr. Merrill?
Yep, I know, Dennis, you talked about problems down the road. Obviously, there's no problems now as it's being implemented, but down the road, I mean, there's personnel right now, there's vacancies that, you know, and I'm not to get into a debate about that, but I think to put it on the table, to look at some of these problems and to give the city time to implement it. There was already a budget approved. And so I think that would imply, and this would give us time to talk to legal to say, with an improved budget, this passed now, is it open for discussion? To give that transition time, run the approved budget, and then put this in place in time and give it a chance to see if it could be successful, rather than kind of stumble through it, force it, and we don't know what problems we'll see. But obviously, I've talked to a lot of people in the city, a lot of people that work for the city, and we can foresee some problems. So I can see us needing to bring this back up.
Anyone else that hasn't yet spoke on the item? Ms. Riley.
I don't really have a problem. I'm kind of in agreement with Mr. Jeters. It's a lot. It's a lot. And then Mr. Payne, you know, I do understand you're looking at the committee and seeing there's only 7 people that are going to be making decisions. Well, most times, you know, you do need a committee rather than throwing it all out to the, you know, to the public and allowing them, you know, to make an impact. I think that, you know, starting with maybe a committee, focus group, or whatever you want to call it, sometimes it takes that. You know, a few in numbers, and even if you come to the resolution that, okay, we formed the committee, they're ready to make a recommendation, you know, you could have a town hall meeting, you can bring the folks in there and, you know, and kind of throw it out there. This is what, you know, this is a recommendation. We'd like to kind of hear what you have to say. So me, I'm all in it for it's starting with a committee. No problem with that. We respect the voters. Obviously, we have to, because the charter amendments were voted on. So you do want to, you know, implement what the voters have asked for. But in a sense, I don't think it's necessary to just, you know, throw the committee out and just take it out to the voters. The voters have spoken. They say what they wanted. It's just a matter of taking your time and making sure that you don't have such a great knee-jerk reaction and not being able to take and collect the data or collect whatever information you need so that you can give the voters what they ask for, but you got to have informed, you have to be more informed. If something is in question and it's going to affect the city, is it going to, you know, affect the legality of things, I say just, you know, bring the committee in, I go with Bryce, extend out a little bit, and we move forward. I think that, you know, informed decisions are very important because it affects the day-to-day lives of this, you know, the residents of the city of Fort Walton Beach, and I don't see a problem with that. I'm for it.
Thank you, Ms. Riley. Anyone else want a second opportunity to speak on this motion specifically?
Can I just ask a question?
Please.
Dennis, isn't the next workshop on the set before the meeting on the 20th?
Do we?
So that'll be on the 20th, and then if y'all can't come to a resolution, then maybe move forward with the motion to rescind that he's trying to schedule tonight. That's just a suggestion. And so that might get some motivation to come up with a solution at that meeting.
At the May meeting?
At the special meeting on May, yeah.
But that's a special meeting, so we could move forward with this motion tonight.
Correct.
Still, this second reading of that can't happen even at that special meeting.
Right.
It has to happen at the following.
An hour later at the regular meeting, correct?
So we have plenty of time to
y'all
move
could have your
forward.
special meeting, and then maybe it might obviate the need to even have your motion to rescind. So.
Thank you. Mr. Walker.
Love it when a plan comes together. Ms. Riley, thank you for those comments. At the last meeting, or at the meeting that this came up initially about the committee, I suggested that we are the committee. To me, from my appearance and feelings, I'm not aware of any problems in the charter. Some apparently know of some problems or believe there are some problems. Ms. Cobb suggested that there were some typos and some cleanup of it, but I'm not aware of any, and if anybody should be aware of them, it should be us as a body, and we should review it as a body and go through and correct it or make suggestions to amend it to go out to a mere 7 as opposed to the entire community. I know there's a lot more ready, willing, and able citizens out there who would review it for us. And I would appreciate the input from more than 7. So I guess, Mayor, I'll make a public cry to the audience. Email us at citycouncil@fwb.org. We'll send you a link to the charter, and I will solicit your input to share back with council of any issues, corrections, or modifications that you see, and then that'll coincide with the 7 members appointed as well. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Anyone else wish to make a comment on this specific motion? Seeing none, please vote.
Actually, since it was an add-on at the last second, it might be a good idea to just ask for public comment.
Okay.
Even though it,
I got you. Anyone from the public wish to speak on this motion? Thank you, Mr. Burns. Ms. Pounders.
Misty Pounders, 21 Comet Street. I just want to address Payne's comment about a conversation that we had. It was actually instigated by Payne while we were on break, inquiring why I hadn't emailed the council, and I responded that, not getting the response from the past councils is what spurred some of the changes and even ended up with the amendments. And the second one was he, when the meeting was over, had followed me outside and said, oh, I see the point of this citizens group is to maybe overturn what the amendments were voted on, in which I responded, I did not concur with that. I just wanted to make sure we clarified what a conversation was versus an instigated talk to me. Okay, thank you.
Thank you, ma'am.
Mr. Mayor, with her addressing me, I'd like to address Ms. Pounders. Thank you for that. She was accurate. I did speak with her during the break, and in that committee that I was concerned about, I said, Ms. Pounders, she's emailed me through the years, and others have as well. If you've got concerns with the charter amendment, why haven't you emailed us to them? And then and on the way out, I was walking out, she was walking out. I thanked her for her comments and said that I did believe what I expressed tonight, which was my concerns that the committee would be used to overturn or thwart the voters who, right, exactly, conspiratorial, to overturn, thwart, or diminish what the voters passed through the charter amendment. And I remain of that theory until proven otherwise. Thank you.
I did enjoy your use of the word thwart.
Ooh, I thwart. It's one of my favorites.
Anyone else from the public wish to comment on this motion? Seeing none, now we move.
Clicking.
Mr. Berry, you might need to just use that mouse on that one. Right. Oh. And the motion does pass 4-3.
and just for clarification, that just schedules a motion to rescind at the next meeting on the issue.
All right. That moves us to the perfect time for a 10-minute recess so that everyone may relax. We will be back at 8:32. All right, good evening, everyone. We'll reconvene this regular meeting here of the Fort Walton Beach City Council. If everyone could please take their seats and quiet down as Mr. Chris Verzetti graces us with his presence once again. I believe we are now moving on to item 11.2, a request for removal of a city-owned reverter interest for 28 and 30 Wyndham Avenue Southeast. Mr. Verzetti.
Yes, thank you, Mayor. So this item, this is a request from the property owners. It's the Greater Peace Missionary Baptist Church. And so this process, kind of to give you a quick background on it, their property, the properties that are being discussed here, these two lots that they own at 28 and 30 Wyndham Avenue Southeast. These are properties that, going back about 30 years ago now, in 1995, there was a kind of a swap and sale of some properties from the city to different entities, and the church was one of the ones that was involved in this exchange of properties back then. In that, there was a resolution passed by the city council back then to kind of put that whole process together, and within that, and then within their deed, there was a reverter clause that said that if the property was to be used specifically for parking for the church or for a single family home per lot for the two lots, and that if they didn't have it for that use, there was a reverter clause that it would revert back to the city. So fast forward to a couple years ago now, and with the workforce housing funding, similar to what was discussed earlier with the Bayside Breeze development, when that workforce housing funding was put out there, the church there was one of the entities that expressed interest in that funding and did come in front of council back a couple of years ago now. Well, originally going back to 2023, they proposed an 18-unit multifamily housing project on that property there. Going into last year, in 2024, the City Council, in February of 2024, did tentatively approve the church for a grant from that Workforce Housing Incentive Fund. Much like Bayside Breeze earlier this evening, they were one of the others that were approved with the provisions that they would have to go through the development order and development agreement process to actually receive that funding. As they started moving forward from there, after that tentative approval, and they'd started putting their plans together for their development and they were doing their due diligence, they did identify this reverter clause on the property, and they reached back out to the city asking for how can we go about requesting that this reverter clause be removed from the properties so that they could move forward with the development. At that time, that was last April 2024, when they asked us that. We did get with the city attorney looking for some feedback. Staff did some research into these reverter clauses and what process would be appropriate to bring this to council. And what we found is we didn't find any records of this really happening in the past, and there was no process within our code at that time to bring it forward to council. So working with the city attorney, we did prepare an ordinance that was brought and approved by city council last June to create a process for an applicant, for a property owner, to bring forward a request to remove a city-owned reverter interest on a private property. And within that, there were a couple of requirements within now the ordinance that's in place. One is an application. Next is either the title work from a licensed title company or a legal opinion of an attorney for the property. And then the last is the opinion from a licensed property appraiser as to the value of that reverter interest. So after that ordinance passed, we worked with the church, kind of got them the process here to move forward with, and they started working on it. And into earlier this year, they started submitting the 3 parts of that process to us. And last month, we did receive the title opinion from them for the property. And once we had that, it was a complete application, and we have prepared it for this hearing tonight. The applicant is here as well to explain or answer any questions that you all may have. But just basically what we've done here, they do have the appraisal of value, which based on just a fair and highest best use of it, it indicated a value of $290,000. Title work indicates that the property it has a clear title. And so really now what the ordinance has, what it states is that the city council must decide whether to approve or disapprove of the request to remove the reverter interest. From staff side, we have no issue with it. There's no they meet the requirements of the code to move forward, if that's what council wishes to do. And like I said, it's kind of came up over the last couple of years with their workforce housing request that has kind of led us here over the last 2 or so years. So with that, staff is just respectfully recommending that City Council decide whether to approve or deny this request to remove the city-owned reverter interest in the properties located at 28 and 30 Wyndham Avenue Southeast.
Thank you, Mr. Frissetti. Questions on this from council for Mr. Frissetti? Mr. Schmidt?
Is the applicant put in an offer for that $290,000 value?
So they currently own the property.
But as far as to remove the reverter, has there been an offer?
No, sir.
So back when they, Mr. Mayor, can I?
Yeah. Oh, yes, sir.
So back when they asked in 2024 to remove it, they've been communicated with about the value of what it would cost to remove that reverter?
No, they initially asked us just how they could get it removed, how they could go about a city process to get it removed. The value came in more recently here. They received the appraisal in February. That's when we received it from them of this year, so just a couple months ago. We got that appraisal basically to put into this backup for you all.
2 months ago they've heard.
Yes.
Have they mentioned anything since then about a hard offer and they would be very willing and interested to pay that? I know they're here tonight, we may hear from them more later, but at your staff level, have you gotten that direct ask?
No.
Thank you, sir.
Additional questions, Ms. Riley?
I have a question. When the land exchanged was done, so the church actually owned, the church owned the land that they exchanged with the city, correct?
Correct.
Okay. So when they did the exchange, the reverter was also put into the
Yes.
to the sale, correct?
Correct.
Okay.
Yes.
So my question would be to you. So now that everything has been done, they put the application in, all right? Got the application in, they got the title, and now we know that the reverter interest is $145,000, correct? For each lot, the 2 lots, right?
Yes.
Totaling $290,000. So my question now is, so the city traded the land. You got the 2 Habitat homes that are on the land. So for the church to have complete control over the land, which they were thinking, I'm hearing you say that they thought, I guess, and then the reverter came up later, right? Reverter. So now the interest on the reverter is totaling the 290, but the city actually traded and got the land, and there was nothing there. So they didn't put any stipulations on the city. They just traded the land, exchanged the land. Is that what I'm hearing you say? No stipulation on the city. They got the
Yes, I believe so.
lot.
Yes, there was a trade with
So there
Habitat,
was
like
nothing
you
there,
said.
but the city put a stipulation on their behalf, but then the church had no stipulation on it. And this happened, what, 30, 40 years ago?
30 years ago.
Okay. So I'm kind of just trying to compile that and see now. I hear Mr. Smith's question as to have they offered anything on the 290,000, but it kind of sounds like to me they've given up their land. The city gave theirs. They traded, but there was no stipulations on the city behalf for to receive the land that the church gave them. But there's stipulations on the church.
Correct.
Receive
Yes.
the city.
Yes, there
Okay.
were 2 other lots that they owned that they were exchanged. They were given to the city in exchange for these 2 lots that they received. The other lots went to Habitat, Okaloosa County through the OCDC, Okaloosa Community Development Corporation, which SHIP funding was also developing housing back then. So it was a 3-party, 4 with the city in there, and they received these, but there was a reverter put on them specifically.
So as long as the church, I guess I'm going to ask Mr. Burns, so as long as the church hold on to this land, keep it where it's at initially, parking lot or
Well, I think it's like 1 house per lot, or what's
That's what it said. It said single family home per lot was what the review.
So that means that at this point, if they just held on, then they would only be able to build 2 single homes. But they asked for the monies. You know, I do remember. You know, I was in the council meeting when the monies were the 3 people that were different. Folks that wanted to build workforce housing, affordable housing. Have at it. But the city, in return, with the church, monies was awarded, right? But just not physically in hand.
Yes.
To build, but they wanted 18 units.
Yes.
Okay. So would it have been reasonable if, had they went R2 rather than the R1? Because the R2, they would have been able to build to 18, right? So is that something that would have to be done after the decision is made on the reverter interest?
So the zoning isn't a problem here. It was really just that the reverter says it's 2 single-family homes total that they can build, whereas they want to actually build multifamily higher than that. The zoning is not a problem really here specifically.
Okay.
Ms. Riley, I'll come right back to you. Anyone else with a question? Or Mr. Walker first?
Yeah, I'm trying to track here, track what you said. So back 30 or 40 years ago, the city owned some property, the church owned some property, and Habitat for Humanity owned some property.
They were.
I'll just keep those two. I'll just keep the city and the church each owned property. The church wanted the city property, and the city took some property that the church had?
So,
exchange?
You're right, and Mr. Williams, the church may even also explain it better, but me looking back through the records and reading the ordinances and resolution at that time, is that the city owned several properties that were originally purchased with CDBG funds, Community Development Block Grant funds, back in the late 1980s. And so in 1995 or so, well, resolution was passed in 95, but in that time frame, there were a few entities that approached the city, I believe. It appears that they approached the city interested in seeing if the city had any single-family properties available to build affordable type housing. And so one of those was Habitat for Humanity. One was the Okaloosa Community Development Corporation, which is kind of an offshoot of Okaloosa County that utilize the state's SHIP funding and home funding for affordable housing. And then the church also was interested in 2 of these city-owned properties. And 2 of those city-owned properties were the ones that we're talking about tonight. They are adjacent to their church, and they were interested in using those for parking or possible development of maybe homes in the future. So in that agreement, the city worked with them and said, okay, well, if we are interested in giving you these 2 lots next to your church, if the church obtains 2 other comparable lots within the city that could be developed for Habitat or for OCDC, then we can exchange those. And so that church, I believe, went out, purchased 2 properties that were then exchanged to either Habitat or OCDC. Then the city gave them our 2 lots and put the reverter on there for them.
So 30 or 40 years ago, the church back then anticipated creating affordable housing with 2 single-family homes, and now today they've recontemplated it with, I mean, was affordable housing a part of that?
I'm not 100% sure.
Actually, there's a resolution you have.
I do have the resolution here.
They do contemplate affordable housing in the resolution, and definitely the minutes.
Was that 95?
I can tell you.
That was 95 or 80s?
The 95, the background information, workforce housing was discussed extensively.
So 30 years ago, workforce housing, and then, because I was on council when the 3 entities came before us to ask for that funding, and I'm just maybe talking about procedural here, but I mean, I guess in hindsight, before, I mean, council would have been informed or knowledgeable as through staff that, hey guys, before you award money to them, there is a reverter clause on it. It would have been better to deal with it up front than on where we are today, potentially. The money might not have been awarded to that group.
Sure.
Until the reverter clause was dealt with.
Sure, and I don't know the situation offhand that we would have, we don't do private property title searches or anything like that.
Sure.
It would have, not sure how it would have been identified up front, honestly, without, them, having done that step in the process prior to coming to council. Yes.
Anyone else with questions before we get to, all right, Mr. Schmidt?
Just to clarify, Mr. Mayor, but it sounds like both parties were very involved in the deal. They wanted a single family home possibly on the land in the 90s, and so they were aware of the deal.
Yeah, I believe so.
Do we have any reason?
There was some the reverter.
The whole deal. I heard a question recently by Miss Riley as if they found out about the reverter later. So I just want to ask you very clearly, all parties knew at closing what the deal was that you're aware of?
Based on the minutes, obviously reading the resolution and the meeting minutes from back in 1995, it appears so. I can't speak for them directly.
Correct.
But, as I said, doing the research in the background, there was
They were
definitely
involved enough
discussion.
to know that they wanted a single-family home there on the land to include in the land swap. So they were involved enough in the deal. All right, thank you.
Mr. Williams, we'll give you we'll give you a chance to speak in just a minute.
I'm just saying, you asked questions about my church.
Yes, sir. I'm going to bring you up here in just a minute. Yes, sir. Anyone else with a question for Mr. Frasetti before we get to Mr. Williams?
Can I have, may I have more clarification? Okay, the Habitat for Humanity homes, right?
Yes.
I guess what I'm kind of hearing is that the church wanted that, but I thought the city wanted it to give it to the Habitat for Humanity to build the Habitat for Humanity 2 homes.
Yes.
And in return, the church wanted the city's property, correct? Their land, and it was stipulated for them to use it as parking, or they could put a single-family home on the land. But actually, in all actuality, because it's 2 lots, you can get 2 single-family homes, but the church, once they were awarded the monies for to do workforce housing, but they actually don't have it in there, but they had done the development plan and order or whatever, all of that was done. I'm kind of remembering because I was like in the meetings too, so I want to just be clear on that part. So I think, Councilman Smith, it's not that the church wanted the single family home. It would be that the city wanted to, I'm assuming, to assist Habitat for Humanity to build those 2 homes through Habitat for Humanity. Is that correct?
Yes, back in 1995.
Right.
Yes. Now,
absolutely. Yeah.
The current development, they've not yet gone through a development order or development agreement process with us. However, not to speak for them, but I think probably because this is probably the first step, knowing whether or not they can actually move forward. I don't think they probably expend funds not knowing if they, actually have right to the property if they don't use it as the river says.
Yeah.
All right, so Mr. Williams, if you'd like to come up, make a statement, and answer a few questions, if you wouldn't mind, sir.
So Lou Williams, Great Peace Missionary Baptist Church, serves as the Vice Chairman of the Board of Deacons, and I'm actually the only one in this room who was here in 1995, and so have some very intimate knowledge about what went down. I'd like to make it first very clear, we were not intending to build any homes. The reason we had come before the council is, as you know, the property that we have is adjacent to the church. When we were talking about expanding the church, we were told that we didn't have parking for the expansion. And we had to have the parking in order to expand the sanctuary. So we were concerned about parking. And the parking had to be attached to the lots, to the land that we own. So the only way we were going to be able to have room for parking was to acquire those lots that were that were adjacent to the church property at the time. But we didn't have any way of making it happen because you can't just simply sell the lots to the church. Well, so when Habitat came to the church, and they were quite happy to come to us and let us know that they were getting ready to build 2 houses on those 2 lots down there. And we were very shocked and said, "Why? If you do that, you're going to now lock us in and we won't be able to expand the church in any way." So we came down and spoke with Reed and others who were here at the time, and then the deal was cut that we would purchase 2 lots. And I'd like to read what it says here in your resolution. Greater Peace Baptist Church has requested the sale of 2 of the CDBG lots for the expansion of the church parking area. That's correct. The city is willing to exchange 2 of the CDBG properties delineated in section 3 below to the church for 2 other equitable properties that the church may acquire for such exchange purposes. Now, we didn't own any lots at the time, so I had to go out and buy some lots. And they had to be of value and the same size of the lots that we were talking about. And they gave us 6 months in which to do that, and we did so. And we made the trade. And as you pointed out, Mrs. Riley, we didn't put any reverter clause in the lots we gave to the city. But there was a reverter clause in ours. Now, look, I was a young guy back in 1995, a whole lot younger than I am now, probably younger and dumber than what I am right now. So we were probably just happy to have the lots because we were thinking we were going to expand the church. We're not expanding the church. We purchased another facility. So things change. And we didn't get those lots to build affordable housing back in 1995. And we didn't even hear the word affordable housing back in those days. So I'm saying all this to say, yes, there was a reverter clause, and now we're talking about doing some affordable housing, and we can't do anything until this is resolved. And look, Mr. Smith, yeah, it was in the deed, and I probably read it in the deed, and we were probably happy. I don't know if you know about church folks, because I was probably shouting when we got those lots back in 1995, because it was going to address the problem that we thought we were going to be having, which was the expansion. But as things changed over the years, and we began to do some other things, and we're trying to be good citizens here and build affordable housing, and then we see that we have a reverter clause that I didn't know it was there, the city didn't know it was there, or, your staff didn't know it was there until such time we went down this road. I want to point one other thing out. The lots that we purchased and gave to the city, traded to the city, were given to Habitat, as well as lots were given to the other entity that was there at the same time. Nowhere in their deeds is there any such a clause. So you gave away some lots, 4 to be exact, to 2 nonprofit entities with no reverter clause whatsoever. And you traded me and put a reverter clause in it. Where is the fairness in that? I don't understand that. And that's the point that I'm trying to make here is, if you look at the deeds, Habitat got lots and it was free. They didn't have to go out and buy anything. They just had to ask for it. And you gave it to them. Not you, city council. But no clauses. So what was the purpose of the clauses in our lot back at that time? You don't know the answer. I don't know the answer either. But it's there. And I've gone through and done everything you've asked me to do in terms of getting the documentation to you to request that reverter be removed, because we can't do anything unless it's removed, period.
Thank you, Mr. Williams. Questions for Mr. Williams?
Right, you didn't have any until that last statement. You said we can't do anything with them. You've not expanded the church as you contemplated in 95. You do have a 2-home restriction on it. The value of those 2 lots combined is $300,000. So there are some things you can do with it. It's just right now with that reverter clause, you can't put 18 townhomes on it. I mean, that's your options as I understand them. Is that correct? You can sell it, you can hold it.
Well, obviously we couldn't sell those lots with a reverter clause in the deed.
No, you could build single-family homes.
I could build 2 single-family homes for a parking lot.
Uh-huh.
I don't need a parking lot.
Yeah. You could use it as a parking lot. You could sell them as, you're saying you couldn't sell the single-family homes that are on it.
I'm sorry.
Well, that's maybe a question for Mr. Burns. So what I'm trying to figure out is because a reverter clause, as I'm hearing, was placed on the property. We don't know. You don't remember what was contemplated as to why there was a reverter clause on it. But it came with a stipulation, the above described real property is conveyed for the use of grantee for parking, exhibit construction hereof, the construction of 1 single-family home per lot. If any other use is made of subject real property, title thereto shall revert to grantor. So it seems like the reverter only applies if you build something other than 2 single-family homes. If you build 2 single-family homes on it, the reverter clause is not in effect. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Okay, so that is an option. I'm sorry.
Or parking, or it's a parking.
Obviously, it's still a parking, but you could put 2 single-family homes on it, sell them off. It looks like the land alone is based at $290,000.
Yeah, because the appraisal said the highest and best use.
Yeah, gotcha. Okay, thank you.
Any other questions for Mr. Williams while he's up here?
Well, my question would be, I was excited back then about, the workforce housing, because I'm an advocate for workforce housing, affordable housing. But my question is, Okay, so the intent was to be able to get the money from the city, which the city approved it, right? And the 3 cents, yeah, okay. So the intent was to do that. But to be able to get the 18 multiple units that you were, the plan was, right, for the church to get 18 units. To be able to get the 18 units, that would mean that you'd have to have the reverter clause actually modified, go away or whatever, and then you'd have to go for maybe like the R2 or so that you can get the multiple units that you want. You'd have to go for that, right? Because right now, you can only do 2-family homes. You won't be able to get the 18 units because it's considered R1, right?
Well, again, I mean, the zoning is not the issue. That's, you know.
But that comes afterwards.
If we remove the reverter clause, then we would have to comply with whatever zoning laws are currently on the books. We're not going to be able to build 18 units on those 2 lots. 18 units is a project that will take phases, but we would need those 2 lots in order to build all 18 units. We would have to actually use the entire church property to include those 2 lots to get to 18. When what was approved was for 8 units to.
Oh, I thought it was 18. My apologies.
Yeah, phase 1 was 8 units.
I thought it was 18 units. Okay.
18 is the total project goal, but what you approved funds for was for 8 units that were going to be workforce housing. And those units would go on those 2 lots.
Councilman Jeter? Councilman Jeter. You already had one, so you can get another one in a minute.
Yet, we're dealing with the same thing here on this property. I know when Councilmember Mead left, we're trying to figure out what the purchase price would be of the reverter clause, correct? Correct. Or was that in the works? And but trying to form a question here.
Isn't that right?
What, there's been no talk with you and the staff on a price to remove this reverter clause? About any amount of money, just not going by these numbers, just no talk of a price at all?
No, sir. And I'm glad there's been no personal price, because I'm not prepared to pay any money. But to answer your question, no, Mr.
And I understand that. I'm not willing and prepared to pay for one on this property, but there was something that was done 30, 40, 50 years ago that I have no control over, and I don't know this situation. None of us do. I'm trying to learn and listen to, Councilman Riley and everybody's questions and comments, and really trying to learn. It's just, it's frustrating to, even the money set aside that's tied to building the affordable housing was earmarked and set aside before. I think Councilman Schmidt was the only one that was even up here on the board that earmarked money to go towards the affordable housing, and it was 30 or 40 years ago.
No, that set it up initially. I think.
That set it up initially. So we had input on where to go with it, but so.
Well, yeah, and I'm not trying to be snippet, but no, there was no discussion with us about, first thing I heard about money was when Councilman Smith brought it up tonight.
Yeah.
About, I mean, look, we say the reverter clause is $290,000. That's the value of the land.
Right. And when I saw that in here, I thought that's what we were going to get to, because that's kind of what we're currently dealing with, but this is obviously a different situation, but that's all, no question.
Mr. Mayor.
Excuse me, sir, do you have is there a time limit on this? Like if he's done anything?
No, the reverter clause, not really.
Okay. Do you have any intention of handing these back to the city?
Why would I do that?
Right.
You're going to give me back the property that we gave to the city? I mean, you want to trade it back? I'll take back what you gave Habitat.
So the point of that question is, you have no intent, you're going to build a parking lot, you're going to build single-family homes, or you're just going to hold them?
Or nothing, right.
And so there's no, or we can let you move forward with another project. But they're not going to end up back in the city's hands. I wouldn't.
Not in my lifetime.
I mean, yeah. I mean, from a business standpoint, you're a church, not a business. But if I was a business and I was in your situation, I'd be like, well, if you don't let me do anything with them, I guess we'll have 2 empty derelict lots, which I think this council is pretty against overall. That's what I've seen. So maybe that helps you out.
Any additional questions? Councilman Schmidt.
Yes, question. So you have vested interest in advocating for your mission organization, just like how I do, to steward over There's another non-for-profit who came to us tonight that has been working really hard to fundraise, to give and pay an appraised value for a piece of land that the taxpayers have.
why should we just give you $290,000 so you can do what you want with that land?
Well, I'm not sure you're giving me anything, Councilman.
If we remove the reverter, you would have that flexibility and the opportunity to use that to build 18 townhomes. Is that correct?
If you remove the reverter, I would have the flexibility to do whatever the zoning laws allow us to do on property.
Correct. And there's a value that I heard staff present, an appraised value for that removal.
What you heard presented was the value of 2 lots.
Correct.
As determined by an appraisal that we achieved, acquired, yes.
And that value is worth something.
Yes.
To get it removed.
I already paid the city when I gave you 2 lots.
All right.
You see what I'm saying? I already paid you for the lots.
Gotcha.
So now sounds like you're trying to get some more money from me.
You didn't pay. We had a deal 30 years ago.
30 years ago.
There was a deal at closing.
Mm-hmm.
And tonight staff has presented, and you're here as well presenting too, that there needs to be a reverter removed for the organization to build additional than whatever the deal was back then. And staff presented a value of what those 2 pieces of parcels are worth to remove the reverter. So to me, I'm just trying to advocate, just like how we did an agenda item earlier on tonight, where there was a non-for-profit who had to pay $500,000 for a piece of property. That's why I'm just asking that question, because from my perspective, I have to look after and steward also this organization and taxpayers. That's why I asked the question.
No, I understand why you asked the question, but you could understand why I'm shocked by the question itself. Because in my mind, I'm feeling like, we traded property for property, and now I'm going back to what Mr. Merrill said. If you don't remove the reverter clause, the property is just going to sit there. We're not going to do something to have it revert back to you.
You can build a house.
We could do that, but I'm just saying we're not going to do something to have that property revert back to the city. Okay. You know what I mean? In other words, we wouldn't go out here and build 18 units on it because it would revert back to you guys.
Sure.
And that would be crazy for us to do.
As long as you have the reverter. Okay, next week.
Yes, ma'am, go ahead.
I guess as long as you have the, thank you, the reverter clause there, that would be the thinking capacity is, I can just hold on to it, and then why should I, remove the reverter if I'm not going to have to pay to get it back? And I guess what you're saying is, your pay came when you exchanged land. That was the pay with the city, was to exchange the land.
I had to buy those lots to exchange them to the city.
Right.
We had to purchase those lots. We didn't already own them. We had to go out and purchase 2 lots that were of equal value to the lots that we
Okay, I'm
owned.
clear on that part then. So you actually went out and paid, and then, but it was still exchange of land.
Right.
So at this point, what you're saying is, why should I, if I don't get it approved and it don't go the way I want it to go, I can hold on to the land another 100, 200, 300 years if I want to, because it'll stay into the Greater Peace Baptist possession, the deed. But under the stipulation that it has in the parking lot, or right now, because now that the appraisal has been done, is showing $145,000 per lot, 2 lots, right? 12, 13. So that's where the 290
I
comes
think it
from.
was $145,000 a lot.
140.
145.
That's what I was reading in the, 145 per. But on the understanding, I think the goal was because of the affordable housing, workforce housing, and the money was available, I believe, in all good intent, you probably did, I guess the reverter thing never came up, but all in good intent, the city did say, you get this certain amount, the 3 people that applied for it, right?
That's correct.
So, kind of what I'm kind of gathering is the city has kind of already put you in the intent and thinking the mindset of this is what I'm doing, but in return, you are in a sense giving back to the city because of the fact that housing is an issue. That is an issue, and so I see that because you're willing to build. I think I got it confused. I thought it was 18, but you're saying 8 units.
The money that was approved, I think you approved $75,000 for each unit, and I think it was $625,000.
It was about 600 because I was here. I think it was over what, 600 some odd thousand?
Shoot, I think it was $625,000. It was $75,000 for each.
Yeah, I think it's 75,000.
75 times 8, whatever.
Yeah. So that was quite a bit of money, but now it kind of sounds like, because you didn't, I guess it wasn't put out there. It's kind of confusing now.
What's that?
Well, I mean, it's just kind of confusing that the city allocated this money for the church to have, but not knowing there was a reverter clause there.
Oh, yeah.
But in the end, I still can see where maybe the city will still be able to profit and bring some kind of revenue in, because you got to have utilities. If you were to able, if the reverter was actually taken away, if the city approved it to take the reverter away, you're still giving back to the city because you're partnering as a church, and you will be giving affordable workforce housing or whatever not, and the city will get revenue for utilities or whatever is needed once you build it.
And those 8 units, the other point is that those 8 units, we will have to, have to be workforce housing for 15 years.
Correct.
So the church will still won't really be able to profit, if you will, from those units for at least 15 years. Even when we built those houses,
So it's not a total loss to the city, I guess, in terms of revenue coming in, because you can't, with utilities. Okay, thank you.
Councilman Jeter. Question? No, sir.
Oh, I saw you do it earlier. Yeah, I love this language. It's real estate and profits. And so just the parking lot that's been there has been a part of the church, and I understand that churches are nonprofit. They're not, it's not taxed. There's no city property tax on your property. Is that correct?
That's correct.
And I got to ask the question, what did you pay for those lots that you traded to the city back in the day? Just love to hear that.
I'm sure you would.
I mean, it's great. What a blessing to go from.
Yeah. Hey, look, the value of the land back in those days, I probably paid about $15,000 per lot.
Sure, and what a blessing it is to have it now at $290,000.
That's right.
And you can freely, you can freely release yourself from the reverter clause by building 2 single-family homes on it, which you don't need the parking lot anymore, you've not grown, and reap a minimum of $290,000. That's an appraised value. It's worth what somebody's willing to pay and you're willing to take. So maybe call it $300,000. How great is that? And so I didn't remember the $600,000. It was $600,000 because what did we give the housing authority? Was that $1 million? About the same, was it? Okay. So for 18 single-family homes, in a sense, because eight, I'm sorry.
That's me, I'm sorry.
8. No, I thought I heard it too originally. So 8 of them that you can build for 8, you're essentially getting. I have to believe that the council back then may have contemplated, like the owners of the trust that gave us this property, they put a reverter clause on it too. And I've thought about them, how smart they are, because they've essentially had a tax-free trust for the 70 years. And now for us to have to buy that reverter clause, and we're kind of in a pinch here. So I have to believe the council back then, it was a standard practice that they put reverter clause in so that 30 years later, when you want to do something with it, the city reaps the benefit as well. Governments do that. They plan on revenue. So they did have it in there, but you can release yourself from it by putting 2 single-family homes on it at what the market will provide you. Now, obviously, that $600,000 will come back into the kitty if it were to happen that way, if you couldn't go into the hopper to go back out for another affordable housing. And I don't know, I think Mr. Gray's got a project he's working on. Yours is a taxed property, correct?
Yes, sir.
Okay, and yours is an untaxed property. Right, I mean, I'm just talking from our perspective up here.
Gales is untaxed property.
I'm sorry?
The housing authority is untaxed as well, I believe.
Yes, absolutely, absolutely. Okay, that's all I've got. It's amazing.
Anyone else with a question? Councilman Schmidt.
Last question, just want to make sure I'm getting this right. So a lot of information, but they're wanting to develop 8 townhomes with the piece of land they traded with the city, whatever, back in 1990. Remove the revert. I think what I heard from the other party was not to offer anything to remove it. And ask for $600,000 to build 8 townhomes. Am I hearing this correctly?
I mean, I believe your summary is correct.
Okay. Just didn't know where to field that question to. Thank you.
Yes, sir. Anyone else with a question on this?
And keep in mind, we're not asking for $600,000, you already approved it. That's already been asked and approved.
Yes, sir. Thank you, Mr. Williams. Anyone else from the public wish to speak on this? Mr. Gray or Ms. Pounders? Whoever can make it up there first.
Misty Pounder, 21 Comet Street. So I live in the area and was paying attention to the councils back in the day as a child. Actually attended them because council wasn't always the kindest to our area. So my question would be for the city, these reverter clauses are very common for church purchases or land that's been deeded over from the city. Did the city ever give property or trade property during that time frame to other churches? And was that reverter clause on there? I just want to make sure that if it's ever happened again, that it was fairly done. Is there a way to research that?
It's a pretty interesting question, and I don't think we do have the answer to that at all, but it is definitely an interesting question.
I'd be interested in knowing if it ever been applied before. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. Mr. Gray.
Barry Gray from 217 Burnett Avenue. Just want to comment on the church's project. Mr. Lewis, we met with the engineering firm, which is Jenkins Engineering. Like my project is in its last phase of finishing up the blueprint, then it's going to come to city council. But their project was ready to go meet with Jenkins. They had no idea that reverter clause was there. What happened is when they turned all their paperwork over to Jenkins, Jenkins was designing everything, finna get soil sampling, engineering, and surveying. They called them into the office to let them know you need to stop right here until that's a reverter clause and get that straightened out. So that put their project on hold, those 8 units. So Jenkins Engineering is sitting there right now waiting on them to get rid of the reverter clause so they can go forward. They have a contractor in place, they have an architect in place. Only thing stopping them is that reverter clause. And I did some research myself throughout the city. There's other properties that you did it with. That's TJR Friday right by the mall. That was city's property. There's a property on Carson Drive, there's a church. That parking lot was owned by the city. Now it has the church owning it. There's other properties on Wyndham Drive that was owned by the city of Fort Walton, but now it's owned by Habitat or I think the Hill family. Those start off as city property. How did those properties get into those people's names? So the city needs to go back and do some research because there's a lot of properties in that same position. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Gray. Anyone else wish to comment on this item before this board takes action? Seeing none, any action by the board?
I would like to make a motion to, it's a lot of, entailed in the situation, but I guess, just looking at the situation, I just firmly believe that, if there was a land exchange like that in the other party.
And we'll certainly let you talk about it all.
Okay, I'd like to make a motion. I'd like to make a motion that the council consider either approve or disapprove of the reverter clause being modified, removed.
So your motion would just need to be in the affirmative.
In the affirmative.
I move to remove or allow to remove the reverter clause.
Or to approve the application. Or to remove it.
Approve the application, okay.
Approve the application for removal. That's that, if you're seeking to.
I would like to make the motion to approve the application for the Greater Peace Baptist Church to have the reverter clause removed. Sorry.
Perfect.
Second.
A motion made by Ms. Riley, seconded by Mr. Merrill, to accept the application from the church to remove the reverter clause. Additional comments, Ms. Riley?
Again, my comment, Will, and I don't want to waste time because I know it's getting late, but I just feel like it's more than justifiable for the church to be able to, because you did exchange the land again, and I just feel very strongly that the $290,000 on this reverter interest should be over, I would approve just removing it, period, and move forward if the city is going to be able to, help with the project of bringing in the workforce housing. Because in the end, it's going to be a win-win situation, I think, for both. I think the city will be able to collect revenue and, down the road, you'll have the revenue there because you got utilities and all those other things. And then again, it's a benefit for help the city because you're bringing in workforce housing, and that is a crisis, not only in our city, but nationwide. Housing is a crisis. So anybody that's willing to build workforce housing or affordable housing within the city, and if it's available for them to do it, the land is available, but the city has stood behind you, and the city allocated the monies for you to do that. So I'm voting to approve it.
Thank you, ma'am. Anyone wish to speak against the motion? Mr. Jeter.
Maybe not against yet, but can I still go?
Sure.
This is just a tough one. Some of us weren't here 30 years ago when this deal was done. I wasn't up here 5-6 years ago when we earmarked this money to go to it. So I really do look at this, and we're in a situation like this where we may have to buy a reverter clause. I certainly understand all of Mrs. Riley's comments and Mr. Mayor. I was like, we got a vacant piece of land. I'd love to see something done with it. It's just very hard to come in after the fact. And like we're talking about approving $600,000 to build affordable housing, and then also removing a reverter that I know no one knew it was there, but someone knew it was there 20 or 30 years ago. So I just struggle with compiling that on top of each other. And I've said when we approve some of this funding for the workforce housing, that our staff being able to oversee AMI and collect all that. So I really go, well, what's to say if this board up here does approve this? What's to say 10 years from now this board is not up here and we're still under affordable housing terms? Does someone not, I'm not saying you would do this, I'm just saying this is a Councilman Walker hypothetical here that I have to, look at and go, what's to stop someone from 10 years from now coming up here and saying, look, you guys, you gave us all this money, you removed the reverter clause, you gave us all this money, we still have 5, 10, whatever years on our term will be left to charge AMI, but we don't want to anymore. We made that deal a long time ago, and we're asking that you just remove that. I'm not saying that's what you're doing now. I'm not saying that's what someone will do 10 years from now. It really is just hard to wrap our head around answering to other constituents when it is their tax dollars of, we're removing this, we're allowing this. Who's to say 10 years from now that someone doesn't come back and there's another ask for, we'll now remove all the AMI terms because we want to charge full market rent. We didn't know those terms years ago. So I'm not for or against it. This is a tough one. I'm struggling with it, to be honest with you. I kind of go back to what Ben said earlier, if we're not in a rush, I would love to see more time on it, but that's not what the motion is. So.
And I think you guys certainly will have the opportunity to influence one another with your comments here tonight. Mr. Merrill.
Yeah, again, back to if you're obviously not gonna give it back to the city, so it could be of no benefit to the city. I'm with you, you've already been approved for the 600,000, now we need a place for it to go, it's gonna have to go somewhere. To me, I didn't even know what a reverter clause was before tonight, to be honest with you, I didn't.
Totally fair.
I looked it up under the desk. But I feel like, honestly, I take it your word. I feel like you just didn't know in the beginning. I've been there early on in business, and I think when you explain it like that, to me, it doesn't sound like a great deal. 2 pieces of property for 2 pieces of property, but you have to do this. What's a parking lot doing for us? What's 2 empty lots doing for us? They're going to force your hand to make you build houses on it to sell. We can't do that. If we've got approval for funding for affordable housing, you want to do it there, you've got a lot. In this situation, if we can look at that, to me it makes sense, and that's why I support it.
Thank you. Councilman Walker.
Mr. Merrill's statement there, and I think I've heard it somewhere else in there as well. I'm going to check with you though. Reverter clause is removed. Things change. I think as Mr. Williams said, things change. They decide that's not what We're not gonna do that. We're gonna divide it up into 8 lots, and we're gonna sell 8 lots off, or we're gonna develop, we're not gonna go the affordable housing route. Here's your $600,000 back. They just build townhomes and sell them. That's an option they can do as well, right?
If the reverter clause were removed, yes.
Yeah. And so, I mean, and from a private business, real estate perspective, and whether it was any of the affordable housing, I said, I want that money gone, and I never want to hear about it again. I've got 2 years left. It'll go quickly. I probably won't. But, you know, it's just we've got $290,000 in appraised value, which they are able to release and sell and develop or whatever else. But we got $600,000 plus $300,000. We got $900,000 in taxpayers' money, essentially, that is going to go to 8 townhomes. So, man, in the private business, to be able to have an offsetting cost of $100,000 per unit, and you know, more power to them in 15 years to be able to sell the 8 units for, I don't know, $1.6 million or whatever the number turns out to be. It's a pretty good return, and I feel opposed to it based on the use of taxpayers' money. If it were to pass and 8 were built, they are not on the tax roll, correct? It remains property of the church.
Depends how they own it. If the church directly owns it, then it should not be. But I'm not sure it'll be completely. I'm not sure how their operation.
Gotcha.
I wanted to interject one thing. What Mr. Jeter brought up. You can make the release of the reverter conditional if there's a concern. Because I think you were trying to get at, what if you release it and, you know, kind of similar to your question, what happens 8 years from now? Well, you can make it conditional that it only comes into effect at some point in time when they've got their plans approved by the city for the workforce housing, and everything's lined up and everything's voted on, and basically like they're ready to close, because I'm sure they're going to get financing from a bank, and so a bank would want to see something like that sitting there. So you can always make it conditional if there's a concern about releasing it and then nothing ever happening to the property. So that's an option that you'd have. And that would probably not get in the way of them being able to move forward with their project.
All right. Thank you, sir. I would just like to add, just for clarification as well, that the property is currently owned by the church. So the $300,000 valuation is the church's property valued at $300,000. That's not added to the $600,000 of taxpayer money that we designated for affordable housing to create a $900,000 value. What there is money in is if we were to charge them to remove the reverter clause, correct? Right. If we said, hey, here's our formula, and that means, you know, this land is valued at $290,000, and our formula says you owe us $43, like, that's what the formula is. So then you would say, if we're just giving away that $43, we can now add that to the $600,000 whatever dollars for a total cost to taxpayers, if that's what you're saying. I just wanted the clarification.
Yeah, and it's interesting because, as Mr. Schmidt said, and I know the other Montessori, and they paid $580,000 from us, leased it, and they paid fair market value and appraisal, and you know, to think that we might give away a piece of property tomorrow or at the next meeting, and if we put a reverter clause on it because of our intentions we want to implement on that property, 25 years from now someone says, don't worry about it. I mean, I think that's one of the purposes of a reverter clause, is you do this with it or you give it back to us. Or, and if I'm reading it right, again, it seems, I hadn't thought of it, but 2 single-family homes placed on it. There's $300,000 worth of, $290,000 worth of land, not including any profit that may come from selling those 2 homes. So I don't know. I think he has an option to remove the reverter clause. He's not made an offer to purchase it. I think it was part of the contemplation back then. And he may not offer one. It's not, the way I see it, it's not harming us if he wants to keep it as a parking lot at all, forever and ever. Time has proven that time is on his side. He's gone from $15,000 or $30,000 30 years ago to $300,000 today. I'd recommend you hold on to it and pass it on to generations, but or build 2 single-family homes on it. Thank you.
Yes, sir. Anyone else wish to comment on the motion?
Just one comment to Mr. Walker. If No, you would love it if he built two-family homes, taxable. If he decided not to do workforce housing and he chopped it up into 8 lots and he sold it for 1.6 million, how would that not also be taxable income or sales for the city? I would think in that situation.
Property tax.
And property tax.
Just property tax. There's no property tax on it now.
Oh, I got you.
Once
I got
they're
you.
sold, it becomes on the tax roll, and that's where revenue
But
comes.
how would 8 townhouses, if they weren't used for workforce housing, not come into play in that same way?
Because it's owned by the church and they're not taxable.
But if they did it with 2 houses, am I missing something?
If they sold the 2 houses, that's all I'm saying.
Oh, if they sold,
Versus holding it.
if they kept 8,
Versus holding
I got it, and they held them and rented them out, okay.
Getting to the tax issue, actually, if a church undergoes a commercial enterprise like that, they might incur some tax.
Still fall under something.
It might be reduced, but it's not completely tax-free. Like, if they just had free housing and they were, being generous, not charging rent, but the workforce housing is not set up exactly that way.
Gotcha. Thank you.
I do just also want to clarify, because it seems like it's been brought up several times. We sold a piece of property, or selling a piece of property that the city owned for $520,000 to a school group, a non-taxable piece of property. We traded 30 years ago 2 pieces of property for 2 pieces of property. So those things are the same, whether it's money or property. We made a deal one way or the other. Obviously, after going through this entire process, as Mr. Gray brought up, that's when this reverter clause was discussed. The question before us is, will we remove that, and what are the terms? Ms. Riley's made a motion. Are there any other comments on that motion? Mr. Schmidt?
Yeah, just for the record, I would definitely continue to negotiate with this organization for them to get to, I believe, the end goal of the 8 townhomes that staff and council has talked about, the 600,000. If the other party was willing to pay that value to remove it. So I want to go on the record by not saying I'm not wanting to stop it.
Right.
Just from a negotiation standpoint, I think there's some value to that we have to recognize. Second thing, Ms. Pounder's question kind of dawned on me, where the family and the trust that gave us this land that we're on now has a reverter, correct? And if we wanted to do anything with this land, we would have to check in with them. And they may want a pretty piece of money to remove said verter, hypothetical. But we have a reverter on us now that if we wanted to get out of that deal, we would have to probably negotiate with somebody, Mr. Mayor?
I would believe so, yes.
Okay, so that's very similar to the deal that we have here now is my perspective of how I'm looking at it. And, so because of that, I would want to continue to negotiate with them if the other party in future meetings is willing to come up with that value to remove that reverter, but I'm not here ready to support the motion as it stands.
Before we go any further, Mr. Frasetti, if you could come up, I'm asking if you would come up and offer us one piece of clarity here on this. So Ms. Riley's motion is to allow the applicant to apply for this, correct?
To apply for?
For the removal of the reverter clause. Through that process that we just established over the past 2 years.
Yes.
Can you explain what that application and that process is? I know you kind of did earlier, but
sure.
it's been a long time, man.
Right. So so what they've done is they've followed the process that we established in the Code of Ordinances to request it could be remove or modify the existing reverter clause. So there's 3 requirements. It's an application, title opinion, or legal opinion there on the property, and the appraisal of that reverter interest. So they've completed those 3 steps that come here tonight asking for this reverter.
So we established as a city and as a council 2 years ago, we said, we don't have any way to deal with this. When he came to us and said, I want that reverter clause removed, we said, the council at that time said, we have no way to deal with this and answer that question. So you and your staff over the past 2 years have compiled this process. Right?
Yes, and we worked with the city attorney actually,
Sure,
very much so on this.
And so now he's asking, hey, I want to go through this process. What, if we approved Ms. Riley's motion tonight, what then would the church have to do? going
We
forward?
just move forward legally to get it removed.
It's over. I mean,
It's over.
They're at the finish line asking for you to release it.
Right, and so he's so
Yes,
right,
that's-
but he's complied with all three
Yes, sir.
situations. Okay, I want to just make that clear because I don't think that wasn't a me anyway. All right, Mr. Brown. Oh, go ahead.
Sorry, just while I was here, and regarding the question earlier regarding these reverters, it's a great question because it was something that when this first came up, when we started researching into trying to see a process and we worked with Mr. Burns on this, really there's no centralized place to find these reverters that may be floating out there like this, and that's what we ran into is that, we know some are out there, but we honestly don't know how many exist without searching probably every property record one by one and trying to find them. But that's why we work together to put a process in place so that standardized, whether it's this one now or another one 10 years from now or 20 years from now, assuming this ordinance, this process still exists, it would be the same for everyone. And it's not, kind of on a whim of a staff or, whoever's here, city manager at the time saying, hey, how are we going to take this to council? What do we do this time?
Right.
So,
thank you. Mr. Brown.
Yeah, I'm going to vote in favor of it. I think that with them purchasing land that the city wanted, essentially, to do the trade, they've already paid their price. And then now we're getting caught up on $290,000 that nobody knew that was needed. And then we talk about the reverter clause that we have. I would love for them to say, you don't have to pay it. I don't want us to make a decision based off of it currently happening to us. So if we have to pay it, everybody should have to pay it. And I'm not saying that's what you're getting at. I'm just saying I don't want it to become that. So for that reason, I'm going to support the motion.
Thank you, sir. All right, it's final round for certain. Mr. Jeter, then Mr. Merrill, then anyone else. Let's keep it brief.
Man, I really wish we could go back and do the same deal we did 30 years ago, only with the reverter clause. I hate to keep saying this, but it'd be cool to say, you know what, we'll trade you reverter clause for reverter clause. Go get this reverter clause moved, and we'll remove that one. Because that's what was done 30, 40 years ago. But I definitely want to, a reverter clause is simply just, there's thousands of ways to have a restricted deed. There's a lot of ways that, for whatever reason, this was put on there for a reason back then. You can have all kinds of deed restrictions put on a deed for whatever reason, but that's not.
Actually, to kind of give you some context on it, because Mr. Pizzetti, myself, and really Tim Gibson dug into that, and they spent like a lot of time looking through the city's records. They did dig up all the minutes from around this period of time and some resolutions that were related to this. Because you've heard about 4 separate transactions tonight from 4 separate entities. There's like 4 entities involved in this, trade parcels all around. At one point in time, they didn't call it workforce housing, but they called it whatever you call workforce housing in 1995, was mentioned as kind of the overarching reason for the transactions. But I can tell you one thing with pure clarity, there is absolutely no basis for why they put that reverter on there. And they just kind of stuck it on there. It's mentioned in the resolution, so they were aware that it was going to be put on, but there was just never any reason. And so and since we don't have recordings, probably the 1995 case was beyond that, maybe what happened. Because the minutes back then are not clear at all.
That helps a lot to know there was no reason, because we know all of ours that we're dealing with right now were put on there for a specific reason, so that certainly helps. I won't be supporting the motion as it's stated. We may want to amend it possibly, or even go with Councilman Schmidt. Let's keep negotiating in a way that can, like you said earlier, Ms. Riley, I love the win-win. There's got to be a win-win here. I don't think it's $290,000. I don't know what it is, but I think we should continue to work towards a win-win for everybody, but I won't support the motion as stated.
Thank you, Mr. Merrill.
I'm new here, so I didn't do the Montessori. Did we put a reverter clause on that? Because to me, that's
is that a question?
I was just.
I don't know the answer to it.
I'd love to answer it.
Do you know the answer to it?
They had within a certain amount of time to purchase the property. If not, they lost their lease and it was back to the city.
But we did absolutely extend the amount of time before their rent increased and changed that for them, for sure.
But there was, if the obligation wasn't met, it did go back.
Right. Well, and as the mayor stated, as that deal, as we look at that $520,000 was the price. The 2 parcels, the 2 lots were the price. I don't think that's an equitable comparison between the two. What land did we trade for the city? What did the city give to that family? I believe it was donated so that it could be used for this. There wasn't another equitable sized lot. I just don't think it's the same. The examples you guys bring up, I respect that. I don't think it's the same, and I think we have to look at that separately. And what do we gain out of not letting them move forward?
All right, we've certainly all had a good old-fashioned debate. I like it. So let's now move to a vote.
Who seconded?
I did.
Oh, that's make sure. That's
All right, and the motion does not carry 4-3. Does council wish to entertain any additional motions?
Mr. Mayor?
Yes, sir.
I'd like to make a motion that all applicants go through staff and bring back a development order request to council before the end of this budget year. If not, those funds go back to staff to be used to meet other needs that staff may have. That's the motion.
Thank you, sir. Mr. Burns, is that legally equitable?
When you say all applicants, what do you?
He's referring to the workforce housing fund?
Correct. We have two other applicants. We heard one applicant today go through a development order process. It's had the time that all applicants have to go through this process. We just took some action tonight. The church is going to be uncertain of what to do next. We need to spend this money that was allocated for it years ago for its purpose, or it needs to be repurposed. It's simply what the intent of the motion is. And I heard from an applicant tonight that supported the other applicant about they're ready to move forward and those kind of things. All I'm simply asking is we hear a development order from staff before the end of this budget year.
And I certainly understood the motion. I just wanted to make sure that Mr. Burns.
I'm sorry, I need a clarification.
Yes, sir.
You could do that. You could place some conditions on, that'd be different than taking the money away from them or something like that. But saying you have a deadline of X to get us the plans, or we're going to consider possibly going somewhere else with the money.
That's it.
You can certainly do that.
That's it.
Because this process, under the ordinance, the money was divvied out, it's very informal, so there's not a lot of, you're not nailed down and tied by how you'll distribute the funds. So it basically is requiring another motion to rescind, kind of similar to how y'all are doing on the budget. So.
Okay, so we have a motion. Is there a second to that motion?
Second.
All right, so the motion by Councilman Schmidt, seconded by Councilman Jeter, is to, what date did you set, sir?
By the end of this budget year, that's September 30th.
Okay, so September 30th, you're requiring anyone who received an approval for workforce housing funding to have a development order in front of staff?
In front of council.
In front of council?
That's it.
Okay.
The same amount of time that's been obligated to all applicants, and we approved the development order tonight. Yes, sir.
Okay. Any additional comments?
Does the community get to since this is a new motion, do we get to speak?
Yeah, you absolutely will. I'll just let the council speak first, and then you guys can speak, and then we'll have a vote. Anyone wish to speak against this motion?
Are we effectively saying they don't have a place? Am I allowed to ask a question?
Yeah, I'll answer it.
Are we effectively saying that they're moving forward, they have a place on a separate thing? We're not approving that, to remove that reverter clause, and now we put a time limit essentially to remove their
So this motion,
affordable housing.
this motion in no way addresses the previous issue of the reverter clause. This motion only affects that property just in the sense that they were allocated 600 random, whatever numbers those are, $1,000 to build those affordable housing units, 8 of them on that property. And now it puts a time frame on them to say, if you don't have a development order in front of council by the end of the fiscal year, then you will lose that funding, and it will revert back into the city's general fund.
Would it be helpful for Mr. Frazzetti to give a quick overview of what the development order entails for y'all's benefit?
I would love to hear that, yes. Mr. Frazzetti, how long if tomorrow I said, all right, we really got to get this done, they just put the screws to us, how long from tomorrow is that possible?
It's, on average, it's a 3 or 4 month process from when it comes in. Staff has the review periods, but there's also, the revision period with the design professionals back and forth. On average, it's a 3 to 4 month process. We've seen them as short as month and a half, but we've seen them go 6 months. a lot of that's, it's staff, we have deadlines that we meet, but a lot of times back to their design professional and workloads of these individuals, getting us revisions. If it started, say, May 1st, May, June, July, August, could be into September. If it started tomorrow, with that submittal coming to us,
All right.
One for Chris, Mr. Mayor.
Yeah, let's go ahead.
I just, would there, if what Mr. Gray had mentioned, and I believe Mr. Williams has mentioned, if they're planning and designing and all that's already, have you seen anything from them? Okay.
No, sir.
But if that's all true and they've got their plans and designs, and we imagine they've been doing their water retention areas, their ingress, egress, all that stuff, if that stuff is in order, then that's going to help you get a development order a lot quicker than if someone just came to you tomorrow and said, I'd like to talk to you about a development.
Yes, but also to note that most development orders that we receive in the city are from just the same handful of design professionals, civil engineers, and firms. We've never had a development order come through, even from the same firm time after time, that don't make mistakes on their plans. So it's always at least a couple months process at the least.
And it could be extended, possibly. I mean, if there were valid reasons, but okay. Thank you.
Councilman Jeter.
Yeah, when you're saying tomorrow, I get it, but this was approved over a year ago, this funding that we're talking about. So I get Councilman Schmidt's motion can really be, oh man, we don't have enough time, but we've already had over a year to get to where we're at now. One development's already gone through, and I know Mr. Gray is very close to getting his to go through. So it's not like this is starting tomorrow. This has been going on for a year. We've had time to do this.
Mr. Prezzetti, is it also not true that we allocated the funding to the 3 individuals or entities? Then one of those, this one in specific, found out that they could not do the project because there was a reverter clause on the project?
Yes.
And then they were currently in the process of trying to get a development order, and then asked the city to remove the reverter clause, to which then the city said we don't have a process to remove the reverter clause, to then coming up with a process to remove the reverter clause, to ending tonight with an application and a request to remove that reverter clause through the process that we've set forth. And now, okay,
Yes.
just wanted to make sure.
Yes.
That is a wild time.
Would you say this puts us in a really superior negotiating position with this?
I can't answer that one.
Mr. Mayor, can I get clarification? Sure. This isn't towards one applicant.
But it affects all applicants.
Correct. The applicants have had the same amount of time that the same applicant had today that we approved the development order. I just wanted to bring some clarity because there's been some questions about the failed motion that just happened about this one applicant. It's really just to give clarity to staff that we got a lot of needs that we got to meet. And there's a sum of about $1 million out there that right now nobody in this room, whether it's one applicant or both applicants, maybe one applicant does have some really fine-tuned plans. We heard from Chris just now, he hasn't seen them yet, but I believe one may. But we know one may not because we just heard their presentation tonight about the motion that just failed. Like we did for the Montessori school, there was some negotiations that I believe Councilman Jeter tightened up the bolts and they needed to bring it back within a certain period of time, and it happened. That's all essentially we're trying to do here.
We did. We didn't extend their time. We actually increased their rent to bring them back to the table.
All right. Anyone else wish to make a comment on this motion? Would the public like to speak on this motion? Mr. Williams.
This is the most discriminatory motion I've heard tonight. I mean, that's, when I say discriminatory, that's, look, you're essentially saying that if we don't come back with a development order that you want the money back, okay?
And we want you to develop.
But you want me to develop without removing the reverter. I can't go any
We already
further
had
with
that
the reverter.
business. That business is done.
What do you mean the business is done?
That motion failed, so
I
there's...
know the motion failed, but how do we move forward being told by the engineering that you can't develop because you got a reverter clause? So you want me to spend money, go out here and get all of this stuff, And I got a reverter clause that tells me that if I do, if I keep moving forward, this is gonna go back to you. What is the sense of that? Does that make a good business decision? Would you do that financially? You asking the church to invest money to go out here and get, to continue, and this property is gonna revert to you? I mean, where's our incentive to do that?
You have the opportunity to develop a single-family home. Okay. So we're not taking anything from it.
I'm not either. This is not the most. I mean, obviously, Mr. Smith, your intentions have been, are on the record, and all I can say is that this is,
Okay. Thank you, sir. Anyone else from the public wish to speak on this item? Yes, ma'am.
Erica Allen, 115 Bernard. My question is there a process or is there a plan on how much you're going to charge them for the reverter clause?
And that's a very good question. Mr. Frasetti.
What's the calculation for this clause?
Mr. Frasetti, could you step up and answer that question?
Mayor, actually, if you don't mind me interjecting.
Oh, go ahead.
This might be a good moment to maybe table this till next month and maybe give myself and the city manager a chance to sit down with the church and maybe see if we can come up with a solution. Maybe. Yeah, that's my only suggestion. If someone can make a motion to recognize to do that.
Well, we currently have a motion. We've had discussion from the council, and we're now letting the public speak on it. And we could certainly entertain that from the council after the public has an opportunity to speak on this motion that's been made, for sure. But I would like to get an answer to the question, because we did develop this process to remove reverter clauses. What's the amount of money? What's the percentage of money of the value of $290,000? I mean, I tried to ask these questions earlier.
I can answer some of that.
Okay.
There's appraisers all have different ways of doing it. Their appraiser chose to do the highest and best use property, meaning basically you ignore the reverter, just develop the property, or what would someone pay for two empty lots to build houses on, and that's how we valued it. There's appraisers who will value it completely different ways. And so because your ordinance is very broad, there's no real direction on how someone's going to come and purchase it. And so that's why I was thinking maybe if you direct myself and the city manager to go meet with them, we can maybe come up with something, either dollars or some other way they can come up with some way to make the council feel like they're receiving something.
I see. Thank you. I know that does not answer the question that you asked.
You won't be able to get that answer, and I can tell you can sit down with 500 appraisers. So.
But yes, ma'am, continue on.
I guess my question is that y'all have a calculation of how y'all put taxes on everybody's property, right? So there's a calculation out there for this reverter clause, I'm pretty sure, because you're taxing us on the amount of value our property holds. So why can't you come up with a calculation for the amount of value this property owned to do like you do the taxes?
And so I think what Mr. Burns was trying to say was just that it's up to each individual appraiser to what they think it is worth. So one appraiser might say that inverter clause is worth the full value of the property. Another one might say it's only worth 25% of the property. So whatever appraiser says what is what we are basically going with. I know it's not the greatest answer, but yes, sir, you, Dr. Thomas.
Sorry, I'm the new guy, so I just have a quick question.
Sure.
Based off of just what I heard, I apologize, I don't know your name. There was an application process for the clause. In that process, was there a fee that said this is what is required to get it removed?
No.
So then, when you say, hey, follow these instructions to remove this, and you follow the instructions, and then it's still not removed, I'm at loss.
So, and I can help you with that because I was struggling with it as well, Dr. Thomas. The process is you have to go through all these things, and one of those things is an appraisal. As the previous question was, what's that amount to remove the reverter clause? And as the city attorney said, it's the appraisal cost, like whatever that value is. So the value that that appraiser put on those two properties was at $290,000, and also said it's worth removing that reverter clause valued at $290,000, is what he said. So then, through that process, the city is now saying to Mr. Williams and to the church, $290,000 is what we will remove the reverter clause for, I believe. Is that correct?
But that's not what we're saying. No. Like, I think
That's what the process said, correct?
y'all just denied the, no, actually, y'all have full discretion to do what you
Okay,
want.
but through the process, that's where we've ended up. Okay.
Y'all could come up tonight and say they'd like to pay $1 if y'all want.
Sure. Gotcha.
Okay, and my next thing that I was wondering is the new motion, so it's pretty much saying, hey, you now have a timeline to get this done, but we just cut your legs from under you to be able to do so.
Mr. Mayor, I'd like to respond to that.
Right, so because that's what I'm hearing, right? Because it's like, you have a timeline to get this done because you have our money. And if you don't get this project, all the plans in place, then we're taking this from you. Oh, but by the way, you can't use your land. So go and find some other land and purchase that or something else so that you can now use it, or we're just going to take the whole project from you. Am I hearing that correctly?
Thank you, Dr. Thomas. Mr. Schmidt, if you would like to.
I would completely respectfully disagree as far as, are you hearing it correctly? The intention is to get the project developed, all projects that have allocated. We have a remaining balance of about $1 million. That there's other.
Hey, y'all, it's really hard to hear.
I'm trying to respond.
We're not ready yet. Please let him respond.
Yeah. So disrespectfully disagree. It's not a land take. It's not that type of movement. What it is there's been money allocated for multiple years towards a cause. We had one applicant tonight execute that expectation and is providing more housing. All we're asking is to try to provide some clarity on when the period of performance ends so that we can either get it developed or the money needs to go back and be repurposed for some other critical needs that the community has as well. That's my.
Okay.
And Mr. Mayor?
Yes, sir, go ahead.
And so I'm listening to everyone, and I appreciate your confusion comes good questions. And that's why I always have a lot of questions, confused. But so there's $600,000 has been allocated towards that project. And if a development order is not in place by then that $600,000 that's been allocated will come back to the pot. It'll go to other applicants, of which he would not be restricted from applying again. And the land would not be taken from the church at all. The property remains theirs. The reverter clause remains in place, of which the church can develop that property into 2 single-family homes and sell them both. I've asked about that reverter clause. So long as it's developed into 2 single-family homes, that reverter clause is not applicable. So the church is not restricted only in that they can't get the 8 at this time because the motion was made and failed. So they just can't get it.
So what I'm keep hearing, I heard you say it a few times.
Mm-hmm.
So the church has the opportunity to use their land to build a house and make money instead of using the land to help people. So that's what I'm hearing because I know my time is up, but because what I'm hearing is use this to land, build some houses, sell them. Congratulations, church, you just made some money, you profited. Or you can put some homes there, affordable housing that can help out the community, which is what the church is there for, to help the people. Now, I'm new in this civilian clergy world, but I am an active duty Air Force. And what I do know is when you earmark funds, typically that's where it goes, and they actually want you to spend it where you said you're going to put it. And they're not going to try to stop you, at least not me, when I try to do things as a soon-to-be major. They don't try to stop you to doing what they gave you the funds to do. This right here sounds like, that you're stopping this project from happening, and I don't understand why, because what I'm hearing is the city's not losing anything to remove this, but instead, like was said before, is gaining an opportunity for a church to help out the community and provide more housing for people when we already made it very clear that this is an issue here. Amen. So I don't understand, how did we get here where let's stop you from doing this and helping people, but instead you can make some money, church, and congratulations, and use that money to go to whatever else you want to do, when that's not the calling of the church. Now, private business, sure, absolutely, but the church is there to help people. We're not there for profit. We're there to help people and the community. And this project, for what I'm hearing, not just now hearing about it, is here to help people and is being stopped for whatever reason, and it blows my mind. This doesn't make any sense. It makes no sense. So please stop bringing up this thing of you can build houses and you can sell them. Yes, we could. And you know what? It would go well with clearing out some of the debt that the church owes. It would be very helpful when it comes to the church budget. But that's not what we're here for. We're here to help people. And shame on you if you're stopping that from happening.
Thank you, Dr. Thomas. Anyone else like to speak? Yes, ma'am.
Yes. My name is Sarah Jones. I'm a member of the Greater Peace Missionary Baptist Church. I've lived in this community since 1973. Greater Peace is 73 years old. It's a bedrock cornerstone church for the Black community. Look around this room. Mr. Payne, we know from before Pastor Bolger passed away, we know what was in your heart. I'm not giving them that. That's what we felt, that's what we received, and now you've made it come to life. Your plan has come full circle, and it's not right. We were trying to do the same as most of you logically would try to do if you were in our shoes, but we've been blocked by you, all of you who voted no. Shame on you, Mr. Berry. You know when a minority person is trying to do something, what a challenge it is. You didn't look at us as a church trying to help. All you looked at were the dollars. Oh my gosh, we can't dare give those people that kind of money. I don't care what you say, that's what we received. And you were wrong. You're wrong for what you did. And right now, I plead the blood of Jesus over all of you who voted against us.
Thank you, ma'am. Mr. Gray?
Excuse me, Barry Gray, 217 Burnet Avenue. I'm a solution person. Is there any way that, I know I deal with property too myself, and I work around property, that you can do amendments? I know it's in their deeds, is zoned as R1. If you, in that community where the church sits at, most of the property on Caution Drive has been switched over to R2 zoning. If you switch over from residential and a deed into R2 zone, they can do their project, and everything stays the same. See, the problem you have is their deed says R1, I mean residential housing. If you did an amendment on the deed and put, you can do multiple family housing, then everything stays in place. They can develop the 8 units, and everybody's satisfied.
That's actually what I suggested earlier.
Okay, right, what I'm saying is, it's like, there's some solutions here that we should start looking at solutions. And also when they said something about, I'm on track for my project, I think it's gonna be done. But I will put out there, Reverend Bolger from Greater Peace Baptist Church, both of us, all of us paid a development agreement, which the city took from us $2,000 some. So now you're saying we might take the money away, but we already got an agreement in place with the city, and we've given you those funds. I think I paid $2,000 some. So you should look at that too, but my project, I think, is on track. We'll make your deadline. But again, the solution is, like the lawyer said, look at changing the deeds, make an amendment to the deeds, but they can do the 8 units. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Gregg. All right, we do have a motion.
Mayor?
And we have, Ms. Pounders, I'm sorry. I forgot about you.
Missy Founders, 21 Comet Street. I'm going to plead that you guys do not pass this motion and find another solution to give them time. This is infuriating. As someone who's watched councils over and over fence the rules to be able to take care of Kenwood and the black hole of the golf course's money that goes to nowhere, and then this is unequitable. You may view it as equitable by the rules, but what this neighborhood has experienced has been that constant, let's put the rules around them and wiggle around so that we can not benefit them. And so I think that there should be some sort of motion put in place to give them time to figure out some sort of negotiation, instead of moving forward with putting more time limits on them. If that's the best that could be done, what should have happened was that you didn't have the reverter. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Pounders. Anyone else wish to speak?
I'll make you 2 offers. If you want $600,000 back, I'll sell it back to you for the reverter clause. You take the reverter clause out. I like what Mr. Burns has said. I'd like to sit down with the city and your city attorney and see if we can work this out.
Let's do that.
Obviously, you could modify the deed to say multifamily.
There's a lot of solutions. The motion they're actually covering right now, though, they need to vote on that, and then they can vote to direct myself and city manager to sit down.
They vote on that
The
motion.
current motion doesn't have anything to do with the reverter clause.
But it does put a time limit on it.
Oh, it absolutely does, you're right.
Which means I have to get the reverter clause fixed real fast and then get the development order real fast.
Yes, sir.
They just have to vote on this before they can then vote to let us sit down and talk to you. So,
Mr. Mayor, Mr. Williams?
Yes, sir.
You said something and I'm confused. You said that for the $600,000, which was going to be my point of discussion, you know, it was alleged that we have our vision set against you. We're in favor of you. We granted, I believe, by majority vote, if not by all, to give $600,000 of taxpayers' money to your church to develop that. So I wanted to be clear on that. But did you say that you would give us the $600,000 back if this council would remove that reverter clause?
You might have heard me say something like that.
Okay, good.
Then I also
That's
said
what
I
it
want to
sounded
talk to
like you
your
said, 'cause
attorney,
I
let's
would
sit down and
entertain that
let's
for
work
sure.
something out, because, yeah. I said, let's sit down with your attorney and work it out.
Okay.
Because look, you want $600,000 back? I think that we could put it on.
Hang on. Y'all, we're way out of order here.
It's on the table.
Lord.
Okay.
All right.
I can't believe you'd offer that.
So we're still speaking to the motion. Yes, ma'am. Name and address, please.
My name is Miellen Mitchell, and I live at 35 Reed Place in Fort Walton. And what I want to say is, I feel like that you're wanting money from the profit of the property that you're asking for. If y'all did a full trade and now you're asking for money off of the property to trade, I mean, you're offering money, I mean, asking us to take money from the property is what it sounds like y'all kind of want. You want him to build something by September, but you freeze the guy that can build, and there's no other way that y'all can compromise to let him start building to have it finished by September, when he just told you that, I guess, most builders cannot build with the residual in place. Is that correct? Or is just certain things that has to take place for him to start building?
You are right that it is complicated.
Yeah, I mean, but there's no other solution, and it's almost sound like you kind of already made your minds up already, regardless of him saying so. But you want him to have this built by September, knowing that the guy that can build and finish the plans is at a freeze with the residual in place, if that's what it's called.
Ms. Mitchell, I appreciate your comments for sure, and I think a lot of those terms are kind of right, and I guess we're going to have a vote on this motion to see if we're moving forward with that deadline.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you very much for being here tonight.
Mr. Mayor, there's no building requirement by September, right?
No.
Okay, no building requirement by September.
Just a development order in place in front of the council. Yeah, that's the current motion that's made. Anyone else from the public wish to speak on that motion? Seeing none. Council, please vote. The motion does pass 4-3.
Mayor, I'd like to make a motion to give the city attorney and the applicant to continue discussions, because I think we heard tonight some negotiations that one applicant is going to be ready, the other applicant's willing to let go of the $600,000 of the reverter, and there's the other applicant tonight that we issued a development order process. So I'd like to make a motion to get the city attorney to meet with the applicant to continue negotiations.
And city manager as well?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Yeah, absolutely. Absolutely, yes. You just brought it up. Why was it?
Second.
All right, so we have a motion made by Councilman Schmidt, seconded by Councilman Jeter to, hey, y'all, chill just a second, to direct the city attorney and city manager to negotiate with the church to look for a solution in the removal of that reverter clause, or similar, I should say. Okay.
With all options on that
Yeah,
table of a
absolutely.
solution. There's no one path.
To negotiate.
To negotiate a solution, to move forward somehow, somewhere.
Right.
Yeah.
Okay.
I don't think the 290 applies, but we'll figure that out.
What's up? Councilman Schmidt, would you like to further comment on the motion?
No, sir.
All right, would anyone like to speak against this motion on the council? Or would anyone else like to speak on this motion at all? Anyone from the public wish to speak on this motion to allow the city attorney and the city manager to negotiate some sort of settlement on this situation? Seeing none, council, please vote. That's a good one, 7-0. All right. The wrong button? Oh, you hit the wrong button? Well, that's okay.
On that one?
No, on the previous motion.
Can I make a motion?
All right.
No.
I mean, Ms. Barnes, your thoughts, if any? Or Mr. Burns, your thoughts, if any?
Did I miss something? No.
So she voted on the previous motion. It was 4-3. Ms. Riley meant to vote the opposite way of the way that she voted electronically.
So on the previous vote, the motion, not the one y'all just made.
All right, the motion that we just made was 7-0.
You meant to, y'all need to go back and
revote?
Someone needs to make technically a motion to, to reconsider, not, if someone makes a motion to reconsider, y'all gonna back up and vote on it.
Okay, so motion to reconsider.
Does this need 2 readings?
Nope. That's a motion to rescind.
I make a motion to reconsider.
Second.
All right, motion to reconsider, 2 motions ago.
Yes, so once y'all vote on this, then y'all can open back up and do the original motion again.
Okay. Made by Councilman Merrill, seconded by Councilman Browning. Any additional comments? Seeing none, please vote.
Mr. Barron?
Oh, no, you don't. You want to reconsider.
This is a motion to reconsider.
I made a mistake.
So now y'all can.
Now, Mr. Berry has also made a mistake.
Yeah, I thought we were.
She meant to vote in favor? By a show of hands on this motion to reconsider, all in favor?
Yeah, that's what I want. I thought we were.
All opposed? The motion does pass 7-0. So now, Mr. Burns, we've had a motion to
Now
reconsider.
y'all can go back and, on the motion to establish a deadline for development orders to be in place on the 2 remaining projects.
And we already had all the comments and everything, so let's go to it.
Yeah.
Can we just vote?
You can just vote. Can you-
Yeah, I know.
So we've just made a motion.
Voted on that one.
Right.
So they made a motion to reconsider it, and so now they've reopened up the motion and debate on that motion that got voted on, not like several motions ago now at this point. So now they're about to have a motion and a vote on the deadlines, basically Mr. Schmidt's motion that he made earlier, the
Could you
deadlines.
reread it to us? I mean, I want everyone to understand. Right.
No, it's recorded, but no, I haven't.
I can cut some of it up. You made a motion to set deadlines for the 2 remaining projects, to have development orders in place, and you wanted to use the fiscal year, and the fiscal year is the deadline.
That's it.
Okay.
Okay. And so that motion was initially made by Councilman Schmidt.
It was.
And seconded by Councilman Jeter. Is that right? Did you second that?
Second.
Do you remember?
Second.
Well, I'm just trying to recreate the past here. Is there any other discussion on
I'll
this?
have a discussion just on that, just to make sure that Ms. Riley, it's my understanding that if that motion, it did pass, the motion passed, correct? You voted incorrectly, which helped make it pass, is that correct?
That's correct.
If you change your vote, and it fails, then there has been no agreement, I mean, it's changing.
No, I fully understand. I looked at the no present, but I hit the yes. I did not.
The vote would not change the motion after that. It was a separate.
No, it wouldn't change the motion after that, but it's about to change the action that was taken.
Right. Well, so the previous vote was 4-3 on establishing a deadline on the use of that money. That's where Ms. Riley raised her hand and said, I did not mean to vote yes.
Correct. That's where we're
So
at.
that's the only thing that would change here, Mr. Walker, is that motion, not the subsequent motion.
Oh, sure, gotcha,
Okay.
gotcha, just,
The one you voted no.
All right, so we all understand where we're at.
I was voting on the timeline.
Yes?
We're voting on the timeline now.
You can call the question like debate too at this point.
We are.
You also elect.
Yeah, we need to go to vote.
Timeline.
Yeah. Council, please vote.
To put a timeline on it.
unless someone else changed the law.
All right, the motion does not carry 4-3.
But we do have out there, the city attorney and city manager still negotiating.
Negotiating.
Correct.
Yeah, absolutely. We've arrived at a really nice conclusion to this very convoluted path that we took to get there. But we sincerely thank all of you for staying. We move on now to, good Lord, I'm sure 6 more very short ones. 11.3, request for code enforcement fine reduction at 508 Parkview Road Northwest and 42 Bay Drive Northeast. Mr. Frasetti.
Thank you. So this request, we did receive requests by the owner of these properties for request for fine reduction. And so these were 2 properties that were owned by the same individual that went through the code enforcement process pretty much at the same time over the last year. Ms. Sharon Trineri, who is here this evening as well to speak about her request. So in the Code of Ordinances, we do have a fine mitigation schedule that if someone has gone through the code enforcement process, has running fines, and basically what the process states is that if the property comes into compliance, then and they've accrued, racked up fines over a span of time, then they can come in and there's a schedule. Basically, it's a percentage of the property value or a percentage of the liens, depending on which one works out. For the amount in here, they can go through and have that fine reduced down to potentially as low as 10% of the property value or of the lien, and it can be approved administratively by the city manager. If the owner doesn't want to follow that mitigation schedule, wants to request something less than what we provide by code, then it's scheduled to come in front of you all, city council, to make that determination for what action you want to take. So that's what's happened here. Over the last year or two, we've worked with the property owner on these code cases, and so the two properties here at 508 Parkview Road Northwest. That property, that code case did accrue about $35,750 in running fines, in addition to the $650 administrative fees. That property has been brought into compliance. Both of these had to do with unpermitted work, carports that were on the properties. And so on that one specifically, it did come into compliance. And so the fines have stopped accruing, and it was eligible in accordance with the fine reduction request in the Code of Ordinances. 42 Bay Drive, that property, that one is still in progress. However, we've been working with the property owner. The issue there was that the carport that was built doesn't meet Florida Building Code, and so the owner's having to, she had to work and get an engineer to figure out how to make that structure meet the building code so that we could actually permit it, do inspections, and then be able to close out the project and be in compliance. So that process, like I said, is still in progress right now. My staff has been in contact with the engineer. We've been speaking with the owner regularly on that, but as of this evening, that case is still active because it's still in progress there. So that one, as of today's date, had $39,500 in running fines that are accruing at $250 per day until it comes into compliance. In addition, that case also has $650 in administrative fees. So basically, all said and done here, what I put together are a few options. Of course, council's absolutely open to exploring other options, but the applicant has requested that the fines and fees be waived down to zero for both cases, for the running fines as well as the administrative fees. And so I'm going to go through a few options that we have proposed. And one option is that the council could remove the lien, the running fine, for 508 Parkview Road Northwest and 42 Bay Drive as requested by the applicant. In that case, we would ask that, because 42 Bay Drive is an active code case still accruing fines, that the council consider putting some type of condition that is contingent upon that case coming into compliance, so that if you want to go that route, that one doesn't get removed and wiped off or reduced by an amount until the case is closed. In that case, we also, in any case that you may consider, we do ask that you consider keeping the administrative fees, $650 per case on there. Really, those are costs to go through the process. It's all the legal notices we have to do, the mail outs. It's going through the magistrate for those hearings and the costs associated with that, to take these through the enforcement process. Another option I have is that instead of reducing or removing the lien on both properties, you could consider waiving the lien at 508 Parkview, which is the property in compliance, but taking no action on 42 Bay Drive since it's currently active. And I've put in there also to consider unjoining the liens. So if you do want to remove the lien at 508 Parkview, the owner is trying to sell the property at Parkview, so to kind of help with that process, if there's a connection between those liens, we separate them so that 508 Parkview can be sold while 42 Bay Drive continues on until it's resolved. And then the following option is that you take no action on this request, and we could defer back to the lien mitigation schedule that's in the Code of Ordinances that the city manager could approve, here and now, if it went that route. With that, as I mentioned, there was a total of about $75,000 in running fines between the two properties. The fine mitigation schedule, we did look at those options, and for 508 Parkview, it reduced the $35,000 or so in fines down to about $1,700, plus the administrative fees of $650. Just to have an idea, numbers wise, it was a significant reduction based on the value of the property and the lien. So take it down to under $2,000. If it was following mitigation schedule, as I said, the owner's here and has requested that you consider reducing or removing these in their entirety. So. With that, staff does respectfully recommend the council's direction on the lien reduction request for 508 Parkview Road Northwest and 42 Bay Drive Northeast.
Thank you, Mr. Frasetti. Let's first ask questions to Mr. Frasetti.
Actually, I did have to add something to this.
Yes.
So, and I do apologize, Chris, for not catching this when I reviewed it. So regarding 42 Bay Drive, y'all actually don't have authority to waive an active code cases accruing fines. So if y'all decide to reduce them tonight or waive them, y'all have to do a conditional up front on the condition that she comes into compliance, and effectively you're going to be granting Dennis authority to zero it out once she does that. And so technically, the best you can do for 42 Bay Drive is the conditional release of all the fines that are accruing if she comes into compliance. But regarding 508, you have full discretion to handle how you will tonight.
Thank you, sir. Let's ask questions first to Mr. Frasetti, and then we'll certainly give Mr. Neri the opportunity to speak. Mr. Walker.
Thank you. 42 Bay Drive, that's in works to get it to code. I mean, if it were to be conditionally approved, what time frame would be expected?
You know, we've been working with Ms. Terneri on it. She's been actively working, trying to get the engineer to get us those plans. You know, almost every day. I know we've been speaking recently, you know, with Ms. Terneri, as well as we tried to help kind of mediate in the middle, trying with the engineer to you know, get those plans. Our building officials met and spoken with them. You know, we're hopeful that if we get plans within the next week or two, then the permit, we could then issue the permit, we could then do the inspections, close it out, you know, theoretically within 30 to 45 days.
Gotcha. Okay, thank you.
Thank you, sir. Any other questions? Mr. Barry?
Yes, on Parkview, was that in compliance?
Yes, ma'am. It's in compliance.
Okay.
Any additional questions for Mr. Frasetti? Seeing none, Mr. Neri, would you like to come up and say a few words? I would just like to welcome you back to the chamber as well. We haven't seen you for a while. So thanks for being here tonight.
I've been sick. And that's part of why the fines have run up. This is very hard for me.
I understand. Take your time.
I've been given 4 months to live. And part of the reason that this has gone so long is because I've been accepted at MD Anderson in Houston. And they think they can give me another 6 months. I have pancreatic cancer. And when I was on the Code Enforcement Board years ago, I know that we would put fines on people to get their attention. And this definitely got my attention, but I couldn't do anything about it because I'm trying to live, you know. And so whenever I would get a notice, I would call Bert's office or Chris or Tim. I never ignored any of the notices from the city. I never ignored them. It's just that my life has gotten in the way, and I'm trying to, with 508, part of that, when I was so feisty about the whole thing, was I thought there was a statute of limitations. But then when I realized that that did not apply to me, then I had to get a survey because I thought the city was wrong. Turns out the city wasn't wrong. And it came down within a week, once I knew that I was in the wrong. But I wanted to verify everything, of course, because I had paid, I'd paid good money for the carport to be put in. But it came down within a week after that. But the fines continued to run. I don't know why, and I don't know how, and I'm not trying to argue anything about that, but, and dealing with my house, 42 Bay Drive, I thought I would have all the drawings done. Like Chris said, we've been trying to get this done quickly because in the next, I have to go to treatment every 2 weeks, chemotherapy every 2 weeks. And in the next two weeks or the next month, there's a thing called chemo brain, and I can't think, I can't concentrate, and I'm trying to get all this done before my next treatment so that I can at least, you know, and each treatment is $600. Plus then I have to go out to Houston every 2 months. So the money is really a hardship on me at this point. So it's a hardship. And I am trying to sell the property because of I've got an expiration date on my head, you know, and I'm trying to make my estate a little easier. For my family. So, I'm sorry, this is really hard.
Mr. Neri, would you entertain answering any questions from the
Sure.
council, or you certainly don't have to? if you
No,
feel
no,
that's
no,
all
no,
right?
no,
Okay.
no, this is,
I know it's hard, ma'am, and we thank you for being here, for sure, for sure. Councilman Schmidt?
Make sure I have the ask. The ask is remove the fees.
all the
Of
fees.
the property that's currently in compliant. Is the deal contingent on her selling the house, we get the fees recouped? Is that the ask? I heard something about selling a house.
No,
that's
the
in
ask,
compliance.
no, so the ask on her commercial or her rental properties is just to release the lien, release all the fines, lien zeroed out. The ask on, the best legal ask you can give her on the homestead 42 Bay Drive is to conditionally do the same thing. So go and say, if you come into compliance, the city manager can then zero it out for you.
Thank you.
Minus the fees of.
Minus the administrative fees.
Thank you.
Right. And that's obviously up to the council's discretion. Anyone else have a question for Ms. Trineri? Seeing none, thank you, Ms. Trineri. Thank you for being here. Anyone on council wish to
I
ask?
wish to make a motion, Mr. Mayor, I wish, make a motion to waive the liens for 508 Parkview Road Northwest, maintaining the administrative cost of $650, if I remember that's correct.
Yes, sir.
And conditionally approve the lien waiver for 42 Bay Drive with an effective date contingent upon compliance of active code case, and leave that up to Mr. Reeves to zero that out upon compliance.
Second.
A motion made by Councilman Walker, seconded first, I believe, by Councilman Jeter, to remove all fines at the property located at 508 Parkview Road Northwest, and conditionally remove all fines at 42 Bay Drive Northeast based on that property coming into compliance, minus all administrative fees. Is that correct? Summary of your motion, Mr. Walker?
Well, the administrative fees of $650, yes.
Per property.
And authorize the city.
And authorize the city manager to.
Zero that out upon compliance.
Correct. Additional comments, sir?
None.
All right. Anyone wish to speak against the motion?
Not against, but for it, I will say, Ms. Chineri mentioned she's on the code enforcement board. But you mentioned while you were on the board, the intention was to use some funds to get the behavior to change. My understanding is the behavior's changed, it's in compliance. Let's use the tool for its purpose. It got us to change compliance, to get it compliance, so I'm going to be supporting this motion.
Councilman Jeter.
I can speak for or against.
You can speak however you'd like.
Ms. Sharon Trineri, we have, you will certainly be in all of our thoughts and prayers. I have certainly enjoyed butting heads with you over the last couple years up here over these, but I really am glad to see one of the properties coming into compliance, and I know the other one will be soon. So nights like tonight make you realize that maybe some of the times in years past that we didn't see eye to eye, at the end of the day, we wish you the best. And thank you for bringing the one property into compliance so far, because staff was just doing their job. It's our job to support them. We are also waiving thousands of dollars in fees with this motion to in turn try to support you. So, wish you the best.
Anyone else additional comments on this? I would just like to, Mr. Neri, echo Mr. Jeter and Mr. Schmidt's sentiments as well, that we wish you all the best in your health and the best of health. And I hope all those doctors are wrong, and I hope you got another 2, 5, 10 years left to go. And I hope you're back in here being a real rascal too.
No.
But listen, I did hear a new Ms. Trineri here tonight, because I know that these kinds of things can really put some things in perspective for people and find out what's important in your life. So obviously I don't get a vote on this, but it sounds like you have a lot of support up here, and thanks for being here tonight.
Well, and I appreciate that.
Sorry, I hate to make it come up here, but if you are going to speak, the public has to hear what you have to say.
I appreciate that a lot, because it's, I was really looking forward to becoming very active in the city until all of this, came and took all the stuffing out of me. But I do appreciate prayers, because so far I've seen about 4 miracles that shouldn't have happened, but I've been blessed, and I can only say it's the prayers, because I wasn't supposed to be accepted to MD Anderson until July, and I called him and I told him I'll be dead by July if I don't get in. And they called me the next day, and I got in May 20, what was last month? March 28th. So little miracles are helping. So prayer is the only thing that's going to help me at this point. So I want to thank you for that. And I hate to ask, but on the other hand, is there any way you could waive the administrative fees?
Mr. Mayor, I'll amend my motion to waive the administrative fees.
Yeah, it's legal. You have the authority to do that.
Yes. Is there a second to that motion?
I'll second that.
A motion by Mr. Walker to amend his motion to waive the administrative fees. Seconded by Councilwoman DeVere. Any further discussion?
I don't have any discussions, but I would like to take it that my heart and my prayers go out to you and your family. And I wish you many, many healthy days. And
From your mouth to God's ears.
many healthy days.
This is another miracle for me. So thank you, all of you. Thank you very much.
And Mayor, just real quick. The administrative fees are conditionally waived on 42, correct? Is that your motion, Mr. Walker? Just because, so Mr. Reeves doesn't get in trouble. I see him. He is concerned about that, actually.
That's a good question.
Is that, he said yes.
Council, please vote. Motion is adopted 7-0. That moves us on to item 11.4, appointing members to the Charter Review Commission. Mr. Burns.
I guess since I'm not Kim today, she's the one who brought this up to y'all at the last meeting. I believe y'all passed a resolution at the last meeting to establish the Charter Review Commission. Now you just need to go and start appointing the members. I don't know, Ms. Barnes, did they submit any names to you ahead of time, or is it just going to be kind of?
Only 2 people did, and I ran those, and they were fine, but I can get them confirmed like tomorrow.
Okay. So
So pretty much, yeah, we just go around the board and.
Yeah, and y'all can either If you don't think there's gonna be any objections, y'all can all make your nomination and vote all, like a lot, all at once, or if you'd rather go one at a time and do a motion on each.
All at once.
All at once. All right, there we go.
Amen. Let's start with Councilman Walker.
Steve Calderelli.
Hey, I like the name. Councilman Schmidt.
Michael Holmes.
I like that name. Ms. Riley.
Michael Beatty.
I like that name. I'm just gonna say it on all of them. Mr. Merrill.
Tony Taylor.
Mr. Jeter.
Jeff Peters.
Ms. DeBerry.
Rob Smith.
And Mr. Brown.
Mike Minnick.
Motion to approve all appointees to the Charter Review Committee.
Second.
Motion by Councilman Jeter, seconded by Councilman Merrill to approve all 7 nominees upon Ms. Barnes verifying their qualifications to the Fort Walton Beach Charter Review Commission. Any additional comments?
Yes.
Councilman Schmidt.
How and where can we attend these?
You can, I mean, so if multiple council members decide to attend the meeting all at once, you can't talk to each other, you have to sit in separate room, or like away from each other, so y'all are not interacting.
Okay.
Don't ask questions because you're asking questions on issues that have come up before the other
Fair
council members, so you kind of have to be a fly on the wall if you.
That's what I want to be, actually. I'm looking forward to this.
Will the meetings be on video?
I was gonna ask
and
the same
minutes?
question.
Video and minutes? Will they be in
There will
here?
definitely be minutes and, sure, we can record them.
Will they be in here? Is this where they'll be held?
The committee hasn't met yet to determine that, but I would assume this would be the most conducive place for it.
Well, could
But that's-
council provide direction that it be
Sure.
conducted in here with video and minutes? Okay, great. Look forward to seeing
That
it.
way you could be a remote fly on the wall.
So if you can't ask questions, I'll watch it.
Any
That's the
additional,
best comment. That's the best comment.
any additional comments or direction wish to be given? Seeing none, please vote. All right, that brings us to item 11.5. Probably just a little small thing.
Can we go that fast, too?
Mr. Burns.
Okay, y'all interviewed the candidates last week. They came in on Thursday and had a lunch with staff and a kind of informal meet and greet the evening. Basically, we're just recommending that y'all move to select your top candidate. Obviously, since there's only 2 choices left at this point in time, we'll know who the second candidate is. I would ask that that you authorize us, if you do approve of the second candidate, the second choice, to begin negotiations with that individual if the once the negotiations, finalizations fail with your top candidate. I understand, I think Mr. Reeves can explain the process.
We've spoken with Mr. Sorrell about to all 3 candidates originally, but now they're just down to 2. And we have arranged, really the only thing, Mr. Burns has reviewed the contract. It's very similar to the previous city managers. Anything that looked iffy in there, he's already addressed. There was very few things short of salary. They were just a little bit difference on, but we provided a range in the backup. It was to the 220, one of the gentlemen wanted 220, one was less than that. So we need the range to negotiate just the salary. The retirement benefits and some of the things they wanted to contribute to are pretty standard for this level of person. So I didn't see anything really out of the ordinary. So what we were looking for is direction again to negotiate with them so that we don't have to bring it back to you guys to approve it. And then they'll have their contract. I've already explained to them that I'm available, and I think you guys have approved that for me to stay on through their arriving here to take the position. So.
And Mr. Reeves and Mr. Burns, I also directed staff this afternoon that I feel the voting process would be most fair, that everyone just get a piece of paper rather than someone see who shouts out a name first.
Right.
And that way you can select your candidate, and we can pass them in and tabulate the votes that way. Then obviously, the candidate that has the most votes, someone that voted for that candidate could then make a motion to approve that candidate, and obviously put all those stipulations that Mr. Reeves had.
And the ballot has her name on it, so they start there in order. Let's start Mr. Browning and go down.
We're not doing nomination.
We're doing vote on one of 2 people. that are left standing.
Did I miss an email? Someone dropped out?
Yes, I'm sorry, yeah, Mr. Bull Tice removed himself from the selection.
Do you need them to sign this?
Just, I think there is a scene, just so we can identify which one it is. Yeah, they're,
Okay.
Hey, Mayor's pressure's off you, isn't it?
Huh?
Mayor's pressure's off us.
Yeah. No pressure on me. We have also 2 secret ballots.
That will be disclosed.
To the public and posted everywhere. All right, Mr. Barnes is tabulating the votes. Ms. Neighbors is providing a drum roll. The crowd is filled with anticipation.
Mr. Davis, Mr. Ridley, Mr. Davis, Mr. Davis, Mr. Davis, Mr. Davis, Mr. Ridley.
Sounds like Mr. Davis.
Mr. Davis is 5, Mr. Rooney 2.
Mr. Mayor, I'd like to make a motion to give authorization to the acting city manager, both city attorneys, Steve Sorrell with Colin Basinger, and Ms. Barnes, if she would like to be involved. Those are all of our charter officers that would be involved in this. Direct all of them to negotiate a contract with our #1 selection of Jason Davis, bring that back to us, and we can, if needed, have a special meeting to finalize that contract.
Motion made by Councilman Jeter, seconded by Councilman Schmidt to respectfully give authorization to the city manager, city attorneys, Steve Sorrell, Colin Basinger and Associates, and our wonderful city clerk, Ms. Kim Barnes, to finalize a city contract, negotiate, bring it back with a special meeting if needed. Mr. Burns, what would you like to
So
add?
the logistics on that would be, if the candidate's okay having their contract voted on May 20th, then it'll just pop up on your regular meeting. But if they, or for other factors, like maybe Mr. Reeves is also wanting to maybe
No.
speed up the next section, just y'all will call a special meeting, and we'll let you know to call a special meeting.
I mean, just for clarity, the reason that we provided some of the information in the backup was to give us the authority to do that. The only thing really in discretion that wasn't in the backup is the salary amount. Mr. Davis has already provided what he's looking for salary. The other things are pretty basic, but we can call a special meeting and have you guys come back. That was your direction, so we'll definitely be glad to do that.
I'll leave that up to you guys if you feel it's necessary. I would just like to know.
I think we were trying to, at least Ms. Barnes and I had that discussion, and so did Mr. Burns, was we try to, keep you guys from having to, run down here again for a quick meeting. We'd be glad to do that if I'm not speaking after anything.
Well, I think his motion said if necessary, the special meeting. So I was trying to figure that out.
If necessary, if you guys are able to get the contract done, and Jason Davis is ready next week, I'm willing to come down here and not wait 3 more weeks. Not that we're rushing you to get out of here.
So I have a question, because I think the reason we discussed that was, if you guys all directed us to proceed with the contract as presented, with the amount that he put in there, you would be approving that tonight if he accepts it, and he's accepted the job, and you guys have appointed him at this meeting. Am I misunderstanding?
Correct.
We do need to kind of massage the contract that's in the packet a little bit, in terms of like the retirement benefits, because I'm not sure those are 100% accurate. So we do need to work it a little bit, but we probably don't need to come back to y'all again, because Mr. Davis, actually, I can let y'all know now, because we're in the sunshine, and I can tell all y'all this, but everyone that got salary number from him, he was consistent at the 220 number.
Pretty much.
Which each one of y'all, so that's his ask. And so if y'all are voting to approve of him, he wants 220. So.
Right. But that's an ask. You can still have a negotiation, but we're only negotiating with one person.
That would be the max.
Unless he's watching, at which point that is the max.
But it was also advertised, it was advertised in a brochure up to the max, so they're obviously going to go to that max. So.
Yeah.
So it's sunshine, it's sunny everywhere in Florida. Everyone knows everything.
It's always All right, so we're clear on the motion, the direction.
So do I need to make that motion to approve that tonight, or do you still need time to massage that, and we're only negotiating with the one person?
We do need to work the contracts. Okay. We can't just take the contract that's in there and plug 220 in. We have to run it by.
But we can't authorize Mr. Reeves and you
To finalize it, yeah.
to finalize the contract.
Correct. Y'all can do that.
And then only come back to us if it's needed and necessary and deviates away from what was authorized.
Or even when I say if necessary, if it's beneficial, if it's able to be done next week and we call a special meeting with one item on the agenda, time is of the essence on everything. That would just save us 3 weeks to make it official if that's what we need is one more meeting.
You don't have
council
to.
approve it.
Right.
Okay.
Right.
It can be official after.
Yeah.
We're done.
After this motion.
Okay, any further comment on this? Seeing none, please vote. Oh, did you have something, or you were just? My bad, I just saw your hand out of the corner of my eye, I didn't want to leave you out. Please vote, council.
I was going to give a shout out to Mr. Davis, but I think
Who seconded it?
I think it's midnight his time. So.
I think he's there. He's there.
They had him on Zoom standing by just in case you guys needed him. But we didn't want to tell you that because it would have stretched things out.
Stretching out like what? I'll let. We're waiting on.
Try the mouse. The mouse also works.
Don't hit the wrong button.
There we go.
So regarding the special meeting, I think the only scenario that might get called would be if the negotiations with Mr. Davis had not failed for some reason. And we had to turn to Mr. Rooney, we'd probably want y'all to have a, like, we would probably go and negotiate with Mr. Rooney and bring a contract back to y'all, but have y'all actually vote on that since y'all didn't actually take a.
No, I think the special meeting would come before that. If this negotiation should take a turn, there should be a
Right.
special meeting.
Okay, that's the direction we need. That's
Correct.
So,
Yeah.
okay.
Yeah.
Everybody go with that? Let's do it. Okay, that moves us to city manager reports.
Short
Is that
sweet
right?
tonight, Mayor. Yeah, I think we covered a lot of it when we talked about the charter. I really don't have much tonight. Glad to see that we have unanimous support for a candidate. I think that will really help him. I appreciate that when I came on board, you guys were pretty unanimous to support me. I really appreciate that, and I know that he does as well. One thing I would like to ask, and I've said this several meetings, it should be pretty brief. One of the things that has continued to come up is we're about to receive back the final design for our Parks and Rec expansion. And I know several of you have been here, but with new council members, I think quickly, we just need to kind of get an idea if you guys are as committed to that future expansion as you always have been. And if there is some adjustment there, you know, how much, you know, it was clearly Mr. Smith's direction was that he was gung-ho on it and move that forward as fast as possible. Well, here it is 2 months later. Now we are really, with Mr. Payne's help and with staff's help, we are there. We're going to be receiving those plans back. And, you know, should we task, are you guys, you know, just a head nod that direction is still there?
Yes.
We know how Mr. Jeter feels, and I think I can speak for Mr. Schmidt as well. I'm concerned with some of the newer people if they continue to think that Parks and Rec needs another $6 million expansion, $7 million expansion. I just, you know, before I push that forward, I don't want to hold it up and wait for Mr. Davis to get here. It's ready to, you know, we can get, you know, purchasing to begin to go down that road again as quickly as possible. But, I mean, like I said, I'm seeing 2 of you. Okay, there's 3.
Show of hands.
The rest, yeah, basically.
With pickleball courts.
Okay, good. That's all I needed. 4. I see 4 hands. Okay, good. Get it out for bid.
Covered pickleball courts.
No, absolutely.
And
I haven't heard that
closed. Heated and cooled and closed.
Actually, you guys will see, yeah, we would just discuss that a little bit to bring that cost down some, and I think that was wise, especially with the county's expansion in pickleball. So
When did that happen? The last I heard, the 2 guys left here, the one they sued us in other words, or objected.
Right.
And it was because there was confusion on the covering, and they said, we'll do it. And so
Well-
I didn't know anything I've been waiting for it to come back. When did this-
Fortunately, since it was under my care, with Mr. Peters leaving and beginning the process of his large pickleball expansion out there, and then we also have a private pickleball company coming on board, we think, with Mr. Odom's expansion out there, his pickleball situation, we staff made some decisions on how could we get it from 9 or 10 million down into a little bit more reasonable area. So being down in the $6 million range, we thought it was more palatable for you guys with the fields, the multi-use fields that you wanted and the expansion there, also improving the entire property. Leaving room yet for the future pickleball, if that was the direction you wanted. That might be another phase. We took the building out of the middle of it that was a couple $1 million, so it wasn't hard to find the money. But in doing so, we changed the price for you guys, which I think was wise. We sent it back to Jenkins to finish the final plan, and now it'll be back shortly. But like I said, with 3 of you changing seats, I just want to make sure that we still have as much support for it, and we do, moving that forward. So we'll get with purchasing as soon as it gets back, kind of work through that. As you guys know, nothing happens quickly. I'm sure Mr. Davis will move that forward as he takes the reins of it, but it helps me to make sure that I'm following your wishes. So
As a council, though, we will have to approve the bids.
Oh, get ready, yeah.
Is it right?
Finance will be a big part of that,
Okay.
as far as, getting ready for either the bonding or loaning or however you're going to pay for it. Those types of things will be important, getting that ready. First and foremost, then we figure out, when the bids come back. I see the two similar, the ones that had the discrepancy, they'll be back again one way or another, but we'll go from there.
When does that hit the streets?
Danny, we talked about it today. We're really a week or two away from Jenkins being completely finished. But I knew I wouldn't see you again until collectively until the 20th, so I kind of wanted to get it out. It's the only thing that I'm really is important that I'm kind of been holding up on. I'm just waiting for the final thing. And like I said, Daniel and I, we talked about it today. I think Danny, just a week or so. Did you tell me? Maybe 2 weeks on the final Jenkins.
So we just got costs to basically update. It's not so much what you guys usually see on the site plan, it's the electrical sheets, the lighting, all the things that we've deconstructed to pull out. Because we know, bid packages, they just gotta be consistent, right? So we actually go through a pretty significant process to pull out whatever we've all had in.
I think it works out good in the long run. From where it was at on the market to after the appeal process, to where we're at today.
The increase in design is about $15,000. Nicole, we figured we know where to get that money. So we are going to make
Yeah, and I bring that up. It was just not because it's why haven't we got it. I was bringing it up just because looking for a consensus. We got a consensus. So just curious on how long.
Yeah.
Just a status update.
Yeah, and I will add, I think this is probably, since I've been and started this, 3 city managers.
Yeah, we're on the third.
Des, all these changes that we've had prior to then, we've come back to full circle. Me and Tiffany were laughing about it on that end. So all those changes have, we've encompassed, but I think after, this last revision, this is a pretty significant, reduction that we got to get this stuff out of.
Thank you for answering that. That's why I was asking, because exactly what you said, there's getting ready to be another city manager, and he may or may not come back and look for consensus and all that goes with the politics of that. So it sounds like it's getting ready to hit the street soon. It's something that we can do underneath your leadership.
Right. It should move forward, whether I'm here or not. I believe that it's a directive of you guys.
Sure.
Yeah, that's it.
Thank you.
Mr. Berry, you have a question for the city manager?
And the county donated some money to that
I
also.
believe they've moved away from that.
Did they?
I think there's $300,000 allocated from the TDC.
Okay, there you go. So TDC funding,
Yeah.
not necessarily directly from the county, but kind of indirectly. So you're right, there is that. But
Is that all, sir? Mr. Burns?
The only thing I have to add tonight is we're now that y'all approved that settlement agreement, we're down to 2 civil cases the city's involved in currently. One obviously being a reverter case, which you'll learn a lot about, Mr. Merrill. And other than that, nothing else.
All right, we start off final council comments. Mr. Berry?
Yes. There was a TPO workshop last Friday, I think it was. Was it? Thursday, okay. And you and Mr. Merrill were there, I think, also. And okay. And you guys left early because
No. I don't know where we're going with this, but let me just clarify real quick. Mr. Merrill, I don't think was there. Mr. Jeter's on TPO. Me and Mr. Jeter on TPO.
Oh, well, I knew you were there in Locklear. Anyway, it was a virtual thing. But what I'm getting at, and this has to do with you, Daniel, is that there's money out there for sidewalks. And there was 4 projects that were submitted. The first 3, and these are $1 million, over $1 million each of them, and they were approved. And so, and I spoke to you, and you weren't in favor of using TPO money. It's Transportation Alternatives Project Priorities. So what I'm asking you is to consider submitting your projects. Like we have enough parks and recreation. We've spent a lot of money on that. We need infrastructure. I want infrastructure. I want the sidewalks finished over there on Memorial, and not like San Francisco sidewalks. I want good sidewalks. I want Hollywood paved. I want Memorial Drive. And I know we have the easement, the stormwater easement, and the neighbors are getting really tense about that too. On Martisa, and we've been waiting how many years for that? So, and this is money, and I know you have to report how you're using it and all that, but this $1,500,000 and change, 1,320,000, 1,343,755. That's not chump change. So I'm asking you to consider applying for these funds. You're welcome to my paper.
We'll talk about it. We'll talk about it with staff and see if we're eligible to do some grant writing and find out how we can apply for some of these funds. Yeah, thanks for the input.
That's super. Thank you, Mr.
Sounds
Barry.
good.
Mr. Jeter.
I certainly echo your comments. I would love sidewalks everywhere, bike paths, you name it, Daniel, let's get on it. We don't want San Francisco, though, 100%. Not San Francisco, but definitely bike paths everywhere. We've got a bridge coming over here with a 12-foot wide bike path. We need bike paths, 100%. Mr. Burns, can you pick up, and I know Dennis, you probably worked on it too, and then it was the same thing, Jeff was out just in. Is there any way you can pick back up on, I think you were involved in a lot from the beginning, the library park, and just get whoever you need involved, current, reach back out to whoever you need to. Can we get that ball rolling on Library Park?
And I can bring Dennis up to a bit of speed on
Yeah,
that.
we can do it now or later.
Gibson property, the one adjacent to it behind Parlor Donuts, that
Correct.
piece? Oh, okay, yeah.
The same concept? Like, do you want me to just come back and say?
Yeah, let's just push the same concept. I don't go back to the drawing board. We just need to pick the ball back up and get it rolling. We got people walking through sand spurs to take pictures in front of an awesome mural. So wherever the ball got dropped, can someone pick it up and bring us back our options on getting that park completed?
Yeah, we can definitely work on that.
With a sidewalk through it.
Yeah, we can do that. Yeah.
We got it. That's it, I'm done.
Good. Mr. Merrill.
No, I've got nothing.
Ms. Riley.
I just want to thank Mr. Jacob Hill, for the opportunity to tour the golf course. It was very intriguing. Thank you so much for taking time.
Thank you.
I love riding in the golf cart.
Always fun. Thank you, ma'am. Mr. Schmidt.
Yeah, I just want to highlight, at that TPO meeting that we were at, we're still qualifying, we're in the qualifications to get the TRIPS grant that the county and the city is going after together to get in the tune of a lot of money for a grant that our staff is advocating for transportation. To not only improve our quality of life through the vibrancy of downtown, but traffic management from east and west. So very appreciative of staff on working on getting the TRIPS grants. It's hopefully going to accelerate this around the mound process and continue to keep you updated on that TPO process. Downtown, want to just, I've already heard great things back already from Jacob and Tiffany, but it's really neat what kind of just things can come, and these are more of the fun things and the lighter hearted things at 11 o'clock at night. But we have a really active coffee club meeting downtown that I had a chance to listen to Mr. Merrill present about Soundside and Miss Candace Tanner, the queen of downtown. If you haven't had a chance to go, highly recommend getting involved in those. But what came from that is there are some sweet people down there that would love to purchase our full Walton Beach 365 gear that Logan and folks came up with, that want to pay the city money to advertise. But also too, I think we have some inventory around here as well that we can give to some folks that are going to those events and going to those things that want to advocate. We heard from a gentleman tonight about Full Walton Beach 2.0. We heard from a gentleman about the things that we're trying to do on this board to make things better. Where I'm going with this is we have mouthpieces downtown, some folks that are very vested in what the city of Full Walton Beach was like 20 years ago and what the city of Full Walton Beach is looking like today in the next 20 years. And they weren't always as positive. Let's just say that. Amen. 8 years ago or however long ago. They are really active and positive and very energetic about Full Walton Beach 2.0. So whatever we can do to highlight and to continue to get those folks to advertise and wear the brand that we're all very proud of. And thank you, Jacob. I believe you mentioned about putting some, and Dennis, whoever was working on these kind of stuff, but putting product and retail out of the golf shop so that people can run through there to get the product. Also, too, I don't know if we need a motion or not, but Ms. Cott mentioned at the previous meeting about we have the Robert's Rules of Order inside of our code. Is that correct?
It's in the resolution that y'all passed, and I don't know if it's actually in the code itself. It's in the resolution. Yeah, in the code, y'all have the power to set your parliamentary rules. Y'all passed a resolution that has adopted Robert's Rules as basically a stopgap filler for anything that's not covered in that one resolution.
Okay, so it's the resolution, not Robert's Rules baked into the code. Okay, I had the wrong understanding. That's it for now, Mr. Mayor. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Mr. Walker?
Nothing to add.
Mr. Brown? That was a very positive reaction. Mr. Brown?
Just thanks to the public and the staff for hanging in there, and congrats to Mr. Davis.
Fantastic, sir. I would also say congrats to Mr. Davis. Appreciate everybody that showed up tonight. I do have one very brief thing I wanted to mention as well. At the meeting on May 20th, you will be seeing 2 items that I have put forth and worked with staff to get together. So I don't want anyone to be surprised that, hey, who cooked this up or whatever. It's absolutely from me. One is to rename and honor the Peters family, to rename Kenwood Park to be the Peters Neighborhood Park. So that'll be an item that you guys will have the ability to vote on at that meeting. Obviously, you can have a discussion and talk about it all you'd like. And then second, to name Mayor Dick Rainierson Mayor Emeritus. That is simply a title that would allow him to still cultivate relationships on behalf of the city that he developed during his 16 years of representing our city. Not in just places that I couldn't be or our Mayor Pro Tem couldn't be, but to continue to establish those relationships and make our city look good in those places that he's been for all of this time. Those military connections that he has, African American churches that he's been welcomed into, he and his wife. So many different places that absolutely I will be at as the mayor and Councilman Schmidt will be at as Mayor Pro Tem, but also he can be at and his wife can be at, and those things he can represent our city and all of our people in a really, really good way and continue to fortify those relationships and just let everyone know that it's not going anywhere. That title absolutely does not mean that he gets to vote on anything, that he has any authority whatsoever in any way. It's just simply a nice thing to do for someone that spent such a large portion of their life, not only serving our city, but serving our country. And I know Mr. Berry brought it up earlier, the Vietnam event that's going on through the Chamber of Commerce at the end of this month. Mr. Rainierson flew planes in Vietnam, and that was something that you didn't hear him sit up here and talk about a whole lot. That was a big part of his life as well. So anyway, those two items will be there on the 22nd, and I'll look forward to y'all's discussion. Anybody else with any last minute items? Seeing none, we are adjourned.